Hello, I'm Dr. Katherina Horton. After I made 2 videos about psychopaths as the root cause of a lot of the problems we have in the world, and another video about psychopaths in organizations and how they rise to power and how they influence the culture inside an organization, I would like to make a video about how to recognize psychopaths. Simply because they are so dangerous, they are so devastating in our organizations. We should all sensitize to their behavior, to their characteristics, and actually help each other recognize them and guard against them, and also make our organizations safe against psychopaths. Now, in my previous video where I explained psychopaths inside organizations, I also explain how in these pyramid organizations, through the process of capture, radio capture, psychopaths will eventually put any organization that we have, if you wait for long enough, into deep capture. So they will capture an organization and use it for their own means. And that is essentially inadvertible. And that is also because it's a result of their need for power. They need to climb ever higher and get ever more power and to control more and more people. And this innate drive in psychopaths, combined with our pyramid organizations that taper at the top and that give people at the top so much power, invariably lead to a situation where the oldest organizations or the biggest organizations with enough layers will always end up dominated by clinical psychopaths. So, given that these are the sort of organizations we had for millennia, it follows that by now, most of our organizations, the older ones certainly, are essentially already in deep capture by clinical psychopaths. So it should be very, very easy to pick out psychopaths by now. And it turns out that yes, indeed it is. But if for the very first time, if you're meeting this topic for the very first time and you're not really sure what psychopaths are essentially, for reasons that might have to do with physiology, it's still being researched, they essentially lack empathy with other people. They have no feelings for others. They certainly have feelings for themselves, a lot. They consider themselves quite important, but they do not empathize with other people. And essentially, the best way to think about it is maybe to think that they treat other people like objects. So you, for example, wouldn't necessarily empathize with your toaster. You wouldn't empathize with your car. You just use your toaster to make toast and you use your car to get to work. And psychopaths will do exactly the same thing. They will just take the people around themselves and consider them objects. Now, if you have, a psychopath who's under a boss, and this psychopath considers the boss to be an object, of course, at some point you just want to get rid of that thing. This is how psychopaths would think. Assume the role yourself, and then control all the other objects, as in people, to your own ideals. So, considering people as objects is typical of psychopaths. Psychopaths also to need ever more control. That's also very typical, this need for power to rise ever higher. And then the third characteristic is the use of enablers. So enablers are people who will allow the psychopath to do something. It will be either connections or actual things that the enabler can do for the psychopath. And the psychopath, because he or she uses people like objects, will scout out who the people are who can enable him or her to do something, and will just use them. Pretty much in the same way as you might go to the shop and look for a piece of electronics that might allow you to do something, you would just acquire it one way or another, buy it hopefully and pay for it, and then use it. And that's also how psychopaths operate. So they will, instead of using gadgets, they will also use people, pretty much like normal people use gadgets. Now, when someone is the victim of a psychopath, these sort of traits will be devastating. So the actual suffering, the pain the victim might feel will not register in the psychopath's mind. He or she will literally have no caring for that whatsoever. But also the psychopath will work very insidiously around the victim. And experience shows that what psychopaths like to do with their victims is isolate them. So they will programmatically analyze what sort of communication channels the victim has and systematically snip them, and then create an island, like a spider kind of going around the prey and then, doing whatever the psychopath would want to do. So isolation, the disruption of communication channels, that's a very psychopathic thing to do. And then ultimately it is, essentially psychopaths also want this sort of confirmation of their power. So they will look for ways to confirm it and reconfirm it just to, for their own entertainment. And that could be making the victim do certain things that the psychopath wants. That will be confirmation that yes, the victim is still operating under the psychopath's wishes. And then also, eventually, humiliate the victim. So find ways to somehow humiliate or even maim and kill. And those are essentially ways to degrade the person, to put them even lower below the psychopath, and ergo, confirm the power of the psychopath. So, sorry, I'm looking down on my notes because I wanted to go through quite a lot of things, and in the beginning I didn't want to miss out on these things. But essentially, this is how psychopaths operate. And because they are now at the top of all organizations. I already said that essentially most of the organizations are captured by psychopaths. So if you think about what are the organizations most likely to have accumulated psychopaths, these are the oldest organizations. And there are also certain organizations where psychopaths have a, if you like, a competitive advantage because they don't have feelings for others. And one of those systems is, for example, the military. So if we're looking for psychopaths at the top, the military is perfect because it is very hierarchical. It's also very compartmentalized. So psychopaths in one department will not be picked up necessarily. It's very, very regimented, so people have to obey. That very much appeals to psychopaths. So now the question arises, are there any sort of signs that psychopaths have been accumulating at the top of our militaries? Because the militaries are ancient. They are centuries and millennia old, the concept of the military and the general setup. So they have been around for millennia. So by now, the military must have been in deep capture pretty much everywhere around the world, at least once. And typically once it's in capture, once it stays in capture. Now, what sort of features can we think about that would indicate that there's some sort of psychopath at the top who shaped the military? If you want to answer that without actually looking at any one individual, just most generally, we have to look at maybe unusual features about the military that don't have an actual function with regards to defense, but purely a function towards confirming the power and the control of the lead psychopath. And if you think about it for some time, then, I mean, if you're actually in the military, you might have a very, very long list indeed, what those things could be. But for everybody who is not familiar with the detailed workings of the military, one of the things we all know are military parades. That's when the military literally parades past the population with their tanks and airplanes sometimes, or helicopters, but, you know, traditionally just marching soldiers on the pavement through a city or through a parade ground. And those parades are actually a goldmine to pick up psychopathology, because if you look at military parades around the world and throughout the ages, one of the things that might strike you, still today in fact, is the weird movements of all the soldiers. So, you know, everybody's familiar with the goose stepping and so on and so on. But if you look at essentially any army around the world, this could be, you know, US Army, British, German, Russian, Chinese, it doesn't matter, everywhere around the world, if you look at military parades, what will strike you is the odd way of marching. It's very unnatural, very controlled, and sometimes, depending on the particular parade, it can also look quite, well, how to put it, well, very funny. Extremely funny instead, in fact. So you might actually look at a parade and almost laugh as you see these soldiers, you know, parade past, lifting their legs higher than their knees and just all march like that. And I leave it up to you to actually go online and search, video search for this, and have a look at a couple of things yourself. And one of the things that you'll recognize that this is not normal walking. So what is the psychology behind this? Well, this is a classic example of psychopaths at the top, because what this is to a psychopath, think about it, you have some military leader who will be on the tribune watching this parade, and you will have next to this person, also on the tribune, a head of government. So someone else who's at the very top of a very old organization and very likely also a clinical psychopath. Now these lead psychopaths will be standing there, and in front of them will be a parade of people who are all top trained soldiers. And every single person will be typically stronger, fitter, and much more physically powerful than any of the people standing on the tribune watching this. So think about it. You have these rather, in comparison, weak, typically men, stand there, and they manage to achieve that men in the hundreds, if not thousands, who are all stronger than them, walk past them, essentially making themselves look silly. Right? This is it. This is essentially a power spectacle for clinical psychopath. And anybody who is a psychopath will understand that this is what it is, because they will just look at it, look at all those soldiers marching in uniform, which to them will look like objects. And then in the back of their minds, they will, like children, think, oh, what can we make those, you know, objects do next? And then bit by bit, you have this parade where people start marching around, or are made to march around in ever more ridiculous setup. Now, a military parade and this sort of weird goose stepping, or whatever you want to call it, has no function in terms of national security. There's absolutely no reason why it would have to be like that. But it is everywhere around the world. And it is like that because what it is one lead psychopath demonstrating to another how well he can control all those essentially trained assassins to dance to his whim and parade past looking utterly ridiculous. And you might not like this sort of assessment. I personally am not trying to actually denigrate the military, much the opposite, because I think the function of the military is not goose-stepping on a pavement through the city centre in peace times just to make someone else feel very big about themselves. This is not what the military is there for, yet they're made to do it. So you'll recognize that this doesn't really fit the picture. The other thing too, which is also typical actually of psychopaths, is, and this also falls into the category of humiliation, and that is military uniform. But not combat uniform, which has to be functional, so there has to be a defense, a protective element. Therefore, the military uniform that you actually wear to combat is very, very functional. It doesn't have any frilly bits, not necessarily. But in comparison, the actual uniform people wear in, say, as uniform in peace times, or as their, I don't know, ceremonial uniform, might have elements that are utterly ridiculous. And famous examples, for example, are the think about the guards in London, the guards protecting Buckingham Palace. They have these big furry hats that serve absolutely no purpose and make them look a bit silly. Now again, what that is traditionally is the psychopath who owns them signaling to other psychopaths, look at me, I can take all these fully trained assassins, put them in front of my house and make them wear that. And I can even make them parade past their own family and the entire city wearing that. Right? Maybe this has not occurred to you, but that is pretty much what it is, because there's no other reason why it has to be like that. Now, if I'm right, then the oldest, one of the oldest militaries should have this sort of feature in the extreme, right? All we're talking about is an old organization where enough time has passed for psychopaths to accumulate at the top, right? Who then want to control the military. Now, one of the oldest militaries, and certainly the most famous out of the oldest, is the Swiss Guard. And now think about how the Swiss Guard are dressed. Below the video I include pictures of how the Swiss Guards are dressed. And just look at it. Go down into the description and click on the link of what a Vatican Swiss Guard looks like. These are, the Swiss Guards have been used in the Vatican for a particular reason, and that's because the Swiss mercenaries were the best trained and most deadly assassins. Right? They were incredibly successful, and traditionally so. And this is why they're the bodyguards of the Pope. But look at how they are dressed. They are in clown outfits. They are in little clown outfits. These are the best trained, right, most lethal assassins, and they are in clown outfits. Do you see? There's absolutely no reason to put them into those puffy little outfits. It's not practical. It's certainly not combat wear, but they look like that. And I was trying to find out where it comes from. I heard the rumor that Michelangelo designed the uniforms, but I just did a quick search, and it turns out, and yes, just look at the pictures I include. I mean, look at the men who have the square jaws or testosterone through the roof, right? Big broad shoulders, and if these men were standing in actual combat gear, they would be truly scary. But as they are, well, you just really think about Krusty the Clown somehow, right? Anyway, so the actual story behind the Swiss Guards, apparently, and this is according to the Vatican's own website, which I include below. At the very bottom of the article, it says the contemporary uniform. It is mainly thanks to Commandant Jules Repon, between 1910 and 1921, who was gifted with an exceptionally fine taste for colors and shapes, that the Swiss Guards wear such fine dress today. After much study and research and drawing inspiration from Raffaello's frescoes, he abolished all types of hats and introduced a simple beret worn today, which bears the soldier's grade. Blah, blah, blah. Furthermore, he replaced this and that and so on and so on. Hang on, I think it's below. Yes. So the uniform is described and so on, and it is commonly thought that the uniform was designed by Michelangelo, but it would seem rather that he had nothing to do with it. However, Raffaello certainly did influence its development, as he indeed influenced fashion in general in Italy in the Renaissance through his paintings. So much about the Swiss Guards. It was a guy called Jules Repon who actually drew up the uniform as it is today. However, it seems to go back all the way to Raffaello, and it seems to be the case that also back in the day it was very similar to this. Anyway, either way, right, all I said is that you need an organization where enough time has passed that you have psychopaths at the top who would like to use their power, you know, and display their power, and you'll end up with these, frankly, ludicrous outfits. So, this is the warm-up exercise. So the Swiss Guards are essentially a classic example. Military parade, the goose-stepping, ridiculous goose-stepping in a military parade, are prime examples, and they are displays, they are shows of the psychopath's power. The ultimate power of controlling hundreds and thousands of train killers to your own whim and make them look ridiculous. Okay, so that's a warm-up exercise. Then I would like to actually play you a couple of clips, and I would like to leave it up to you to actually identify the clinical psychopath. However, before we launch into that, I would like to do the following. I would like to, first of all, refer you to a wonderful, wonderful discussion about psychopaths. I mean, the details are horrifying, of course, but the discussion itself was great. Between, it was Thomas Sheridan, Jay Widener, and James Corbett of the Corbett Report. And I think it was Winnie Eastwood's radio show where they discussed psychopaths in great detail, and I really encourage you to listen to that, because it's, I think, a 1 hour interview, but it pretty much says everything that is to be said about psychopaths and how to recognize them, with a lot of nuggets. So I will refer you to that for further information about psychopaths. And I'll yes, exactly. The next thing I wanted to do is actually do a psychopath test with you, because as I'm talking about psychopaths, maybe you thought, well, you know, I like to control people, I like power, I like to rise to power. Am I a psychopath? Well, it depends, because psychopaths have got different features. But one of the things that is most deadly about psychopaths, and that's probably the aspect that we should worry about most, is when they not just don't mind hurting people, but when they actually enjoy it. So this is what you have to really worry about as well. And I came across a set of adverts which I personally would call the psychopath test. And this is the Mountain Dew adverts. I include the link to them below, and I encourage you to watch. I think it's a 3-minute clip, and within the 3-minute clip are 3 separate adverts that, as I understand it, Mountain Dew, I think it's a drink, and they brought it out, these 3 adverts, one after the other, but together they are a story. And I encourage you to actually have a look at the story. Stop this video now and watch it, and just watch it and also gauge your reaction to it. What is your emotional response as you're watching that video? Just stop my video now, click on the link below, and then come back to this video when you've watched it and when you've assessed your own gut feeling to that video. Okay, so I assume that you had enough time now. You paused my video. Please do pause it. Do it the right way, because it is very much about your gut feeling without actually hearing what I've got to say about that. So the video that you should have gotten through to was one where essentially a goat, and it's kind of ridiculous, you know, the actual story, but a goat is playing the role of a gangster. Now, in the back of your mind, you should also keep in mind that, you know, we have all these problems these days in the world with Satanists, and Satanists running amok, and Satanists sacrificing people and children and all this sort of stuff. So picking a goat might have more content there than is actually immediately obvious to the eye. But doesn't matter, that aside. A goat is impersonating a gangster and essentially mistreats women, and is then picked out by the police, and there's this, you know, roundup, and the victim has to pick out the goat. And in the actual lineup, the goat is threatening the woman. It's not clear if he's just staring at her, or if he's somehow, you know, his mind can be read by this woman. He's just broadcasting his thoughts, or he's just looking threatening. But in any case, she panics, and then she essentially runs out screaming. Now, if you watch this video and you're normal, I would say to you that given that this advert was so utterly daft, you either thought that it was just a bit weird and maybe funny, but a bit daft, or you were actively sickened by it. So depending on how normal and how intelligent and how, you know, empathetic you are, if you're very empathetic, you should have been utterly disgusted with it, totally revolted. Especially the 3rd clip, the last one. If you're a psychopath, however, you will have absolutely no consideration for the feelings of the victim, and you probably thought that this video was either hilarious, absolutely hilarious, or maybe very funny but also a bit silly, but hey, or else you actually thought it was sexually arousing. And that is the most extreme of the psychopath spectrum. Why would it be sexually arousing to a psychopath? Well, that's because the victim is actually shown with severe injuries, disheveled, so this sort of denigration and humiliation, you know, essentially with a woman as well, to mutilate her face, to make her look disheveled, that already triggers arousal in clinical psychopaths who are also sex offenders. And then have her so intimidated that she's screaming, and this sort of screaming in panic is, unfortunately, highly arousing to these sort of psychopaths who are also sex offenders. So if you actually thought that this video was hilarious, or worse still, that you actually thought that this was arousing, well, then you're probably a clinical psychopath. And I'm not sure if you can be treated, but you really have to be taken care of somehow. Anyway, so this is the psychopath test, and if you watch that, maybe you thought, oh well, it's just a video, but unfortunately this is just how it is. And essentially, the more extreme the sexual arousal, the more extreme the amusement about the humiliation of another person, or the more careless even, the more carelessly it's watched, the more it's an indication of a clinical psychopath. Okay, now this was the actual psychopath test. Now let's launch into the actual exercise, right? The thing about which I'm thinking about which example I should start with. Yes, let's start with really simple ones. Now the exercise is how can we spot psychopaths in real life? And I will start with a couple of very simple exercises, which is I've included, at no point will I include a video in my video at all. I will just be talking about it. And that's because I don't really want my videos to be taken down because of copyright issues and all this stuff, but also because I actually want to encourage you to have this sort of interactive activity that you actually pause my videos when I say so. You open the description below the video and click on the link that I've included. Or if someone breaks my links, you actually search for it yourself and find them. And this bit of interaction and interactivity should trigger your brain and get you to think, not just stare at my videos like some sort of idiot. So it is for these reasons that I will keep my videos very low tech. But the video I would like you to look at is essentially the very first video, the very first link below, which says real life examples, is a video that was leaked by Chelsea Manning. And this is RT America showing the footage from a US Apache helicopter as it's essentially killing people. And this was part of the WikiLeaks videos. Now, I want you to actually watch the video. It's 5.5 minutes long, and just listen carefully to the language and the amount of, of emotional content in the video. So please, stop my video now and have a look at the first link below. Okay, so if you watch that video, one of the things that you should notice is essentially the utter lack of caring. To these men, it is like a computer game. They might as well be just talking about debugging a computer program or something like that. Nevertheless, people are being murdered through their actions. But their actions are so low level, they press a button or they, trigger something on a technical equipment. And on the other end, somebody dies. And in this case, somebody who's utterly innocent dies. And actually many people who are totally innocent die. Just carelessly. And then also on top of that, listen carefully to the conversational tone, to the very casual tone. Also listen to the nicknames, the actual nicknames that they give each other. It doesn't fit the image at all. It essentially doesn't fit what the hell's ever. Now the question is, are we dealing with outright psychopaths, or are these people just not getting it? And that goes into a very, very important division here, because as I said, when psychopaths capture organizations, you have, if you look at my video about psychopaths and my video about capture, you will notice that you will have a mix of both. You have genuine psychopaths, and then genuine psychopaths controlling useful idiots, right? And those useful idiots I term essentially weaponized morons, because they will be used as a weapon, typically. So what we will have to do in the following videos to actually, see what's real and what's not, look at all the videos and decide, is it A, normal, as in normal policing, normal national, security, etc., or normal government work, or whatever, right? So is it A, normal, here, right? Or is it B, weaponized morons, right? Or is it C, psychopaths, right? Or is it a psycho? These are the three options. Is this normal behavior? Are these just weaponized morons, or are these actual psychopaths? Now, in that drone operator video, those people must be utterly and totally stupid not to know what they're doing. But psychopaths above them have this ability to actually brainwash enablers. So those guys who you hear talking in the WikiLeaks, they could very well be clinical psychopaths. I think it is likely. I think it is likely that they are, because I don't think a normal person would ever get to be in the position that they are. But it is grey zone. I think we'll find an intermix of people who are essentially psychopaths and couldn't care less, and people who are utterly thick. Right? Now, in that particular video, I think it's mostly psychopaths, but in other situations like that, you'll also have a big admixture of weaponized morons. And that's because psychopaths are 1%, 1 to 4% of the population. Idiots, however, are a much larger fraction, right? So, you know, it's much more likely to be actually weaponized morons than psychopaths, purely statistically. Okay, the next video I would like you to look at is essentially, let me have a look. Oh yes. Now, this is just 45 seconds, and the next video is from it's a cockpit video, again, an Apache pilot, and this time he actually sings Bye Bye Miss American Pie as he's firing the missiles. Have a look at that video, just 45 seconds, and let me know what you think. So, what do you think? What's your impression? Do you actually think it is normal? Is it normal to be singing whilst you're murdering somebody? It's not. It really isn't. Now, in this case, if you're totally thick, you might not necessarily start to sing, right? And if you did, it would be maybe a random song because you just don't understand. But this guy seems to be able to operate sophisticated technology. He seems to be able to respond to commands and respond to the situation. So in that case, we are actually dealing with a clinical psychopath. That's what they are like. And also notice that it's not just that he's singing. He's singing something very, very sarcastic. There's an extra level of humiliating the victim. It is laughing at the victim. And that is essentially typical of a clinical psychopath. So there you have literally live, you know, not live, but you have directly a clinical psychopath in action who then proceeds to murder somebody in that clip. And he's very, very pleased with himself. It doesn't get any more psychopathic than that. So that is most certainly this category of an actual, you know, clinical psychopath. Okay, the next video I had is, again, sorry, I had to show it to you. You don't have to watch the full 4 minutes. The third video is, again, Apache helicopter footage. And before people, you know, think, oh, I've got this thing about Apache helicopters or, you know, drone operators in general. No. In that video, it's not even about the footage anymore. In that video, it's about the video itself and the person who has actually made the video. Now, just please stop the video, stop my video here, pause it, and go down and in the description look at the third video now. So, what do you think? Is this normal? You have essentially footage of how things are being shot to pieces, set to cheerful, empowering, happy music. Is that normal? You know, someone actually sits down and makes a video about, you know, their favorite compilations, about, you know, how things are being shot to pieces. Is there any sort of thought towards the victims, or whose homes are, you know, there, or what exactly is it, who was in those vehicles, what exactly is going on? Is it even right that, you know, thousands of miles away from home, foreign soldiers are shooting things to bits? Is there any sort of discussion of that? No. But someone actually went away and made a compilation and put in this video, this music. And I would say that this person is clearly a psychopath, in my view. I would say that very likely that is what a psychopath would do. And then essentially just have the well, how to put it, the enjoyment of the event, and just see essentially things blow up. Of course, this person could be just utterly stupid, you know, like a really stupid kid that just found these videos and thinks it's funny and then makes a video like that. But overall, I would say it's more likely to be a clinical psychopath. Okay, now this was the easy bit. This is now essentially the warm-up for how to spot psychopaths. Now we're going into a couple of examples which are essentially, yeah, much more to the point. I would like you, and this is now not the army anymore, before people think psychopaths only appear in the army. Remember, psychopaths will rise to the top of any organization. So we should find them anywhere else, right? And we should find them in organizations that give people a lot of power and control over others. So the next video I would like you to watch is yeah, well, this is also maybe an easy one, right? I mean, it's not particularly hard. So I want you to watch the next one, which is essentially the interview of Lloyd Blankfein in the US. So that's a video. This clip has been taken in. It's part of a longer film about the the global meltdown, the global financial crash. And it shows a brief clip how Lloyd Blankfein is behaving in this Senate hearing, and how Phil Angelidis is behaving, who is essentially questioning him. And I would like you to pause the video now and just watch the video and compare the behavior of the two men. So, what's your opinion? What did you see? Right? What did you see? You had on one hand Phil Angelidis, who was asking normal questions and, you know, non-confrontationally. And then on the other hand, you had Lloyd Blankfein, and his body language is striking, isn't it? It's the way his eyes are really wide, how he's, every time he responds to me, it very much looks like he's launching into an attack. And there's one bit where Phil Angelidis, who's, by the way, he is on the panel, so he is asking the questions. Lloyd Blankfein is meant to answer them, and Phil Angelidis can't even finish his sentence before Lloyd Blankfein actually launches into a very aggressive counter-statement, to the point where Phil Angelidis even lifts his hand, closes his eyes, lifts his hand and goes, okay, right? That is a submissive reaction. And it's hard not to give it, not to stop the other person and say, okay, don't attack me. And this body language of closing the eyes and looking down means I had enough, right? Not more of that. But Lloyd Blankfein ignores it and keeps going, right, in a very aggressive manner. Now, what this means is that he doesn't have any sort of empathy towards the feelings he just generated in the panel. He also doesn't really think about, hang on a second, is this a good thing or a bad thing if the entire panel is maybe feels the same? There's absolutely no consideration for the feelings of others. And this is just not even taking into account what that Senate hearing was actually about, which was essentially this destruction of thousands of people's lives and the entire US economy, essentially, if not even more. So, nevertheless, you have this powerful man, and he's got absolutely not even enough time to allow the other person to finish his sentence. He just doesn't care. Now, normal, it certainly isn't. And by the time you get to Lloyd Blankfein's status, you're also not talking about idiots anymore. So, I leave it up to you to decide. Do you think that's an indication of a clinical psychopath? Would psychopathology actually explain what we saw in the financial crisis? If Lloyd Blankfein were a psychopath, would we expect him to behave like that? And if he were a psychopath, would we trust him with our pensions? Should it be the case that our pensions, or your pensions if you're in America, are entrusted to men like that? Should that be the case, or are our organizations in urgent need of an overhaul? Has the financial crisis actually made our planet more efficient? Has it generated more GDP, more of everything, or has it subtracted? Okay, I leave it up to you. So then the other another thing is the other video I would like you to look at is a video of Sabina McNeil, who is a mathematician and a systems analyst, but also very engaged in social issues. And the video that I've linked below is one where she is in front of the EU and EU Commission, and she's making the case for children. And I leave it up to you, and what I ask you to do is have a look at the body language of Sabina McNeil, and have a look at the body language of the panel that she's talking to. And yeah, make up your mind, see what you think. Please stop my video now and have a look. Okay, so what do you think about that? Is there anything odd about that video? I mean, apart from the fact that Sabina McNeil is fighting, because it seems to be the case that 1,000 children seem to be disappearing or you know, being taken away in the UK alone per month. So she's talking about thousands and thousands of children being removed from their parents for highly dodgy reasons that really shouldn't be the case. So she's making the case like that. She says, I don't even have children myself. So she is, with her voice, trembling and essentially so agitated that everybody in the room can hear it. She has this incredible amount of empathy towards thousands of children that are not her own, towards the parents of those children who are to be taken away. You know, she talks about them, so she is empathizing incredibly with other people and thousands of other people, and she's making the case. And meanwhile, you've got the panel, and I think it's at after the first 30 seconds, at 28 seconds, there is essentially Sabina says something and the entire room applauds. when she says that. And then the person presiding at the front says, please respect the committee, do not applaud. Respect the committee, do not applaud, when it's about the case of thousands of children disappearing and a woman fighting for the right of the parents. Well, not disappearing, but being taken away. I think that's the main issue there, right? And people express their empathy with Sabina McNeill, empathizing with those thousands of victims, and they applaud by sharing, by shared empathy essentially, in a shared cause. And then the statement is respect the committee. So it's not about the children, it's not about the parents, it's not about these parliamentarians actually standing up for a cause. The most important thing is to respect the committee and do not applaud. This, actually, after everything I said in the beginning, what does that tell us? Well, first of all, the committee, an abstract construct, is placed above thousands of children and their parents, and even the parliamentarians themselves. The committee is above, so that's already an artificial construct of power above all the other people. And then do not applaud. Why? It's the EU, right? They are the last people on the planet to claim that they are so time efficient that literally 5 seconds of applause, that's what's gonna bust the schedule. I don't think so. I think all of us have seen enough of the EU to know that it's nothing to do with actual time efficiency here. Respect the committee, do not applaud. Well, what it actually is, in my view, it falls squarely into the operation of psychopaths. Psychopaths do not want their victims or the objects around them to network, right? Because for them it's like having these objects, almost like the Internet of Things, talking to each other, and they're left out. They're not in control anymore. So what it is about is the applause is instant communication. The entire room is applauding. It's instant communication to Sabina McNeill that the entire room agrees. We are all behind you. We are all one. This is a wall of agreement. On the other hand, psychopaths hate that, because then they are up against a wall of agreement. It's like as if all your home utilities, kitchen appliances ganged up on you. You're going to get angry, right? Now that's what it is. Do not applaud. Do not communicate with each other. Do not stay isolated so we can control you. It most certainly isn't, right? Do not applaud. Where in the world have you ever heard people getting seriously upset about applause? Unless you applaud in the middle of a concert, right? But anywhere else, when someone's speaking, applause being a bad thing? No. So normal it is not. Is the panel just too stupid to understand that? Well, I don't think so, because they seem to be able to run a committee. So, I don't know. I leave it up to you to decide. Okay, so that was it. Oh yes, and actually I want to say on that video, because if you watched it to the end, at 5 minutes and 15 seconds, there's another aspect where essentially the same lady, so Sabina McNeill, she finishes her speech, thought she finished, but then she's got more time. And watch that carefully. Watch the face expressions of the people on the panel when she's given more time. Just go back 5 minutes and 15 seconds, I think it was, and have a look at the face expressions. Suddenly, Sabina can express herself in more detail, and how's that received? And remember, she had 5 minutes, so thousands of children are being taken away, and they really shouldn't be taken away by social services. And she has 5 minutes, and then she spent another, minute talking about it. Right? Do you see it now? Do you see it? So there are all these really odd things, and what you have to watch out for is essentially the cutting of communication channels, leaving people isolated, humiliating them, degrading them, eventually maiming and killing them. Right? And in that video, on the previous videos, there was tons of it already. Okay. Now, another thing I want to say is, does anybody remember the leaks from, I think it was Guantanamo? And what has turned out about Guantanamo, and Guantanamo Bay, the actual, the prison, was the sort of methods that they used. And one of the things that has been leaked was, a method used by the doctors, so-called, or, whatever they were, on the inmates. And this method was called rectal hydration. Now, I think, if I remember correctly, what they did is essentially just, if you want to really inconvenience or kill a person, if you don't give them food, they might live for a week before they have kidney failure, or maybe longer if they're Gandhi. But if you actually take away water, I think people die after 3 days. I don't remember what the actual deadline is, but it's essentially very, very bad. So if you take away water from somebody, they're going to die very quickly. It's one of the most cruel things that you can do. And if I remember correctly, the inmates were deprived of water, and to prevent them from dying, they were essentially given water, but not to drink, but it was just squirted up the rectum. And that's what's called rectal hydration. It just keeps the body essentially supplied with water just about well enough so that the organs don't shut down. Okay, now let's just have a think about that one, right? We have these doctors, okay, and it's Guantanamo, already, so anyway, but let's say we have this prison, and this prison, the inmates are there because essentially they were fighting against the US in this faraway land. And I think a lot of the people who were there, I'm not sure, I can't remember the exact statistics about the inmates of Guantanamo, but they were either from the country where they fought, or they traveled to their country having, either the same religion or, some sort of affiliation with the country. Okay, and then we have the US with literally billions and billions with, airplane carriers, choppers, Apache helicopters, tanks, everything, rockets, missiles, the works, right? Literally rolling into that country and taking over an entire country. Okay, and then we have a bunch of people, and we're literally talking a bunch because Guantanamo is not like they are accommodating 50,000 people, right? So I don't remember the exact statistics of the inmates, but I don't know how many there are, 100? 150? I mean, something like that, right? But it's not 150,000. Now, this is now the big picture. We have essentially a bunch of guys there. And now it's claimed that these people have to be held there and tortured to get information from them. Now, what sort of information could they possibly hold in their head that would be so relevant after years and years of being locked up? I mean, is it literally cold fusion, the key to cold fusion, or is it, I don't know what, like green energy, or what the hell do these people have in their head that is so valuable that literally drones, surveillance planes, surveillance this and that, and radar that can map the entire country and every building from the sky cannot discover? I still don't understand to this day. So if you look at Guantanamo itself, I would say, is this normal policing? Is it necessary for national security? Or is it very much like the frilly uniform of the guards? Is it something frilly? Because if it's not security, then it's something frilly, right? And we know where the extra frills come from, how they are motivated. Okay, so that's now the premise. So already, you could ask, are people that flaming stupid, that literally you have the upper echelons of the leadership, the military leadership, thinking that there must be something so amazing in these people's heads, in these inmates' heads, that they just have to get at it. Literally all their spy planes and spies and drones and surveillance, this and that, will never discover this amazing piece of information that's so necessary and that can literally turn a war where heavy equipment and thousands of soldiers are involved somehow against them. Are they that flaming stupid? Or are they that psychopathic? And I would say, I mean, I know the army is not exactly known for winning Nobel Prizes in chemistry, but still, I don't think you can be essentially a weaponized moron and be heading the army. So, very quickly, by just thinking about it, we get to the stage that actually Guantanamo must be a psychopath's power game. That's what it is. It's essentially showing to the world, hey, I can do this. This is utterly ridiculous, like having goose-stepping soldiers, but I can do this and get away with it. And everybody lets me. Right? What this is essentially a psychopath's power display. Okay, now this is the big picture. So Guantanamo is already a psychopath's power display in my view. Because I cannot, if someone can explain to me the crucial implications of the information held in those inmates' heads to, national security, I will essentially make a video and put out corrections. But until then, I hold this view. Now, the other thing where we started is you have this setup, and then the way they want to extract information from these inmates is by rectal hydration. I don't know. Is this normal? I mean, before that leak, I'd never come across this concept, so I don't think this is normal, is it? Or do they do that like regularly in interviews in the US Army? Is that how it works? I don't know. Is that normal? I don't think so, right? Is it totally stupid? I mean, it's literally, maybe someone is so idiotic that they just thought, yeah, this is the way to do it. No, I don't think so. So again, what's on display there is essentially a psychopath's power game, right? And the entirety of Guantanamo was essentially a psychopath's power display, and within that, psychopaths are given the freedom to live out their predilections. So this utter whacked out doctor who did that, there is no actual sense in this for national security, right? He's a doctor, so he must have passed some exams, so he can't be totally sick in the head. No, he's a psychopath. He's just a psychopath having fun. I mean, if you don't actually believe this, try to imagine this sort of setup in a court of law, being questioned in a court of law. What would you say? Would you say, well, I personally would say, Dr. X, excuse me, so were you really under the impression that the entirety of the US national security, with billions, or trillions rather, trillions of dollars worth of heavy-duty equipment, rockets, satellite surveillance, tanks, missiles, you name it, right? Thousands and thousands of soldiers was pivoting on rectal hydration. Really? I mean, what did you expect to hear from the person, the inmate, the patient? I can't call it the patient, it's the victim, right? What sort of information could you possibly derive from rectal hydration that could tilt the national security situation of the US? And those are precisely the questions one should ask. Because to anybody who is normal, who is genuinely normal, it should be clear as day. As soon as you hear that, you should say, you should immediately think, hang on, is this genuine national security, or is it a psychopath? Because if it's a psychopath, it means that parts of the US Army are in deep capture by clinical psychopaths. And that is a situation of national emergency, because psychopaths are not normal. Psychopaths will not act normally, and psychopaths are utterly devastating. So as soon as you have deep capture by clinical psychopaths, that is bad, right? Because a psychopath will not think about national security at all. A psychopath will think about him or herself. Because national security requires a sort of empathy towards the rest of your nation, but psychopaths do not have that, right? So as soon as you have this sort of situation, it should be clear as day, and everybody should be screaming from the top of their voices, deep capture by clinical psychopaths. Every single time you come across these things of a total lack of empathy, of humiliating the victims, and especially this rectal hydration has absolutely all the textbook features of clinical psychopaths. Because it's humiliating, it has a sexual element, so sexual humiliation. It's utterly pointless, but it goes for maximum torture. And it's textbook, basically. And when you come across these things, it is your duty to be aware of what psychopaths are. It's your duty to know how absolutely devastating they can be in human organizations, how dangerous it is when they actually get to the top, and it is your duty to speak out. Thank you for listening. Hello, I'm Dr. Katherina Horton. I made several videos now explaining psychopaths being at the root cause of a lot of the problems that we have. I also explained how psychopaths climb higher and higher to ever more power and therefore always tend to capture our organizations. And the last video I made was about how to recognize psychopaths. Today I would like to talk about what to do about psychopaths, or rather how to fight them. Because ultimately we have to disable their power. We have to ultimately remove them from our organizations, or certainly from the key positions within our organizations, and get normal people back in power. But the question is what to do in the first instance. To actually remove psychopaths from key positions of power takes some organization, and this is something that one can achieve down the line when a lot of people have come on board and actually recognized the psychopath. But the question that arises first is, if you have recognized the psychopath yourself and you want to communicate it to other people, or you want to initiate measures against, yes, sorry, that's from my old days in physics, measures against a psychopath, how to go about it, what to do first. And there are certain things that you can do, and that target specifically the weaknesses of psychopaths. And those things go pretty much at the heart of what psychopaths actually are. And if you remember, I described psychopaths as people who utterly lack empathy. They will isolate victims and so on, and they will try to control victims. They really like control and power. So if we think about what can we do that's specifically targeted at people who thrive on power, who thrive on isolating others, and who don't have any empathy and don't understand how people can have empathy, well, the answer almost jumps out from the page. Because if you just write down these characteristics and try to invert them, the answer is pretty clear already. You have to become an anti-psychopath in a sense. So psychopaths do not feel empathy, and that at first seems like a competitive advantage because they can do things that most of us shy away from. And therefore, if you are up against a psychopath and you care about everybody else around you, for example, in a company, you're competing with a psychopath, he or she only thinks about himself or herself, but you might be thinking about your team. At first glance, it seems like you're severely disadvantaged. It's like playing golf against somebody and you have handicap 18 and the other person is just, you have to be really good. You have to compensate for this handicap, in inverted commas, that you have. But of course, empathy is not a handicap. If it were, then evolution would have eradicated it from our society, but it has not. 99% of us do feel empathy and we respond to empathy. So what it tells us, and evolution tells us that empathy is actually the most important ingredient in our society. This is what holds society together. So to actually think about this 1% of psychopaths, invert it and think, what nature tells you is that even though psychopaths at first seem like they have this amazing advantage because they can just not care and do whatever they like and therefore be really fast, it's actually not an advantage at all. In other words, nature tells us that our society traditionally cannot stomach more than 1% psychopaths without, collapsing. If there could be more than 1% of psychopaths in the general population, then there would have been already, but there isn't. And there's a very, very strong reason for that. And that's because, and you can also again show this using systems analysis, empathy is the most powerful ingredient we have in our society. It really is. Because this is how you can club together with others, and instead of just kicking them down, so a psychopath comes in at a certain level of skill or whatever, and then kicks everybody down to be below him, well, this means that a system like that can never rise beyond that psychopath. Instead, when you've got people with empathy, they'll come in, they'll find someone who's lower than them and try to help them up. And then in another situation, this person might be better, and then if they continually help each other, then you get this rise, this overall increase in whatever you're looking at, wealth, stability, products, cooperation, getting stuff done. So empathy, mathematically in a system, or cooperation and helping each other is the most powerful ingredient, actually. So if you want to fight a psychopath, you invert everything that a psychopath does. If a psychopath has no empathy, you have to have empathy for absolutely everybody. And why? It's because if you have empathy with somebody who needs it, they will respond. And it's almost like, I think there was a famous hostage negotiator, an Italian guy, whose name right now escapes me. But he said, when he was negotiating, he said that what he does and what he describes, he said, you always give first before you ask for something back. And he used to say that to the people he negotiated with. He said, well, I always pay in advance. So you open yourself up first. First you give empathy and help to somebody, and then, they will naturally respond. So if you want to fight psychopaths, you have to empathize with absolutely everybody, and you have to try to help everybody. And, there's also a practical reason, because if you do that, not only do you help a lot of people, because even if you have a problem, you still have the capability to help other people many other ways that are not a problem for you. So you can give another capacity that have nothing to do with your problem. And if you think about how many people in need there are and how many different ways you still might be able to help them, you realize that there's this multiplication factor in that. But on the other hand also, you never know in advance who might be able to lend you a helping hand, who might be in a position to actually give you what you need the most. And this is why empathy is just so incredibly powerful. It helps to heal a society, it helps to solve problems, and it helps everybody to get further. So empathy is the most important ingredient. And if anything, I would say that psychopaths have survived because our societies were differently structured over millennia. But now we're entering a new phase, and if you get this right, life for psychopaths should become harder than it ever was. They will have to adapt a lot more than they had in the past. And I think that's now actually happening, but we're in this transit phase where we are up against a lot of psychopaths, and before a system cycles, you kind of, the system has to drop down first, and then it topples over and moves to a new phase. So this is what we're in. So right now we have a lot of problems with psychopaths, exactly because we are cycling to a new phase. In a sense, we discover the fundamental deep flaws in our systems, and that's when we move and go to something else. Okay, so first thing, if you want to fight psychopaths, you empathize with everybody, you reach out and try to help everybody. And the other thing is, psychopaths always try to snip communication channels because they know this. Every psychopath knows that he's up against 99 normal people who in principle can gang up and use their empathy to turn on him or her. And they know that very well. This is why so much effort goes into isolating victims. So the most important thing when you're up against psychopaths is to talk to everybody, to network, and to tell everybody what the problem is. Even if not in the first round, everybody's willing to fight a psychopath full on. There are these latent effects where people recognize, oh, there's a problem with this person, and they too will start to back off. So psychopaths will also start losing actual support and has to work to actually maintain that support. And that effect should not be underestimated, really. So this is it. So empathy, you network with everybody, you speak to everybody. Then the other thing is, and this is what this video is actually truly about, the most powerful thing in psychopaths is actually, well, it says it in the word, it's their methods and means of power. And sometimes they have de facto power if they are in a powerful position and they can, they've got statutory rights to, make orders and so on. They will use that power as well. But psychopaths work a lot with soft power. And sometimes they just irradiate or, radiate off power without actually having any. And that's their vulnerability. How do psychopaths do that? Well, it's because they instinctively seek out power, and therefore they instinctively pick up the props of power. Power displays. They will have a lot of power displays. They'll have a very imposing car, black tinted windows, black cars, big cars, you name it, right? It has to convey power and be impressive. They are also, and this is something I got from a psychiatrist who worked with psychopaths quite a bit, and he also learned that from senior psychiatrists who work with psychopaths, and they told him that a telltale feature of psychopaths is their like of wearing suits. Well, not every, if you've got a gang leader, he might be in casual wear if he's not in the, suits and ties sort of business. But otherwise, in terms of white-collar workers or this sort of stuff, right, they will like to wear suits because suits are power. They are the uniform of power. And then they'll try to wear suits that radiate even more power. So very like stern ties, black suits, and so on. So any sort of, or very expensive suits. So anything that spells power, they will adopt. So liking to wear suits and putting a lot of care into this sort of dominance display, which is what it actually is a telltale sign for clinical psychopaths. So they like to, what they actually do is that they command respect. Okay, and you have to recognize that this is what it is. They try to command respect. So if you're fighting psychopaths, you have to disrespect. You have to actively disrespect. Okay, that's the key. You must not respect them because that's how they get the extra soft power. You have to essentially carve them down to the nominal power they have and not more. You must take away all the soft power. And therefore you must take away from them the respect that they try to get for free. That's not, they haven't earned it. So disrespect is the absolute key in fighting psychopaths. And then another thing is that I think there are exceptions, but overall the really severe psychopaths who've got an absolute obsession with power, also because they're so compulsive and obsessive, also utterly lack humor, because they take themselves so bloody seriously. Right? If you're just obsessed about power, image, then you're not really self-deprecating, are you? That is like kryptonite to your power. So humor and disrespect is essentially like kryptonite to these people. Okay? So today I would like to make a video and practice how to have utter disrespect. And this is very important. Essentially, disrespect and humor are survival tools. And not just survival tools, they are weapons. They are weapons against psychopaths, and you absolutely have to use them at every turn. In a sense, as soon as you catch a whiff of psychopathology, you have to get out the humor and disrespect cannons and shoot that to pieces. Okay? And this is how you win in this war. So, now, what I would like to do is I would like to bring up a couple of examples of actual, real-life psychopathic events and totally, utterly ridicule them. And I would like to use also insulting language as well. So what they are trying to do is be very formal language, suits, power, commanding respect, and all that sort of stuff. If you want to deprogram, you have to go literally the opposite, the complete extreme opposite. So I would like to be as disrespectful and as insulting and absolutely, you know, humiliating to them as I possibly can be as an exercise. And this has to become a mindset. Ideally, it becomes a mindset in the entire population. But, you know, if you're fighting psychopaths, you essentially have to, you know, be twice as disrespectful as everybody else around you, because you're the lead fighter, right? You're the lead combatant in this battle. So you have to learn disrespect, you have to learn humor, and you have to also adopt a language, and you can switch. You can be very formal and very informal and insulting. And it's okay. In this battle, it's okay. It's essentially they are using dirty tactics, so you can use dirty tactics. No one says you have to stick to the Oxford English Dictionary, right? But you have to make it funny. Because if it sounds like you're actually upset, that triggers arousal in them. So if you actually disrespect them, you have to mock them into the ground. And if you use language, it has to be to really convey how utterly worthless this all is, okay? So in this video, I will use, you know, the most humiliating and insulting language I possibly can. And I should warn you also, because I am essentially from Generation Y, as in, why the fuck should we give these wankers any sort of respect? So swearing to me comes quite naturally. Also, I'm of Hungarian heritage, and Transylvania, where I come from, people actually swear quite a lot. You know, it's part of the language. We use it like punctuation. We essentially use it to express how passionately we feel about a topic. If you're really passionate about something and you don't swear, it's like you're not taking it seriously, you know? It's like, so this is where I'm coming from. So if I'm very, if I'm using 4-letter words, it's, you know, not because I can't do any better. It's because I'm expressing just how little respect I have for this topic and just how passionately I feel about that. And I also realized that actually in the UK by now, swearing, and certainly people my generation, has become fashionable. So it's not really a problem. However, as I understand, in the US, you're still very conservative in this topic. I mean, in a sense, you have, you know, guns, and 16-year-olds can run around with guns, but they can't really, you know, drink. And so anything to do with sex is like, you know, or swearing is like, oh my God, but running around with an Uzi is like, hey, yeah, happens. So we kind of have these cultural differences. And in email correspondence with Americans beforehand, I had to, you know, they did take offense at my language. And I just used normal British English that people my generation would use. And they thought it was offensive. And what I did to explain to them that, you know, there might be cultural difference is to point them to a video, and it's the first link below, which was essentially 4 British comedians, taking the piss, if you allow me, you know, the phrasing, taking the piss out of the fact that the young generation talks like that. And it's so common now in Britain that on Red Nose Day, one of the charity events, these comedians got together and they made an actual sketch of Second World War RAF pilots talking like people would talk these days on the streets of London if they're my age or younger. And it's hilarious. So in Britain, this is okay now. If you're in America, then you might find it disconcerting. Then again, if you're watching this video, it's about people being, you know, mutilated and tortured to death by the intelligence agency. So swearing is not really the most horrific thing you might hear in these sorts of videos. So this is to explain. So now let's launch into the exercises, and I want to tackle actual real life situations and show you, highlight essentially the subtle psychopathology there, and then utterly demolish it by essentially just disrespecting it totally. The first example I would like to bring up is essentially the situation when it was Edward Snowden's leaks, the Snowden files that had been passed to the Guardian newspaper. And then essentially all the spying agencies wanted it back. So, you know, the CIA, you know, was really up in arms. And, you know, and then eventually these GCHQ people turned up at the Guardian office and essentially demanded that data back. And then demanded the data. And then what the journalists did is essentially destroy the hard drives because they were bullied into it. And the entire episode is very, very strange. I mean, I must say, I mean, okay, open brackets, to me it's so much bullcrap. It's essentially staged, right? It was like a gimmicky little thing. If it's reported in the Guardian, I mean, come on, right? Everybody knows. It's like all the major newspapers are essentially the MI5 newsletter, right? So okay, so you put in a big spectacle about, yeah, these hard drives and how your journalists destroyed the hard drives and make it like, whoa, show. Okay, all right, so that is a caveat, right? I mean, I don't trust anything I read in the mainstream papers by now because they refuse to report about their own citizens being mutilated and maimed by the intelligence agencies over a number of years for no good reason. So, I mean, how much truthful content could there be? You know, fuck them. Anyway, right? This is already the caveat. This is already totally disrespecting the bloody Guardian. But anyway, taking that aside, let's now take this article on face value if it was actually real, this article, which we can't check and we can't trust them anymore. But let's just say, right? Let's assume that what these journalists have reported actually did happen the way they did, and let's just walk through that. Is there anything strange in the report? I have linked, there are 2 Guardian articles I shall refer to, and I linked them in the order that I'm referring them to. Both of them from the Guardian, given that it was the Guardian that was raided, we can take, their word first about what actually happened. In the first article, this entire episode is described as follows. 2 GCHQ technical experts, Ian and Chris, recorded the process on their iPhones. Afterwards, they headed back to GCHQ's donut-shaped HQ in Cheltenham, carrying presents for family members, bought on their rare visit to the capital. Okay. It was purely a symbolic act, Johnson said. We knew that. GCHQ knew that, and the government knew that. He added, it was the most surreal event I have witnessed in British journalism. Okay, so this is now, this symbolic act of destroying the hard drives, and these 2 GCHQ technical experts, Ian and Chris, are there, right? Okay, right. So Ian and Chris are standing around, and in another article by the Guardian, which actually precedes this. The first article I quote was from the 31st of January 2014, if I am right. Yes, and it was written by Luke Harding. I actually met the guy. I've got another thing to say about that. But anyway, the other article from 2013, 19th August 2013, describes the scene now as follows. It starts, the paragraph starts. The man was unmoved. I think this is one of the GCHQ technical experts. And so one of the most bizarre moments in the Guardian's long history occurred, with 2 GCHQ security experts overseeing the destruction of hard drives in the Guardian's basement, just to make sure there was nothing in the mangled bits of metal which could possibly be of any interest to passing Chinese agents. Like you have, Chinese agents just parading through the Guardian offices, like, through Victoria's, station. But anyway, and then, we can call off the black helicopters, joked one, as we swept up the remains of a MacBook Pro. Whitehall was satisfied, but it felt like a peculiarly pointless piece of symbolism that understood nothing about the digital age. Okay, on and on it goes. So now let's just think this through, this scene. So we have these Snowden files dumped off at the Guardian journalists' place or in their accounts, and then 2 guys turn up from GCHQ, 2 technical experts, right? And then they are there, they are standing, watching how the journalists are demolishing the computers, and they are there to supervise that these computers have indeed been destroyed. Okay, and then as these guys named Ian and Chris are standing there, one of them remarks, we can call off the black helicopters. Hey? Black helicopters? Let's just think about that for a moment. We have essentially journalists destroying the hard drives, which is kind of like freakish, because I have read several accounts of this, and some accounts made it sound like more like a Gestapo event than this one, where essentially these people just stormed the Guardian office. But then again, the Guardian writes for MI5 anyway, so couldn't have been that traumatic. But still, given that this was quoted in the newspaper, let's just assume that this quote actually happened. We can call off the black helicopters. Is that a bit psychopathic, like a power game? Is that frilly? You know how in my previous video I talked about anything that's frilly and it's not actually part of normal policing, normal national security, is bound to be psychopathic nonsense. We can call off the black helicopters. Like, what does it imply? Does it imply like violence? What's going to happen? You literally have British agents murdering British journalists with helicopters, black helicopters being probably military helicopters. If something doesn't go to plan, would that somehow be actually murder? Would that be like illegal? Would that be like a crime, hey, even in Britain? So, what exactly is that, Ian and Chris? Hey, think it through, what it actually implies if that sentence was ever uttered by these jokers. The black helicopters, ooh, right? What now? GCHQs have got black helicopters. I thought MI5 have that shit, but the computer geeks also have like black helicopters, or what? Hey, the whole thing doesn't make any sense. But it certainly is not normal, right? It's not normal national security, right? Why would you ever say that? Doesn't it sound like some people like having a bit of a power game? Hey, because my first reaction would be literally just standing there and go like, hey guys, take it easy, or you end up sore. I mean, what sort of nut job comment is it? But this is exactly what it is, right? It is psychopathic. It's a power game. You essentially have these two blokes, Ian and Chris, if they ever, if the situation ever occurred as it was described, standing in the Guardian offices and having a bit of a power wank, right? Because they kind of feel like great about themselves working for, hey, fucking GCHQ. I mean, do you see? So this is essentially what you have to do. You have to break it down. You have to think, isn't that just utterly wank? And I will use this word because this is essentially what it is. It is what a professor I know at Oxford calls essentially filleting their own egos. And I find this term extremely apt. This is essentially it. It is people having a bit of a psychopathic wank, right, about this. And this is essentially, this is what I'm going to categorize it in. Is it normal? And normal behavior it certainly isn't. It's not normal national security to threaten your own journalists with black helicopters, right? I mean, I don't think that people are taken out by black helicopters in the UK yet. That might have changed, but, And then, you have these two guys, Ian and Chris, who essentially must be either weaponized morons or proper psychos just standing there, like a bunch of idiots. And then thinking, by being two lowly technical experts from GCHQ, they can somehow place themselves above the journalists at The Guardian and make this sort of comment. So the sort of like elevating yourself, aggrandizement and power play, for me, is essentially a psycho wank, right? And I use this term to be as offensive as I possibly can be, and also as accurate as I possibly can be, because this is what it is. Okay, so that's the first example. And then there are beautiful examples everywhere. I mean, I made this joke before, but I'll make it again because I think it's hilarious. But, I went to, when I started being physically mutilated with microwave weapons in January 2016, I researched it online, what's going on, and I heard about the court case or tribunal hearing of Philip Kerr, the case of Philip Kerr versus MI5. And I traveled to London, I watched and I observed the hearing, and afterwards I talked to Philip Kerr. So Philip showed me extensive actual evidence on his mobile phone, including videos and photographs. His partner confirmed it, sitting next to him, and I am 100% convinced that what Philip says is the truth. It's also on his website. If you search online for Philip Kerr versus MI5, you will get through to Philip Kerr's website. I think it's still up, where he states publicly that MI5 have been harassing him with birds being trained to tap at his window. They used little finches to just fly to his window and keep knocking at his window. It's a very unusual behavior for a bird to fly up to a pane of glass and keep knocking it with its beak, right? And that kept happening over and over. And his partner confirmed it. And then what also happened is that these idiots from MI5 started training ravens, right? Really big black ravens. And these ravens would fly up to the pane of glass at the bedroom or in the hallway and knock at it in the middle of the night. And it would be just scary like hell because these big birds have massive beaks, right? And then essentially they're also black, so you might see a silhouette if you look through the window and you think, oh my god, that's a guy trying to smash the window in, and so on and so on. So it essentially was an entire like psycho wank created to be as terrifying, like, ooh, scare you. That's what psychopaths like to do. They like to have you scared and stressed and so on. And really what you have to do is like turn on the lights and go like, really? Like, is that the best you can do? You have literally, like, let's just think about this. I find this utterly freaking hilarious because in my case, when I lived in Munich zone, literally like a kilometer and a bit away from the Bundesnachrichtendienst, like the German intelligence, these morons trained dogs. So they were harassing me with dogs for some phase. They have these like phases and they have to try something else before they get bored. So it was the doggy phase, as I call it. And, all these dogs started stopping next to me, sitting down next to me, until eventually one dog was trained to lick me between the legs, right? I mean, yay! This is the sort of, mind-fucked bullshit that I can confirm and say under oath that the BND actually does. How fucking degenerate can you be? But anyway, this is what it is. So I certainly understood what Philip Kerr was talking about. In his case, it wasn't dogs, it was finches and ravens. But hey, animal trainers can train anything. And then I just thought about that and just like, let's just lean back, right? And let's have a think what MI5 actually did there. And by the way, if I remember correctly, they used these ravens on his home in Wales and they used it on his home in Thailand. Now, Philip Kerr was making the point, or his partner said, actually these birds were not indigenous to Thailand, the birds that kept knocking on the door. So you think, ravens, big black birds, where might MI5 pick them up? Like, don't they train ravens in the Tower of London or something like that? I could have sworn they trained them there. So it's not really hard to figure out where the F MI5 might pick up a bunch of trained ravens. But now let's think about it. You have these dudes from MI5 taking the caged birds, putting them on a flight to Thailand, then taking the birds out and then training them like painstakingly to knock at Philip Kerr's window at night. And when this happened a couple of times, in the end Philip started to investigate, and he looked at his window from the outside, and he discovered that there were hundreds of claw marks and hundreds of beak marks on the window pane. Even though he only had this done like 2 or 3 times at night, there were hundreds of beak marks. And of course you understand immediately why that is. It's because the animal trainers had to train the birds over and over to be able to pull it off once or twice when Philip Kerr was in bed late at night, to scare him. So let's just think it through and just actually realize how fucking ridiculous it is. You have these dickheads from MI5 flying ravens to fucking Thailand and then training them painstakingly to pull the shit off. Really? Really? And also, it's really good, I found, when you're up against this essentially bullshit from these people, to just take a step back and imagine how on earth these things can, actually be, pulled off in real life. Imagine, these guys from MI5, they must have some sort of like project review sessions or something, right? They've been harassing Philip Kerr for like over 13 years. How fucked in the head is that? But anyway, right, okay, we understand they all just want to have an easy job, and if they do something, they're on a project, they want to continue on that project, and hey, they make friends, and being in Thailand is really nice, right? So I understand why those agents would want to continue doing bullshit for years, right? But let's just think, what about their bosses? What do their bosses think? And is there, within MI5, ever any sort of project assessment, like in normal companies, like at some point the boss actually asks, so hey guys, hey, how's it going? Or something like that. And let's just think, how would this accounting for the birds actually fly in detail, Let's just think it through. Imagine, literally, this is an office in MI5, how does that go down, Do you have like, someone comes in, sits down and says, oh, hi Andy, yes, so I am, reading the Kerr case that you've been on for quite some time, and I'm just going through the accounts, Andy. I see that you have asked for quite a lot of equipment over the last couple of weeks. I can see that you had the animal trainers and the ravens, and then also the hang on a second. No. Oh yes, I can see here your request for trained raccoons has been turned down by American colleagues. Thank fuck, one might add. But yeah, Andy, so what exactly do you have to show for it? Does that ever fucking happen with an MI5? Ever? Like, is there any sort of like, okay guys, but do they have project objectives or something like that, or any sort of measurable things, or are they like so before any sort of company innovation or effectiveness drive, efficiency drive, that they just go on doing bullshit? But this is real, people. You have to understand this shit actually happens, and then you have to think through, hang on, how utterly fucked in the head must an organization be to pull that shit off? And not just for 1 year or for half a decade, but for a decade, and then after a decade to continue doing bullshit. Right? Because the ravens didn't turn up like the first week Philip Kerr started being harassed. So what the fuck's actually going on within MI5, hey? And also in the BND, by the way, before anyone thinks I've got a particular issue with British intelligence, oh god no, I've got an issue with all of them. And I can confirm for sure that the BND is just as fucked in the head as they are. But just think it through. Think it always through. How exactly did they pull it off? And what does that imply about the sheer staggering list of morons, weaponized morons, who must have been, concatenated and lined up for that to be actually pulled off? I think that's quite telling. But anyway, what it ultimately comes down to is also a very important lesson, because what these idiots within the intelligence agencies are doing, we see over and over in other companies as well. And that's essentially certain processes running out of control. And you have sometimes dozens or maybe even hundreds of people working on something, and no one actually just questions it. When they're doing this to Philip Kerr, and they're training the ravens, like literally, I don't know, when he's asleep or when he's away, and they are hiding in the bushes, with the whistles to train the birds and call them back and so on. Do none of these guys suddenly have like an epiphany and go, guys, I just thought of something. What the fuck are we actually doing here? Right? Does it ever happen? Do they ever have these WTF moments within, Ceausescu Towers, that they sit at the desk and they're like, what the fuck are we actually doing here? And it's very, very important. In fact, you should always ask yourself this question also if you're working within a company. WTF, what the hell are we doing here? You have to question everything that you do, and you have to take responsibility of, what you're doing. I'm talking to you agents now. So anyway, but another exercise in utter disrespect, and which actually tells one quite a lot, is have a look, for example, because one of the things that you probably know by now is if I put up a video, a lot of the comments that are posted below are actually from agents or from bots. And these agents and bots, there are methods to pick them up, and I know I sometimes quite clearly which the bots are. But anyway, I mean, I hope that there's still some normal people posting. So this is not about actually, humiliating the normal people who post normal comments. No. I'm talking about particularly egregious comments. So, for example, there's a way to pick up if you're, and I've posted, for example, on my Twitter page, I've posted instances which I call Spot the Bot. And I literally just took screenshots from my YouTube Creator Studio where the comments are listed chronologically. And what I can see is that sometimes, literally 10 times, the same comment is posted across, 10 different videos of mine, identical comments, and all this will be done within, with a very short time frame, like machine speed, So a normal human being to browse to all these different videos would have to have some minutes doing this. And these things are done by bots, quite clearly, right? Because they just go post like a machine, right? Within 1 minute, they post across 10 videos. Well, this is impossible for someone using a keyboard at human speed. So I can pick up these bots. And what is staggering, I mean, aside from the fact that, we can pick them up, what is quite telling is the fact that these bots exist and that GCHQ and the NSA and all the other digital spy agencies actually put effort into programming these fucking things. I mean, what the hell does that tell us, right? And just look at the comments. There's many wonderful ways that one can really take these bots apart and utterly ridicule the content. But I have to say I have not found one bot posting where I thought, oh my god, that really takes the world further, or this is really insightful comments, or even if it was meant to be a takedown operation, this is a particularly good one. It's all a bit shit, really, I have to say. And then let's just think, because I have definite evidence of these bots posting on my site, right? Given the sensitivity of the topic, and given that these bots would also post about V2K, I don't think these are just commercial troll bots or something. No, these are paid for by the intelligence agencies to discredit people and put out false information. Okay, so it's a given. It's a given that they are somehow linked to GCHQ and the NSA and all these, people. Okay, but then let's just think, how does that actually work in practice when GCHQ, for example, and again, I don't know the name of, the BND has a special digital agency. I would mock them too if I knew the name. So, forgive me that I pick on GCHQ in particular here. But most of the bots write in English, so I'll just, say, for the sake of being consistent, that they're all GCHQ bots. How exactly does it work at GCHQ when you're commissioned these things to be done? Do suddenly, like, two guys come into the office and they say, hi John, so we've got, this is, Kyle Smith here, and, me, we've got a job for you. We would like you to essentially program us some bots, and if you can have them AI enabled, that's, further better. But we want you to essentially write these sophisticated bots, picking out people who are victims of our abuses, and we want you to try to discredit them and post essentially nonsense on their sites as frequently as you can, and keep posting it and keep renaming the bots and so on. Can you do that, John? And this guy would be like, little kid at GCHQ has to pay his student debt. He'll be like, yes sir, no, that can be done. And they're like, oh great John. I guess we've got only one more request. I mean, we know you're pretty good. I mean, you're top first from Cambridge and all that. So, I mean, we trust that you can do a really amazing job. But Colonel Smithy has a special request. Can you, when you make these bots post messages, could you possibly make them sound like a total dickhead? And little John would be like, yeah, sure, sir, that can be done. Right? I mean, if you put that much effort into it, why does it have to be so shit? Right? What does that actually tell us about the entire system? If you look at these bots, they are certainly not normal. It is also not normal to think, oh, they are abuse victims, trying to get help, trying to network with others, trying to stop essentially real-life criminality and real-life crimes against humanity. And then we at GCHQ and the NSA, we're going to program bots to spam them with bullshit. Normal national security, it certainly is not. So what does that leave us with? Are the people who are writing these bots essentially weaponized morons? Or do we essentially have somewhere high up some psychopaths just essentially getting off on trying to, denigrate every attempt of genuine victims trying to get help? Right? How on earth can this be? And so every single time I encourage you, in fact I'm probably going to make an entire video about data analysis on just the shit that I get, that's posted below my videos by the intelligence agencies themselves. I think it's very, very valuable. But just think it through, right? How on earth can this be in a society? And what does that tell us about the utter idiocy of the people who run these organizations? I mean, when you've actually seen that with your own eyes, there is no way to be intimidated by these idiots. It is essentially impossible. They can threaten you with the black helicopters as much as they like. But when you know what sort of crap they actually produce, it's hilarious. So that's essentially it. They've got a totally psychopathic system, yet it is utterly shit at its core. And then also what I think really helps a lot is to actually think about the big picture. Think about the big picture. What do we have? We have essentially the intelligence agencies everywhere in Europe running amok, using military weapons, microwave weapons, brain interference, remote neural monitoring, satellites, powerful emitters that are somehow placed in cars. And what do they do with all this military tech? They go around and they shoot women in the vagina. Wow. Go MI5, go. That's so amazing. And that's what we have. And it's not just myself who's been essentially shot into, primary, secondary sex organs, right? Every single female victim I've come across has reported exactly the same. This is a program where essentially you have a bunch of weaponized morons, because normal at most, most certainly it is not. You've got a bunch of weaponized morons at MI5 being run by a bunch of psychos having a wank. Right? That's what it is. And now let's think about the big picture, because in everything that I post, in everything that they actually even do within the UK, we've got other intelligence agencies monitoring everything that they do, because, the first task of a foreign intelligence agency is to monitor the other intelligence agency, not even to monitor the country, but to monitor the other intelligence agency first. So if anything, we have spy agencies watching other spy agencies first before they even watch us, right? It's like these giants just going rah above your head, and you're like, what the F is this? So we have everything that's being done, and every video that I post is going to be monitored by Chinese intelligence and the KGB. Now, when you have the KGB watching this, they must be utterly wetting themselves laughing. Let's just think it through. What would KGB agents think when they actually realize that this is now public? You have essentially an Oxford graduate begging a Cambridge graduate to finally stop the psychopathic wanking mutilation of her. Right? This is what it is. Andrew Parker is a graduate of Cambridge. If you hadn't guessed, someone quite so, out there. So how exactly, what must the KGB agents think? And the way I imagine it, if I was literally there in a foreign country monitoring this, I'd literally be like, going like, what? Alexei, come here. You've got to see it. No, seriously, you've got to see this. You've got to see it. Slava, come here. Oh, come on, forget Chechnya. You've got to see this. Hey, look at this, right? Here. She went to Oxford, right? She worked really hard, and you know what these guys are doing? Like, they're literally shooting her to pieces. Like, she's been on YouTube for almost half a year now, right? She's complaining about this. It's hilarious. Well, I don't know. I guess that would be Parker and younger, right? I don't know. But they've been doing that for a long time, right? You didn't. Yeah, I'm sure. You trained with them, right? Didn't you train with John Scarlett sometime before? Right, yeah, no, they're still at it, right? They're shooting their own scientists to pieces. It's hilarious. It's all on YouTube. Right? This is what I would be like if I were watching this, right? Fucking ridiculous, isn't it? So, essentially, you have to show these psychopaths just total and utter disrespect, and you have to make it absolutely clear that what they're doing is just daft beyond belief. Right? And actually one guy who does that amazingly well, and I absolutely love him for that, and that's essentially Russell Brand. And today I've been banging on quite a lot about GCHQ and British intelligence, and I've been bashing them, so now I would like to turn to bash German intelligence, just so they're all equal. So German intelligence is essentially was refounded, I think 9 years after they shut down the fucking Gestapo, right? So they refounded, they need another Gestapo, but anyway, so we've got the BND being Gestapo 2.0, and yeah, I mean, they really are, based on what they've done to me. But anyway, and essentially they tie in with all the old, SS and Gestapo. SS was the Staatssicherheit, I think, so state security, and Gestapo was the Geheime Staatspolizei, like the secret state police, and so on. These are the acronyms. So anyway, you've got this like intelligence conglomerate, and then Russell Brand does a really amazing routine because and I'll link it below because it's absolutely priceless. And he essentially the uniforms of the in the Second World War of the SS and I think the Gestapo or whatever, they were essentially made by Hugo Boss. Did you know? And Russell Brand, the UK comedian, was invited for a Hugo Boss, and I think whatever event, and it was co-sponsored with somebody else, and he had to speak, and instead of giving a speech, he did exactly what I'm trying to get across to you. He essentially used humor and total disrespect to utterly take the piss out of the entire event and really rip into Hugo Boss for essentially making the uniform of the SS. It's absolutely priceless, because as soon as he started, the entire room that was before just all in awe, That's what psychopaths love. It's like, everybody has to be in awe, and it's about suits and, And Russell Brand took it absolutely to pieces. It's hilarious, but this is essentially the sort of thing that you have to aim for, And anyway, have a look. The link is below. I really encourage you. It's one of my favorite things by Russell Brand. Anyway, so this is essentially it. This is how you fight them. And there are many other tips, but this is, I think, the most important one, right? You have to absolutely make sure that you don't give these people any sort of respect, and that you use tons of humor to really, annihilate these people. And, it is actually quite serious, because we do have these people running amok. We do have them essentially mutilating women. They picked on, as far as I can tell, on vulnerable women, isolated women. In the UK, certainly, but also in Germany, in the UK, they picked ethnic minorities, so a lot of black ladies. In Germany, also foreigners, like myself. So essentially, we have these Nazis running around like the Gestapo, doing exactly the same things that the Gestapo did, which is essentially turn on the vulnerable. And I also heard reports of, single mothers who have autistic children, and then the autistic children are harassed, and these mothers are harassed. So we are talking very horrific, psychopathic crimes that are totally unnecessary, and essentially arise because Alex Younger, head of head of MI6, and Andrew Parker, head of MI5, and Dr. Bruno Karl, head of the BND, and whoever the head of the Swiss NDB is, because these men essentially can't get their shit together. We have these degenerate psychopaths running amok in the country, and these proud men can't get their fucking act together and can't make these people stop. So the situation is extremely serious. I do not want to detract from that in any way. I am also an abuse victim. I have been abused last night. I have been abused today. You can see the injuries in my face. But just because the situation is really serious doesn't mean we have to give these fuckers any sort of respect, what the hellsoever. If anything, we give the victims all the respect in the world for putting through this. But we do not give these people any respect. With what has now been uncovered about these crimes, about the voice to skull, the remote mutilation of people with electromagnetic weapons, the enslavement and mutilation and harm to their brain and their mind, is a crime against humanity. These are the biggest war crimes we had since the Second World War, and since the atrocities in the other wars recently. But it's essentially the biggest crime against humanity in peace times, right? That we saw for a very, very long time. So the situation is extremely serious, and I want you to understand that. But for all the victims, I say that you deserve all the respect, but they don't. They don't. And if we pay the intelligence agencies even a shred of respect ever again, we haven't understood what these people have done. So this is what this is about, right? Anyway, I don't really want to finish on quite so heavy a note. So on the upside, because there's a bright side on this, the upside of all this debacle and essentially the intelligence agencies having just exploded. You know, MI5 has now doubled its budget after 2003 and tripled its headcount, which is, you know, truly disastrous, and they're essentially running 2 black agencies. So it is pretty horrific. But there's an upside. If you're, for example, a young man in your late teens or in your 20s in the UK, and you're wondering, you're a bit insecure, and you think, oh my God, am I a total loser? Or, you know, I tell you, you only have to ask yourself one question. Ask yourself, are you on the payroll of MI5? Because if the answer is no, you have nothing to worry about. You're totally awesome, and you shouldn't worry one bit, because I assure you, MI5 have by now hired every last wanker in the land. Thank you for listening, and goodbye. Hello, I'm Dr. Katherina Horton. Previously, I made a video about fighting psychopaths, and now I would like to step up the game and talk about fighting psychopathic systems. The difference is that if you're fighting a psychopath, you're literally just dealing with one of them. When you're fighting a psychopathic system, you're dealing with a system that is in deep capture, and you don't just have one psychopath, you have many at the top, 3, maybe more. And not just that, you have networked psychopaths within the system, and depending on what system you're dealing with, they might be networked externally as well. So when we're talking about the intelligence agencies, they have informants, infiltrators everywhere in society, in the judiciary, in police stations. So when the intelligence agencies end up in deep capture by clinical psychopaths, you are dealing with a networked set of many, many psychopaths. So in a sense, you're not just dealing with one Harold Shipman or one Hannibal Lecter, you're dealing with an entire gang of them. And if that weren't bad enough, they also network with other Hannibal Lecters or Harold Shipmans, you know, Jack the Rippers, around the country working together. So it is a bit scary. It's probably the most, it's the hardest thing a democracy actually can grapple with, you know, short of war. In a sense, this is even more dangerous than war, because the enemy is on the inside. It has already infiltrated all the systems. So that's what we are dealing with, unfortunately, given the high number of women and children who seem to be mutilated, murdered, and and have all this fancy tech somehow pumped into them and being mutilated with it afterwards. So finding out how to fight psychopathic systems is really, really important. And just like in the last video, I would like to talk about it in general terms and use specific examples to actually come and come to conclusion. Now, it is, in the previous video I explained what defines clinical psychopaths. It's essentially their total lack of empathy on one hand, and on the other hand it's also the way they try to control communication. They try to isolate victims, and then they try to have a close grip on these victims. And I also discussed in previous videos about where psychopaths accumulate in old systems and pyramidal, very hierarchical systems. They naturally drift to the top. And I also explained how, for example, the army, because it's so old and it's so hierarchical, by now for sure it is in deep capture by clinical psychopaths, which is not really surprising, because if you want to run a war and have someone decide to go and murder thousands, if not millions of people somewhere else, they have to be a total psychopath to actually do that. So it goes without saying that we have clinical psychopaths at the heads of the army. Then the second question is, okay, well, if that's the case, and I've already discussed how military parades and the weird goose stepping or other weirdness, and how military uniform, if it's really ridiculous and is humiliating the soldiers, how that's already a telltale sign of clinical psychopaths. But then if you see, this is more static, it's kind of like it's inscribed in the system, if you like, that they are there into its history. But are there any signs of psychopathic behavior live? And now, not about the actual soldiers. So previously I already showed detailed video footage where I think one can safely say that the soldiers who were taking the actions were for sure clinical psychopaths. But are there any indications of psychopathic behavior in the leadership? Now, the one example I would like to bring up, which is actually just so very typical and also shows how to fight psychopathic systems, is essentially exactly the example of the US Army. I think the same, by the way, the same applies. Most of these examples that I pick out, if they happen to come from a particular country, it's not because I think that particular country is, in deep capture. I think all countries around the world are in deep capture by now by clinical psychopaths. So there will not be a difference. If you are in, South Africa or somewhere in Asia, and don't feel left out, because everything I say here will apply to you. Conversely, if you're in the US and you feel like I'm picking on the US, don't be offended. It's because most of the YouTube videos I can find as examples and most of the news articles come from the US. But I will also try to do my absolute best to pick on the UK and Germany as well, and if I can also on Switzerland, in equal measure. So I'll try to do that. When I don't manage, don't take it personally. I'm not against one particular type of army. I'm not particularly against one particular type of nationality. And I don't think one is, predisposed to deep capture by clinical psychopaths any more than others. I think they're all equally bad. So, but the US Army, I'll pick now, because there was a news report that essentially the generals in the US Army And not just the army, I think just in general in the military. So, take the Air Force, the Navy, whatever you want to pick, everywhere, the admirals and generals started complaining that their soldiers, the personnel, was on social media, and that was really bad for morale. Now, staying in touch with loved ones is usually good for morale. So what was the problem of these people? Well, it goes to the very heart of what clinical psychopaths do, which is snip communication channels. So when you have soldiers with mobile phones being constantly in touch with what's happening back home, and now I don't just particularly mean the US Army, even though they were heavily involved in the recent wars, but so were other countries as well, right? So were other countries as well. When you have these soldiers communicating and their family telling them maybe how the situation really is, and maybe that there are now signs that the war was not quite so justified as it first seemed, or as they first were told, then what you have is actually the free flow of information, and suddenly you cannot use these soldiers like a psychopath would actually use them, which essentially is cannon fodder. So to a psychopath, no individual human being has got any particular right to life. To psychopaths, we're all like objects. So, and this, if the leadership of the military, which by now, as I'm sure all can agree, must be at least partially severely psychopathic, well, they will use that exactly the same sort of thinking on their soldiers. But you can't have these soldiers suddenly network and communicate, because it breaks up the psychopath's power. Of course, if this weren't in deep capture, if these systems weren't in deep capture, then actually any information, true information that gets passed to the bottom that can be used to correct the situation would be a good thing. But when you've got deep capture by clinical psychopaths, then communication is a really bad thing for them, not for anybody else. So as soon as you have sabotage of communication channels, you immediately can conclude that somewhere at the top, there is a clinical psychopath. And depending on where the interruption of the communication channels comes from, that's where the psychopath is. So it's very, very easy to find them, actually, right? You just have to follow the chain of command and say who gave the order. Who is complaining about this? So in reverse, when you have literally these generals going into the, into the mainstream press and complaining about social media use amongst their soldiers, they just outed themselves as little psychos. They're just too stupid to understand. But that's what it is. Because in no other system is communication a bad thing. In fact, open communication makes systems resilient against deep capture. It makes them resilient against bullshit. Yeah, sure, you will always have bullshit news being spread, but that can be cycled out. If it's really bad, it can be corrected. But when you've got compartmentalization and you truncate communication and information flow, that's when the shit gets really big. That's when you have massive problems which then cannot repair themselves. And this is also why we're in the situation we're in now, because essentially the intelligence agencies have not just compartmentalization internally, they have total sealing towards the other, sealing off towards the outside world through the Official Secrets Act, for example, in the UK, and equivalent legislation around the world. And therefore, you do not have free information flow. The people who see malpractice inside can't communicate it to the outside to then get help. And similarly, the outside can't see what sort of shit's going on the inside, so they can't correct it. So it gets captured by the clinical psychopaths eventually, which is a statistical process, and it's just a question of time. And then you have a really big fat problem, because the clinical psychopaths at the top will start to maim people and murder them. And that's precisely what we're seeing now with MI5, with the BND, with the CIA, and the NDB, and everywhere around the world. They're literally maiming and mutilating people and torturing them to death. And sometimes they're just killing them, like, straight away. And that's kind of like a really bad thing, but it's not surprising. So, when you have this, the US generals essentially told us how to fight psychopathic systems. They just didn't understand that this is what they were doing. Because when they went public and they said it's a really bad thing that all our soldiers are all the time on Facebook and on Twitter and watch YouTube videos and all that, you're the head of the US Army, or any army for that matter. Statistically speaking, you are very likely clinical psychopaths, and you're complaining. Well, I think this is what we all should be doing. If you're any sort of military personnel, not just US, but German, Swiss, UK, South African, Chinese and Russian, please get on Twitter, get on Facebook, be on YouTube, spend a significant amount of time exchanging information and informing yourself to really, cut the water from these complete psychopaths. So, they already told us how to fight them, we just have to listen carefully. So communication channels is also how you fight psychopathic systems. You have to open the floodgates to communication, have an open flow of information, left, right and center, up and down, and let the system repair itself. It will. So that's number one, how to fight these, these psychopathic systems. Then another one, I think, is exposing them, Have literally not just any sort of communication, have targeted exposure. When something is really, really bad, make it public. Make it public, all the time. Expose it. Just put it out there. Of course they're going to get upset, but it's already out there. So let's spread it. End of story. And here, I would like to start this exposing. Essentially, that's what I'm doing here. Everything that they do to me, I will just expose it online, and it's out there. And I know that thousands of victims are suffering from the same thing. So exposing is a really good one. Now, I can also give you definite examples, because one way they terrorize people, with they, I always mean the intelligence agencies. So, and by the way, if you haven't watched the video and you're surprised why my behavior, my tone of voice, and my language might be quite colloquial, it's because one of the ways how you also fight psychopathic systems is just like how you fight psychopaths, which is with total disrespect. Okay, so I will be in this video, I will show utter and total disrespect towards these systems, and I will make it clear just how little respect I have to underline this. And I'm sorry if it annoys you, and I'm sorry if you're sensitive about bad language, but right now it's really required that I do this. So, exposing bullshit in the intelligence agencies. Well, one of the things that they terrify people with, and it ties in with like, oh, tricking and conning people, essentially sabotaging their life and conning them and then destroying their life. And I think that is a crime. It is a crime, and therefore I shall expose it. One of the ways that they do it is literally to come in and modify your radios whilst you're out from the house. They'll come into your flat. They'll just break in, because they can do that, and they will modify your radios. Now, there are very many ways you can modify a radio to, to play out, but there's very simple ways as well. I'm not 100%, I can't exactly remember, my practicals in physics, and I'm not an engineer, so we didn't have them, but I've seen a script for how to build a radio. But if I'm not mistaken, then in principle, it should be just as easy as having a tunable little resistor somewhere in the circuit board, which you just swap quickly, and then you can, remote steer that little resistor, and then you can tune what station you actually pick up at your own will. If you can do that, which is very, very easy indeed, then what you can do is remote control this radio and simply switch it to another station. Then have a little car or little, emitter somewhere nearby, and then you can make that radio pick up the station that you're broadcasting as opposed to the station that it's purporting to be. Now, when you play this game, you can play havoc with people's perceptions, because you can make them think like the radio is talking to you, but actually it's just some dickhead from MI5 or the BND, right? And so on and so on. And that this has been done, I can confirm myself. They have modified my kitchen radio for sure, because the kitchen radio just happened to just say my name, and I was like, oh, okay. And then also my car radio was modified, and they played around, and they had, threatening songs played to me, and then the display changed, and yada, 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 yada. Okay, that's all really nice, but also really daft, really. They also put on like entire really informative radio programs where, this is how one of the first times I actually heard about electromagnetic weapons. They just explained how all these things and tried to pass me lots and lots of information. And I was just thinking, hang on a second, most radio programs are fucking shit most of the time. And suddenly there's this like 1 hour program that's really informative. I don't think so. So I've never heard a really informative 1 hour show on a radio program, but they just happened to broadcast it as I was driving back from Zurich back to Munich. Thinking, yeah, that's, it's not going to be obvious at all, but unfortunately it is. So, you get these like messages broadcast to you over the radio from these idiots, and then, you're meant to go like, oh, really? Yeah, and then you hopefully do, because that will please them, like the earth. But anyway, and then I also went to this court case called Philip Kerr versus MI5, and Philip Kerr actually talked to one of the British intelligence whistleblowers, and this person confirmed that, yeah, actually, this is what, MI5 actually do. Turns out they hired literally like armies of DJs to put on fake radio shows and then play them out to victims, right? And then they would record a radio show, pretend it's like the BBC or something, and then play it to people in their homes or their cars or wherever there's a fucking radio. It's like amazing, right? This is like so fucking amazing. It just blows your mind. And yeah, and that's what they do. So if your radio talks shit to you, or says your name or something, I would recommend you record it. Record it, If you have some device that can record it that's not Wi-Fi and cannot be tampered with remotely, the better. So you maybe next to your mobile phone also have a dictaphone or something, some sort of audio recorder that's detached from the internet. Record this bullshit and then just complain about it, take them to court, or just complain to the IPT, the Investigatory Powers Tribunal. But this is the sort of utter bullshit they do. Why is that important? Well, because it's sabotage. It is sabotaging someone's life. It's sabotaging someone's mental health. And frankly, it's total wank, right? So we're either talking, again, normal, it's not. Useful, it most certainly is not. So it's either weaponized, moronic stuff, or it's a psychopathic wank. And then it's down to the actual situation to decide if it's B or C, But for example, they did that with me, with Philip Kerr. MI5 just harassed the hell out of the poor man. And essentially, in the end, they manipulated his car radio, and his car radio would always play the same song, right? And all radios around him would always play the same song. And in the end, he was joking with his driver and said, oh, you know, they should put on this song, and then the song would be put on by MI5, right? Okay, so we've exposed that, right? So this whole radio bullshit, you know, I wish they would just fucking sack their stupid DJs. The reason why this is important, because it also ties in with the entire street theater and gaslighting that MI5 do to literally get at people's mental health, to destroy their psychology, their psychological well-being, their trust as well. You can't trust your radio. I mean, God, it's not like we would ever trust the radio, right? Ever again. Or the, you know, the BBC for that matter. Of course, that's not the problem. But still, you do get, you know, disconcerted, and you have this feeling of being played with, you know, and essentially people ganging up on you, which is exactly what it is. So it's very, very bad for people's mental health. So that idiotic bullshit has to be exposed. And also, I think when you have austerity and disabled people literally kill themselves out of despair because their benefits were cut, I think the people of the UK, but the same also applies to other places in Europe, should really take umbrage at the fact that we have these dickheads at the intelligence agencies essentially paying oodles of money to fake DJs to put on bullshit, right? That is not okay. Given the situation we're in, it's so not okay on so many levels, it has to be exposed. Okay. Now, street theater, right? Now the thing with the radios is a form of gaslighting, right? Playing with your perception and so on. It's a form of sabotage and psychological terror. Then there's also the street theater. And the people who don't really know what street theater is like, I mean, I do have clips myself of street theater, but because you can actually see the faces of the agents rather well, I don't really want to post them up online. I would like to keep that for my court case. But I did find one instance, which was actually on the homepage of The Independent, where actually people have put on street theater. And they even say in the video that's on the Independent's website, this is street theater. Now, what is so very strange about this, and the link is below, so you don't just have to take my word for it, but I will show you this clip because I want everybody to understand those people who are not exposed to street theater by our idiot intelligence agencies cannot possibly fathom the bottomless idiocy that you're exposed to when you witness street theater. And if you're normal, and you're not a psycho and you're not a weaponized moron, you cannot mentally sink to these low levels, right? So it's really hard to convey that. But thank God for The Independent, I did find an example where you can actually stare into this bottomless pit of utter brain-dead degeneracy. For real. So the link is the following. Have a look below. It's on the Independent website, and it is called YouTube prank. This was an article on the 8th of March 2016, so earlier, just about a year ago. And it says, YouTube pranksters condemned after bottling woman in front of domestic violence victims for social experiment. And I will say that slowly again. So, if you go to that article that I've linked below, you will see a little video. And what this video shows is essentially a protest. It's an anti-domestic violence protest. So you have a lot of these women who are protesting. I think it's also funding cuts and so on. So domestic violence, you know, if you're not totally living behind the moon, you'll realize it is a big problem. And when you've got a country in a recession like the UK, and you've got a huge, sometimes like decades-long economic downturn, then domestic violence is going to get worse because people are stressed. It brings out the worst in them, financial problems and so on, make people aggressive. So domestic violence is a huge problem in the UK. On top of what it would be, it's also because of the economic crisis. So this is not the time to be joking about domestic violence, if there ever is a time to be joking about domestic violence. But for some reason, you have young people who, let me tell you, having watched these fucking gang stalkers now for half a decade, in terms of their age, squarely into what MI5 seems to be recruiting in the droves right now, since their budget doubled after 2003 and their headcount tripled. So they have to recruit an awful lot of young people to even triple their headcount, right? Okay. So you have a lot of these teenage idiots being recruited by MI5. And then MI5, as we know, is also like all other intelligence agencies, staging false flags, running social experiments, running psyops, bullshitting people, right? And then, presumably, you have to have these teenage idiots being taught how to bullshit people. And when you just read the article on the Independent site and you take it by face value, it seems to be somehow suggesting to us that there's this YouTube channel that just thinks up pranks and specifically runs social experiments on people for the sake of a YouTube channel. Now, these things do exist, I am aware. But I want you, and it's all about clustering. When you're detecting bullshit from the intelligence agencies, it's never just one clue. You have to look for clusters. It's always clusters. When people are lying, when people are faking it, and you can't tell straight away, you can tell when it's clusters, when many things are very odd in series. So let's look for clusters. Number one is, this is a rather odd thing, and they are telling us that it's a YouTube channel, and they're putting on this prank, and for social experiment. So hang on a second. Before, it's pranksters. So the beginning of the title is pranksters, YouTube pranksters. But then at the end of the title, within the independent, it's already a social experiment. I don't think that morons running idiotic YouTube channels think about social experiments very much. So you kind of gave the game away there, didn't you? And remember that the independent, like all major newspapers, is really an MI5 newsletter, so we know that by now, right? Okay, but social experiments, well, that sounds more like what the intelligence agencies are doing, no? Okay, so that's already the premise. It's like, something just doesn't end up. And now I encourage you to, I'm not going to say any more about that. Please pause the video when I say, and then just watch the clip and try to pick out absolutely everything that you find really, really odd. This is a clip where it was videoed what these people actually did. And remember, it's a protest, a genuine protest against domestic violence and the financial cuts associated with supporting victims of domestic violence. It's serious shit, and then that stuff is staged. So please pause my video now and have a look. So, what do you think? What did you pick out? Well, when I watched that video, I picked out a lot of things. Number one, the entire thing is meant to be staged. This guy's getting really angry, like playing, and then this woman, she's like bottled, and apparently it's a social experiment, which presumably fuck knows what it's for, but presumably to watch maybe to check how women who are protesting against domestic violence would react when they're witnessing an act of man-on-woman violence. Okay, or maybe there's some extra layers. Maybe there's this is what's actually happening here, and then they're testing something else that's here, but they don't actually tell you to make it like independent. Fuck only knows. Doesn't matter, because what we're out for is not to take it on face value, to actually take out the odd things. Now, what's really, really odd, and that struck all women present. So this guy bottles this woman with a bottle made out of sugar. So hopefully she isn't hurt, but she's acting, and she falls down on the floor. Okay. And then what happens is that these women, right, and most women don't just, spontaneously go and protest against domestic violence, because there's so many things to protest about. So the women who at this protest will most likely either have been affected by domestic violence themselves, or they know somebody they care about who has. So when this guy does it, in the video, you can literally see this entire crowd of women suddenly turn on the guy. And it's priceless. It's priceless, because I'm not sure if it's part of the experiment, but I have to say, as I'm hearing this guy, he goes to extremely high pitch, which to me very much sounds like a genuine sign of distress. In other words, this guy's literally shitting himself. Because suddenly, you have an entire crowd of women, and some of them are holding like wooden signs, right? And they only have to take these wooden signs and jam them into his bollocks, and it will not be so pleasant. And you can see this guy literally protecting his genitals as he's doing that. So absolutely priceless. And meanwhile, he's shrieking like it's like no, it's a joke, it's all staged. And then he says, "We're making a porno." A porno. Like, a guy who's then defending himself blurts out, "We're making a porno." And he says then about the woman, she's a porn star. Now, the woman who fell to the ground, she does look really attractive, and yes, she could be a porn star. But hang on a second. Didn't the Independent tell us that these were YouTube pranksters? So sorry, did the YouTube pranksters hire a prostitute to do a social experiment? Something about this does not make a fat lot of sense, right? Because, YouTube pranksters might hire a prostitute for something else, but then social experiments, that sounds like academic, whereas hiring a prostitute really doesn't. So, okay, so that's already really strange. So she's a porn star. So, okay, I know a prostitute and a porn star are technically separate, but, in London, it really isn't. So, okay. So she's some sort of porn star / prostitute, and when he's protecting his own genitals and is shrieking, he says, "We're making a porno," and she's a porn star. She's just faking it. She's, it's just acting. She's a porn star. Okay. Right. And then you can also see the reaction of these women, because they're like, "What?" And then one lady, she says like, "What? Like at a place like this? As a protest like this?" So there's somebody, and if you look at the faces of the women and like the actual micro expression of like, that's kind of like hard to fake. Some of them could have faked it. Some of them could have been part of the crowd actually controlling it. But there are some expressions, if you watch the video many, many times, there are some which I find genuine, right? I mean, they could have fooled me if they were staged. And you have literally going in with these women going like, what the fuck is this? Right? Like, what the fuck is this? And this is priceless, because at that point, he also says this is street theater. Street theater. Now, hang on a second, guys, because we had pranksters, a prank, we had a social experiment, then we had the hiring of prostitutes, and now this is street theater. Somehow, this doesn't really fit into your average, like, you know, dudes doing like shitty YouTube channels with pranks. Because the keywords, let's say them again, a prank, a social experiment, porn stars, right, and street theater, it doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit the YouTube channel story. However, if you're taking MI5, it all fits. It's like they're fucking day job training dickheads. That's what they do. Because they'll take some pranksters, as in con artists, right? These are the teenage pranksters MI5 has to train up to them one day, hopefully pull off a really beautiful false flag. Okay, so you have these teenage dickheads being pranksters, con artists. Okay, that's totally MI5. Social experiments, totally MI5. Porn stars, as in honey traps, as in the women who get hired by MI5 are also run as either prostitutes or, you know, in the end will hopefully be used as honeypots. And the honeypot business was also, I think, in the leaked documents by Edward Snowden, wasn't it also part of the J-Trig, you know, leaked, you know, Cabinet of Horrors or something, the honeypots? I think it was. So honeypots, as in porn stars / prostitutes, are totally MI5. And in street theater is exactly what all the victims of gang stalking by the National Surveillance Network complain about. So I'm very, very sorry, but we've got like 4 clusters here, and 5, which is essentially that this whole fucking thing doesn't make any freaking sense, because it's like, you know, you have this bullshit staged at an anti-domestic violence rally. So we've got 5 clusters, 5 markers that don't make any sense in the official story, and then make total sense in the MI5 world, right? So what you actually see there, and I mean, I am 100% convinced that these guys, the young people there, and also the cameraman and, you know, some others, are MI5. They are MI5 trainees, training how to pull off a psyop. Okay, so that aside, and I hope to fuck that those agents' career at MI5 is being cut short by having their fucking mug on the Independent. I really hope so, because this bullshit has to come to an end. If you see those faces, that lady, that guy, and any of the other faces appear again somewhere, remember this video. Okay, that aside. I can also call out German trainee agents as well to just make it equal, but here we are now. So, you have street theater. So this is MI5 street theater. These people are training, and they're doing MI5 street theater. And just look at how fucking idiotic it is. These people are weaponized morons. But someone staged a social experiment being a psychopathic wank, and then also hired a porn star. That's very psychopathic wank. So we have some, you know, senior handlers in the background having a bit, you know, knocking one off of having Pretty Girl there, and then staging a day out, you know, like a field day with the new trainee dickheads doing shit. That's what it is. So anybody who doesn't understand what street theater looks like, imagine you're at the rally, and you're not one of these like dickheads or total psychos. You're just there watching it, and it has been done to you because maybe you know, when you leant down to help the woman up or something. So you have somehow been gotten involved into this MI5 bullshit by no fault of yourself. And now imagine you are trying to tell your family that this has been done to you. You know, if you say, okay, this was at that street theater, and these idiots did that, you know, your family would be like, what a bunch of morons. Okay, now if you're a victim of the intelligence agencies won't just stage this once, because normal people maybe see this once at a rally and then never again in their life, thank goodness. But if you're a victim of the intelligence agencies, they will use your life to train these dickheads every single day of the week, using you and your life as a prop. And they've done that to me. The BND has trained children as young as what to me looked like 8, using my life as a prop. Children, okay? But that was just, they only had special like kiddie trainee days at the BND, right? You know, that happened only once or twice that I saw that. But I did see like teenage and, you know, guys and women in their early 20s like all the fucking time. All the time. And that's the sort of street theater bullshit that you'll be exposed to every day. But now ask yourself, is that not a totally psychopathic system that puts on shit like that? And isn't the reaction of the women totally justified when they go, what? And then this woman even goes, this is nuts. Yes, it's nuts. That's what MI5 is. They're nuts. It is fucking nuts. We don't need this in the country, in the UK, in Germany, in Switzerland. We don't need it in any fucking country. This system is totally nuts. It's totally psychopathic. You've seen your handlers hiring porn stars because essentially MI5 is in deep capture by dickheads. Right? That's what it shows. No other fucking way can you have that being pulled off. MI5 Street Theatre published in The Independent, and I hope to God that The Independent published it because they also had enough of this shit. I really hope so. But that's the shit we're dealing with. So I'm sorry that I'm swearing, but this is just how low this stuff is. Because if you're a victim, you also have issues in your life which are on par with domestic violence. You have serious issues, and meanwhile you have these cartwheeling, morons, a total Muppet show put on by, these idiots. And it's being staged in your life all the fucking time. Every week, every month, of every year, for years. Do we need that? I really don't think so. So expose it. That's why. We are going to expose it. Anybody who wants to understand what street theatre looks like, have a look at that. Now, what this actually shows is that actually, as I keep saying, MI5 and MI6 are in deep capture by morons and by psychopaths. Now, what to do about it? Well, the only thing you can do is essentially a system pivot. You have to have internal restructuring, dear MI5, dear BND, and dear NDB, because I also saw it in Switzerland, by the way. Right? I saw it in every single country, in Germany, in the UK, in Switzerland, just the same. You are doing bullshit. Every normal person who's straight in the head just goes, what? Do you think this is actually justified, what you're doing? So, really, all I can say is that it's time. It's time to call in the consultants at MI5 and MI6, hey? And then you're laughing no more. I don't think I have seen a single company where the people running it came out with a happy face when the chaps from McKinsey descended down. Because if you think you're psychopaths, they are psychopaths too. But they get you sacked, you see. You wish you'd never been born when you're sitting through hours and hours of PowerPoint presentations, right? So that's what you have to look forward to. Sooner or later, in not so distant future, also MI5 and MI6 will have it done to them the McKinsey way, and then they're laughing no more. Anyway, so this is it. This is essentially psychopathic systems, how to fight them. We have communication, which is very, very important to fight psychopaths, and then it's about exposing them. That's also a form of communication to the public. Then there's also really, really bad stuff, which is, MK Ultra. I want to talk to you about Monarch programming and MK Ultra, but I don't actually want to talk about it itself because it is just very, very sensitive. Essentially what we had is these mind control, mind bending programs that are based on trauma-based mind control essentially being done to thousands of people. And as I understand it, for trauma-based mind control to work particularly effectively, you have to do it to children. And the younger the better. I think it has to be done, well, I heard different things, but, done before the age of 3 and then reinforced several times until until they are 6 years old or 8 years old and so on. And then you have somebody whose personality is shattered for good. But it's not for good. It's not irreversible at all by any means. So if you are an agent and you have been put through this and you had all this, I don't even remember all the names of the programs, but Monarch, MK Ultra, all this stuff is all part of it, but there are many variants of it. But they all depend on trauma-based mind control. Well, what they're trying to do is shatter your mind and then control parts of it. And it's really important that that gets repaired. You have to regain control over yourself, over your entire personality. And then what they're trying to do is essentially program in alters, and give you other personalities that they program in. Now, when you've been put through that, it is very, very difficult, but it's not impossible. But what that falls into and how to fight these psychopathic systems, because essentially psychopaths and these psychopathic systems that have done it to thousands and thousands of victims in every country, because all this is not just specific to the UK, it has been done in Switzerland, has been done in Germany, in every single country of the world. What that ties in with is essentially empathy and healing. Okay, it really is, because in a sense, if you want to get in touch with those parts of your personality that have been compartmentalized away from you, you essentially have to, well, I always call it, you have to go sideways. You have to kind of the direct way doesn't work, so you have to kind of, inch your way in and bit by bit, essentially regain ground. It works differently for different people, but what you most certainly have to do is when you do that, you have to feel safe, okay? Because essentially you have to do the opposite of what they did to you. When they first shattered your personality, when they compartmentalized your brain, they were trying to scare you, do horrific acts. People are made to watch, made to watch the murder of animals, the murder of young children as well. Really horrific stuff. I mean, we're talking murder here, okay? And then they also use guilt. They're using certain mechanisms that normal people have, and some psychopaths have them too as well. So you can also mind shatter psychopaths' mind and make them even more lethal, to control the psychopath. And all that has been done to people, but ultimately the key is that when you want to regain that ground, you have to feel safe. You have to be, in a completely different state. And it's important to do that because it's fighting the psychopathic system. Because as far as I can tell, I mean, electronics aside, the old electromagnetic mind control stuff aside, these sort of programmings are the most deadly. And I'm sure that there are ways to do that using drugs and other means that I can't even dream about. But ultimately it comes down to the same thing. It's about mind compartmentalization, using horrific stuff and trauma, using primordial fear, and essentially the fact that your brain will also protect itself from very negative experiences. But at the same time, when you experience something negative, the kind of synaptic links will be very, very strong for evolutionary reasons. So you learn that sort of event very easily, whereas nice events you don't learn that easily. But either way, you can have this dissolved. One way people manage to crack it is to remember. I do not advise at all. Some people use drugs to try to remember. I do not advise that at all, simply because drugs will put you in a weak position. You're at the mercy of the drugs. You're not in control. But when you really want to access that, you have to feel as strong as you possibly can. So one of the ways I think works, and I'm not an expert at all, but one of the things I know that works, I try to do kind of this sort of stuff on myself, but for protective reasons. When you're doing it yourself, you're not at the mercy of somebody else, so you can kind of, you're safer. But I have managed to essentially compartmentalize bits of myself, trying to work more efficiently, and then lose the ability to do certain things. For example, write about the stuff that I was thinking. So it's pretty fucked up. To anybody who doesn't understand this, they will think, woo! But it really works. It works because it's using certain protective mechanisms of the brain, certain things, features of the brain which have evolved, to essentially help us. And if you use them right, you can actually do that to yourself. I don't recommend anybody do that unsupervised, right? No. But the other way, through that experimenting on myself, I think there's one way to do that which is safe. And this is essentially using emotional resonance. Okay. So, and this is all part of fighting psychopathic systems, because that's the power they have over you. And you can overcome that power essentially using something that is, it's akin to resonance in physics, actually. And resonance is one of the most powerful things we have. And it also works emotionally, because your brain also has some sort of resonance that you can use to access these bits. And it will be better than using drugs, because then you're not weak, you're actually empowered. You are the strongest that you possibly can be. And I advise using resonance to actually get to that, to access those bits, not drugs. Drugs might be quicker, but I'm not sure about the end result. Whereas here, you're safe because you're strong. So the way to do that, and you really have to play around, because everybody's programming is very, very different, but in a sense, you have to regain control of your entire brain, everything. It's yours, it's part of you, it's not theirs. And everything that has been done to you has been done to you. It's not your fault. You haven't done it. Whatever they try to induce, if people were murdered in front of your eyes, if animals died in front of your eyes, you didn't do it. They did. You're not guilty. There's nothing wrong with you. You're perfect. They did it. But what they did is not part of you. And that's the key. It's not part of you. So they try to essentially stab a dagger into your brain and cause an injury, and then use the scarring. This is pretty much what happens, because you've got scarring. The brain tries to kind of like protect it, scars it, and then you can't access that bit because it's kind of scarred up, and it doesn't work the same way. This is really wishy-washy way of explaining it, but that's what underlies it, I think, at the core. Now, if you want to get back, the way you can do that, and that's the way how I managed to merge myself with myself after I compartmentalized myself, is the following. You have to find something that you rest. First of all, you don't have to try. You do it by not trying. And I explain how. So first of all, you get into a situation and into a frame of mind where you feel safe. So when you're trying to do this, make sure you're safe. Be somewhere where you feel totally safe, where you totally feel one with yourself, and you feel at peace. And there's nothing disturbing you. Nothing that scares you, nothing that disturbs you. You're warm, you're safe, you're well-fed, everything is okay. And then, what you can do is, once you're safe, and you feel safe and you're comfortable, you now try to get even more powerful. You actually try to get strong, not just safe, you try to get active and strong. And you try to essentially feel your own energy pulsating in a very good way. And it has to become ever harder and harder and harder, so more and more powerful. And that's how you actually build up resonance. Now, how to trigger that? Well, there are different ways, depending on if you're visual, if you're audio, person, what you respond to. If you need an external trigger, music helps. Music actually is very good because the beat pattern can sometimes, also entrain your brain in a good way. So if you take music that you find very activating, very empowering, use that to actually get into an emotional state where you resonate with the music. In a sense, it makes you happier and happier the longer you listen to it. And you really go, woo, inside. And that's what you want, because this feeling of, oh my God, I'm resonating with it. It's exactly that what I'm saying. It's resonating with it. You are resonating with it. You are responding to it. You can also do that if you're thinking about people you maybe love a lot, with whom you also are on one wavelength. So in a sense, you're resonating with them. It makes you feel really strong when you think about them, and so on and so on. And it's essentially about taking that as the first entry to starting to resonate with something really positively, and then keep increasing the resonance, so feel ever more powerful. Keep adding things to it that make you feel really strong, like events that really made you feel very strong, memories, anything that's really empowering. And essentially, when you're in that state, try to let go. And it's literally, that's why you have to feel safe, because at some point, if anything disturbs your brain will get on the case, but it mustn't. Your brain, if it has nothing to do, because everybody's brain keeps ticking over, there's no brain that just stops. If your brain feels empowered and has nothing to do, and you let go, it will automatically go to what's most urgent, which is repair. It will by itself go to repair. That's just how it is. So that's why, for example, when you had something traumatic during the day, you might dream about it again, and that's your brain essentially practices again. It like repairs, and it goes through a practice round of playing through that experience again to prepare you. It does some internal learning by itself. But it's a form of repair and a form of learning. And when your brain is scarred up, if you're really empowered, at first you will not notice, but your brain will naturally try to access it. It will try to repair. And it will not do it the first time around, because essentially you're scarred up. But eventually it will start. It's like gnawing away at scar tissue. It will start breaking that down. And when you're really empowered and really free, and you have to let your mind run. Not think about anything, just daydream. Just let it go. Be really happy and just let it daydream and let your brain roam. Eventually, it will do it. And this is why it's the best way to do it, because your brain will do it at its own speed. It will just take as much as it can digest. So you have to do this quite a lot. Okay? You have to practice it, but the more you do it, the more you actually will learn how to make yourself resonant and make yourself resonate, and essentially make yourself, empower yourself, and reclaim. It's about reclaiming those parts of your brain. Okay? This is really important, actually. This is extremely important, because it's at the core of this really psychopathic system that we're dealing with. It goes to the very heart of these psychopaths' power over key people and over you. But that's what you have to do. And when you feel really empowered, then maybe some faint images will start flashing. And it could be that the first time that they will flash through your mind, it will make your entire resonance just collapse. And you suddenly wake up. You step out of the state and you feel either really scared, really stressed, or anything else, right? Really sad, depressed. But it's okay, because that's when you repair. That's when you work through it. And your brain essentially took a piece of that scar tissue and thought, right, we're dealing with this now. And it digests it. And then maybe it does it 2 or 3 times, but eventually it will not come up again, and then it will take something else. So it's actually a misunderstanding to think that if you're really suddenly really sad and really scared, that's a bad thing. It's not. It's only a bad thing if you stay like that, right? But that's why you have to learn how to build up resonance yourself, because then when you had enough of being sad, you can take the music again and try to learn to make yourself strong again. And then your brain will take another bit and start digesting it. But then to think, oh, I keep getting really sad after this, is idiotic. You haven't understood that getting sad and working through that is the healing, it's the repair that you're meant to be doing. Do you see? That's how you repair. Of course you're going to get sad. Of course you're going to get scared, because you've been put through trauma. What you're doing is you're working through, kind of like safe versions of that. But that's how you repair. But the very important thing is that every single time you're brought down by this, you know how to get back up. And that's why I say, first get safe and learn how to make yourself resonate. Teach yourself how to make yourself feel really empowered. And this can be triggered by beautiful paintings, if you're really visual, or the memory of beautiful colors, or the way how, people can access this through a million ways. It very much depends on your brain, right, and your experience. It could be just the memory of how the sun, fell through a window and onto, I don't know, a pet or person you really love, and then the warm feeling that you have suddenly fills you. Anything like that, anything that suddenly fills you and makes you feel really good, really calm, and really strong, is resonance. It's when your brain, your entire brain, essentially entrains onto it. It locks onto this, and you can make your brain fire on all cylinders along those lines in sync. That's resonance. And because suddenly your entire brain is firing along those lines, more or less, I mean, this is what it feels like, right? Your entire brain is suddenly just filled with this thought. This thing of feeling filled with it's kind of pretty accurate, because suddenly your synapses and your different regions of your brain will start firing. And that's the key, because you don't know where that stuff that got compartmentalized away resides. But when you get into this phase of just daydreaming and you let your brain fire on all cylinders at its own, pattern, that's when it will naturally gravitate to the bits that require repair. So this is how to fight. We've gone through quite a lot, and there is an awful lot of other stuff to go through, because fighting psychopathic systems is at the heart of this, right? It really is at the heart. Now, what we discussed is essentially communication is really good, even if your generals or your handlers or your superiors tell you otherwise. If they tell you otherwise, that's because they're psychos or idiots. So ignore them, keep communicating. The other thing is also expose every item of bullshit, because we're now cycling the world to a better version. We really don't need this. So sorry if I blew a leck into, MI5's radio manipulation plans. It's out there now, it's bullshit. We can all move on, think of something else, okay? We really don't need this crap. And then the other thing is really the empathy and healing. And MK Ultra and Monarch programming and all that sort of stuff is a very extreme form, but in a sense, that's the extreme end, but the remedy for that works for everything else, less severe as well, right? When you're talking about mental healing, then empathy is really good, and then internal emotional resonance, so brain resonance, positive resonance in that sense, is also really good and very empowering, and it does wonders for healing as well. So that's as much as I would like to say. I'll make another video because there's a lot more to get through, but that's enough for now. Thank you for listening, and I hope I could be of assistance in one way or another. Thank you very much, and bye for now. Hello, I'm Dr. Katherina Horton. After the previous videos I made about psychopaths being the root cause, and psychopaths in organizations, how they're deep capture organizations and then shape entire domains, entire parts of an organization according to their own toxic philosophy. And after I also discussed how to recognize psychopaths and how to fight psychopaths, I moved on to discussing how to fight psychopathic systems. So I already made one video about psychopathic systems and what they can do to people and how one can, fight them. And I discussed that the key ingredients to fighting psychopathic systems is essentially identical to the key ingredients of fighting individual psychopaths. And one has to counteract every single one of their features. Because psychopaths don't really empathize with others, one has to empathize with absolutely everybody. Because psychopaths will try to truncate communication channels and isolate victims, one has to communicate with everybody openly, open the floodgates of information, and also communicate with everybody around oneself. Also with people who one wouldn't immediately think that they could help. So it's really about reaching out and using this sort of communication as a weapon. Then I also described how psychopaths use essentially props of power to come across as very imposing and then to command respect. And to counteract that, the best way to do that is to use utter disrespect and humor. So disrespect on itself, by itself, can just be very defensive and it can come across as very weak. But if you combine it with humor, it is a form of attack. And because normal people, remember, normal people are fighting against weaponized morons and essentially psychopaths. This is why humor is so fantastic, because normal people will immediately understand and, latch onto it and and derive enjoyment. Most of the weaponized morons will be frankly too stupid to understand the joke or understand why it's so funny. So you immediately leave them behind and you have immediately an insider communication channel with intelligent, normal people if you use the right sort of humor. And also, it is kryptonite to psychopaths because they take themselves so bloody seriously. So, and also it's fun. It is just fun to just mock things, but in a productive way. So what I will try to do in this video again is essentially go back to these principles and slowly build up more and more and talk about more and more psychopathic systems and hone in on the ultimate key problem. And what we're ultimately fighting right now in our societies everywhere around the world, not just in Switzerland, in Germany and Britain, but also in the US, in Japan, in South Africa, absolutely in China and Russia, everywhere around the world, we are essentially fighting deep capture by clinical psychopaths. And also we are fighting their absolutely idiotic enablers, who are essentially what I term the weaponized morons. And this pattern is identical across the world, and this is why we are all pretty much on the same page. So society is essentially they being the psychopaths, and also, you know, their enablers and the intelligence agencies and all these other military installations, they want to split us essentially across lines of gender or race or nationality or language, and all of these splits are essentially counterproductive because we are all one. The best way we can work is if we work together and help each other, regardless of race, religion, you know, political opinions, or gender, or sex, or whatever you want to call it. You know, everything, all of those things do not matter. Simply because, as I've showed you in this diagram, there's absolutely no representation for, you know, sexual orientation, or gender, or sex, or religion, or political opinion. This has nothing to do with it. What we're really fighting is essentially clinical psychopaths going to the top and then starting to maiming and murder people and deprive other people of resources, which essentially are much more abundant than we realize, and they like to generate war. Now, to get out of that sort of setup, one has to step out of this. Hello, I'm Dr. Katherina Horton. Previously, in the previous video, which was a short 5-minute summary, I summarized essentially how to fight psychopaths, and I also summarized all the previous videos about psychopaths at the root cause and how to recognize psychopaths in organizations, and so on. And I have now, in this series about psychopaths and how to fight them, I've now reached the point where I moved from fighting individual psychopaths to fighting psychopathic systems. And psychopathic systems are those where essentially you have deep capture by clinical psychopaths at the top. These people have their own enablers, because they do work with enablers a lot. And the enablers are what I term the weaponized morons. And overall, the system is malfunctioning badly, and it's harming people in one way or another. It's maybe even maiming or killing people. All these things are possible when you're dealing with psychopathic systems. So now I am doing the second part of the series about how to fight psychopathic systems in particular. And this is a much more challenging task, because in a sense you are dealing with a network of psychopaths. So one psychopath is bad enough. Anybody who works in maybe forensics or, you know, crime investigations knows that when you have a psychopath, for example, a serial killer or something, it's a major headache, because these people are nuts, right? But when you have a system in deep capture, imagine you're not just dealing with one person like that, you're dealing with an entire gang, right? And these people are networked. They will have people like them in other organizations. And that's what we essentially have in the world today. We have deep capture by clinical psychopaths in our biggest and our oldest organizations. This has been going on for a very long time. People have been harmed. They lost their livelihood through that. For example, in the banking sector, psychopathic systems have destroyed thousands of lives, thousands and thousands and thousands of families, if not millions. They've devastated entire countries. These are psychopathic systems in deep capture by clinical psychopaths. And you have to remember that this has not always been thus. This is now a new trend, and in a sense what we see around the world is the clinical psychopaths who have deep captured these organizations have reached critical mass. This means that they can shape the system on a very large scale, because they essentially imagine many of these systems next to each other, representing the army, the intelligence agencies, government, pharma, weapons industry, and everything that can be seriously deadly. And imagine at the top you've got these nut jobs essentially everywhere. This is what we're dealing with. So this is essentially, I called it previously, the war on civil society, because essentially you have degenerates declaring war on the normals. Those people are not psychopathic, not seriously disturbed in the head, and not perverts, not corrupts, not criminals. So what we're dealing with, and I think there's lots of evidence to support my view, is essentially deep capture by criminal elements, by clinical psychopaths and all that. I class them all as, you know, the degenerates. Maybe that's because I'm emotionally involved being a victim of these idiots, but also I think there's plenty of evidence to support that view, because they are degenerate, they are not normal, they certainly do not represent the majority, thank goodness, and they are psychologically disturbed, and a lot of them are mentally ill. They are mentally deficient in many ways. And it has to be, we have to recognize that this is the case, because as soon as you realize that what you're dealing with is essentially mentally ill people who are not quite full in the head, you realize that you mustn't take it seriously what they're doing. You must not, because it's essentially an expression of their mental illness. It's not an expression of good government policy or good business strategy or good financial planning by any means. They are living out their own degeneracy, and the quicker we realize it, the quicker we move on to actually dealing with solutions. So the overall situation is that we have the intelligence agencies running amok. I am one of the victims of the intelligence agencies, in line with thousands and thousands of others. I have been stalked and harassed. I have been, I think, probably chipped or infected with nanoparticles. They are non-stop shooting electromagnetic weapons into me since January 2016 overtly, but I was attacked with electromagnetic weapons way before then. I'm essentially fighting for my life, but I also, because what I am originally is a particle physicist who then changed to the study of human systems, I have spent years analyzing the economy, the financial sector, currency systems, many, many other things, employment and especially unemployment and so on. And I have discovered that pretty much everywhere our systems are what my generation would be called thoroughly fucked. And everywhere the pattern is exactly the same. Everywhere these systems have turned essentially psychopathic. And if you want to understand what a psychopath is, you could watch films like The Silence of the Lambs, or you could look at past cases of serial killers, and so on and so on, and you will see that these people are very disturbed, quite out there, and what they have in common is essentially a total lack of empathy, a very calculating, ruthless way of isolating their victims and taking them over. And typically psychopaths eventually move on to maiming and killing people to reaffirm their own power. This is essentially the ultimate power a human being can have, which is to maim and murder another human being. And one step up from that is to maim and murder lots and lots of human beings. So this is what we're dealing with. So if we're now coming across systems that are severely psychopathic and are maiming and murdering a lot of people, that's why. It's not because it's normal, it's not because this is how the world has always been, no. It's not because this is how the world always will be, no. This is the reason for that is that everywhere around the world we've got these pyramid organizations, hierarchical structures, everywhere, in companies and institutions, absolutely everywhere. You will recognize this is an organigram, and you'll recognize this organigram. Sometimes there are departments, sometimes there's not 2 but 5 and so on, but overall you will have this pyramid hierarchy with the tapering to the top. As soon as you have that, you essentially have a deep capture machine. This is a deep capture machine. Deep capture is the ultimate end result, by design. By design, you have to understand that. Why do we have this sort of setup? Well, I think it's because we're group animals, and we are genetically predisposed towards following a leader. Some of us are genetically predisposed to be leaders. They are more dominant, they are more alpha, they don't bow to other people, they lead. They go ahead, they go their way, and they don't listen to anybody. And other people can be swayed. Now this is there is a way to override it with your brain. So just because you were born following somebody doesn't mean you can't become a leader. That's the power of the human brain, okay? But you have to make a conscious effort. But what is certainly a given is that we are group animals, right? And then this structure is very intuitive, because you have these groups following a leader, who then in turn follow a leader and follow a leader. It's essentially, in mathematics, this is a fractal. So it doesn't matter at what scale you look at, you see the same pattern more or less, right? This is a fractal. So our organizations are a fractal setup. So if you zoom in, you'll see this kind of pyramids. If you zoom out, you see big pyramids and so on and so on. And it's because you can put people together like that, and all you need is always a stronger leader with even more power displays and more dominance, and that's why we have that. But the bottom line is that we have these psychopathic systems that ended up in deep capture, and everybody's like, oh my God, what we're going to do? How could this have been? Well, it's by design. It's not a bloody surprise we have these problems, because it's essentially inscribed in every single organization we have. If you make a pyramid organization like that, you essentially just set the kitchen clock or set the timer, and it's just a question of time, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, until you get one psychopath into the organization who goes to the top and captures it all. Or actually, once I asked the question of what is the most common form of capture, and psychopathology is only 1% in the population, and this was, I think, at the end of the video about capture. The answer to that quiz question is actually human stupidity, because that's the most common form. So the most common form of capture is actually through stupidity. So you either have an idiot at the top or a psychopath, but both is really, really bad. So that's what you end up with, invariably. And I'm sure that we all have enough life experience to confirm one or the other. So now we need some sort of methods to fight these psychopaths, and there are certain methods to fight them. You just have to recognize what defines a psychopath and invert that to make it their greatest weakness. Now, a psychopath will have a total lack of empathy. They'll try to isolate their victims and essentially snip all communication channels for that. And they take themselves incredibly seriously, and they are continuously trying to command respect. They have these power props and so on, you know, like black limousines and chateaus and big buildings where the doors make you feel small because they're so huge. And it's like, wow, you know, we're big, and all this sort of stuff. That's very psychopathic. You know, normal people don't really mess around with that stuff because they don't need to. But as for a psychopath, this sort of, it actually also triggers arousal. You know, they feel good about themselves, they feel powerful. Power, I think it was... Henry Kissinger, who would know because I think he's a psychopath himself, he said that power is the ultimate aphrodisiac. Well, yeah, for a psychopath. For a psychopath it is. Anyway, so this is what we're dealing with. So if you want to fight psychopaths who are at the key of psychopathic systems, and that's what we're doing, we're fighting the enablers of these psychopaths, and then eventually the psychopaths themselves, to recapture organizations first, before we're going to remodel them and make them safe. For the first time in history, we'll start building safe organizations that are resilient against deep capture by psychopaths. That's the plan, okay? This is what we're doing, but right now we're still at the stage where these psychopathic systems are essentially killing us. They're killing me, and they're killing my family. The idiots in the intelligence agencies have been attacking me now for half a decade, and they haven't been attacking me overtly physically with assassination attempts and death threats for over a year now. So it's kind of urgent. So if you want to invert this, as I said in the previous very brief summary, we will have empathy, we'll communicate with absolutely everybody openly, because opening the floodgates to communication is essentially the antidote to psychopathology. They can't, because the normal people, who are still the majority, will club together and turn on the psychopaths. That's what we're going to have. And that's the way to do it. So communication channels. The other thing is utter disrespect to the psychopaths. Total disrespect. You don't take their power prop seriously. And then humor. You mock them. Okay? And make it funny. Because if it's just disrespect and no high-class humor, then it's very defensive and very vulgar. And, I'm guilty of it sometimes because I'm just so fed up with these people. But if we can, let's train ourselves to just be funny by one way or another and utterly mock them into the ground. Do not take them seriously, because what they're doing is daft. So, essentially we will use empathy, open communication channels, disrespect and humor. This for sure works. I know that to work. And what are we going to do? Well, I said we're going to recapture the organizations from these moronic enablers and from the psychopaths. And then we're also going to go through a phase, which is also very important, and that's essentially mending the systems and healing. Because a lot of people have been essentially been the victim of terroristic acts. And these days, there's not just, the sort of, what I would call, ballistics-based terrorism, where you have essentially, guns, or you have bombs and stuff like that. That's not the only terrorism we have these days. We have also financial terrorism, right? And essentially the collapse of several countries' finances is that. The financial crisis was financial terrorism on a large scale. There's also more general economic terrorism, essentially depriving people of resources. Right. Then there's many other forms of terrorism. There's psychological terrorism, and gang stalking and this terror campaign is part of that. What other things I can think? There's also medical terrorism, by the way. It's affecting people's health, which is very similar to normal terrorism as well. But I don't just mean biological weapons. There's many other ways you can damage people's health. But it's another form of acts of war and terrorism. And there's also cyber terrorism, and cyber sabotage as well. And victims of the intelligence agencies have experienced that prolifically. And there's many other forms. I mean, you can go through the list as well as I can. And there's, information terrorism as well, In a sense, you can terrorize people by feeding them biased information, by making them scared, and terrorizing them by conjuring a wrong picture. So psyops are essentially, information terrorism most of the time. There are also other elements, but that's what it is. So we're dealing with all these different forms of terrorism emanating from psychopathic systems and psychopaths. And what we have to do is counteract that, and we have to pick up absolutely everybody who was harmed by this, and we have to heal them, we have to repair everything, all the damage that has been done, and we have to mend. So what I'm about is essentially about empathy, communication, total disrespect towards psychopaths and corrupt people, humor if I can muster it, and then I am entirely working on healing, mending, repairing, and building new systems, resilient systems, which are resilient against deep capture by clinical psychopaths and all the other aspects. This is what I stand for. And essentially when the takedown operation started on me and essentially went full whack, that was in Munich zone next to the Bundesnachrichtendienst in Pullach, I was trying to start a company. And this company was exactly trying to do what I just said, which is counteracting the effects of economic terrorism. So starting with the high rates of unemployment and building a system whereby people can get back into work and, essentially make the most of their own resources, their intellect and their skills in a way that was a totally different system. So this is what I am working on. But unfortunately then I became the victim of the BND takedown operation that they ran together with MI5 and MI6. And this has followed me now to Switzerland, where I'm now being essentially shot to pieces with electromagnetic weapons, microwave weapons, run by the previous two intelligence agencies in conjunction with the Swiss NDB. There we are. So I do know my share about psychopathic systems. So let's start. This is now the big picture. This is the battle plan. And I want you to also understand that this is a war. This is a war, but this time, let's not be so stupid to think that this is a war against specific individuals, like specific religions or specific nationalities. No, this is, in the first instance, a war of the normals on the psychopaths. That's what the real war is. It is the normal people against psychopaths, against a key core network of highly connected, very powerful clinical psychopaths. That is the war. And it is a war. It is a war about ultimate survival. Because what these psychopaths are doing is essentially murdering people in very large numbers. They've reached the stage whereby they have been killing individual people. That's where all this ritual sacrifice bullcrap comes in. It's essentially true. Yes, that's true. They have been reaffirming their power by murdering children and women and vulnerable people for decades. And now they want to murder people in large numbers for the ultimate power aphrodisiac. It's just not going to happen. Because it's just not going to happen for the reasons that we have the internet now, and that's essentially exactly this communication channel. And networks are the most non-linear things we have on planet Earth. Our brains are networks, so of synapses and so on. That's why they're so non-linear. It is unbeatable. The mathematics of networks is absolutely unbeatable. And when you have a large network of essentially normal people fighting a minority of psychopaths, network effects already mean that the battle is won before we even got going. The question is how many people these psychopaths are going to kill before they realize that surrender is the only sensible strategy for them to do and to cycle with us to sustainable systems. Anyway, that's where we are. There are very few people who really have their head wrapped around this, so we have to kind of still communicate it to the psychopaths. So not really, on the, on the front of the wave, shall we say, in this matter. But we are in this war. It is against psychopaths in the first instance, and in the second instance, it's essentially a war of systems. I am now, and for that, my husband, every time I wear this shirt, I didn't realize when I bought the shirt, this just looked like ivy to me, and I thought, oh, that's really pretty. And then the first time I wore it, he said, you look like urban camouflage. So, I call this now since then my urban camouflage outfit. And I happen to wear it as well, which is just as well, because I'm now talking to you about combat and war. But this will not be a bloody war. This will be a totally novel war. It's essentially a war of systems. And it is a war of ideas and a war of paradigms. And fortunately, some ideas are just more powerful than others. And some ideas are basically good and other ones are crap. So the good ideas have to win. And they are winning. And they are now becoming stronger and stronger. But right now, we're still in the battle zone. So as you've heard, I am being attacked. I'm being physically attacked. And it's not just about me. It's partially about me and the biomass, because they want to map my brain and they want to be able to build a supercomputer that can do what my brain does. And they hope one day they can, get new ideas by just trying to model my brain on a fucking supercomputer. I mean, this idea is shit. It's one of those shit ideas. And there are mathematical reasons for that and reasons to do with quantum mechanics, why it's so shit. But that's a long story. At the moment, we're at war. I am being actually physically maimed and murdered by these degenerates. So if you can join this war, then that would be really nice. I, for one, am not fighting with actual weapons. I'm not into violence whatsoever. I am fighting with other things. I'm fighting with mathematics and with ideas, which is in the end actually more powerful and also more sustainable, shall we say. And that's what I'm about. I'm about resilient and sustainable systems. So this is now the prep talk, essentially this is now the episode which is about fighting systems, and I also term it essentially the Nazi hunt, okay? And I call it the Nazi hunt because we have a lot of, and when I say Nazi, I also want in your mind to remember what happened during Nazi times, that disabled people, ethnic minorities, homosexuals, Jews, and many, many other people, and socialists as well, and communists, were murdered in large numbers. Essentially, those psychopaths ran amok, and they took any old excuse, really, to murder people. Then, it didn't stop with the Nazis. I call it the Nazi hunt because a lot of the experiments run on the victims are essentially, documented to be from the Nazi death camps. So that's why I shall refer to the Nazis. But I want you to be aware that the communists did exactly the same thing. They rounded people up, and at first they said they're just rounding people up who are not communists. They said they're going to round people up who are aristocrats or very rich, and eventually they rounded up absolutely everybody who disagreed with them. So again, we had psychopaths at the top taking any old excuse just to maim and murder people for their own power game. Okay, so Nazism and communism, it's all the same. For me, it is essentially deep capture by clinical psychopaths, and to me it doesn't matter what they call themselves. You know, if they call themselves like the Nazis or communists or the Illuminati or the Freemasons or, you know, any other new brand or neocons, or I don't care. Because they're all psychopaths, and I don't really care about their power props and their little, like, you know, networking clubs and the little, like, other sort of recognition signals that they have. It's all bollocks to me. It's total and utter bullshit. Ultimately, we're talking about psychopaths wanting to maim and murder people, and that's all that matters to me. So they're all the same. Okay. But for now, I shall call it the Nazi hunt, because what they're doing essentially is picking people, and now I'm talking about a specific case of the intelligence agencies running amok and murdering people. And maiming them, infecting them with nanotechnology, implanting them against their will by breaking into their home, anesthetizing them, and literally people wake up with scars the next morning from, you know, small operations where people use laser surgery to have very fine scars and so on. Crazy, whacked out nonsense, but it's true. Sadly, it's true, but a lot more crazy stuff has happened. Now, the people who are doing that sort of stuff are essentially Nazis, because you can also see the profile of the victims. I did a rough survey for my own purposes, and I came to my conclusion. I mean, this can be checked now with a big data set of victims who are public, and you know, now in the next coming months, it will be checked. It will be checked. The entire community of victims and their helpers, you know, will go through all the victim cases and will find out if I'm right. But my assessment is essentially that the vast majority, and this. It's already been confirmed by other people that 70 to 80% are women of these victims. But then looking more closely at those cases, I also think that the vast majority seems to be ethnic minorities, seem to be foreigners like myself, and also single mothers with disabled children or other vulnerable people and so on. Disabled people, old people in care homes and so on. So there's an extra, these groups, and they are all vulnerable. And typically, if you think back, they were the prime target of the Nazis. So I am going to call it now the Nazi hunt, because, and the Nazi hunt is for essentially these clinical psychopaths. That's the Nazi hunt. Those are the ultimate targets. The collateral will be these weaponized morons. That's collateral damage. And with that, I do not mean deaths, right? I'm not into violence. I mean administrative collateral damage. Okay, and the ultimate prize is these clinical psychopaths who do this sort of stuff. But it is a war. And yes, I'm one of the, you know, non-violent, you know, combatant in that sense in the war of ideas. I'm not a real-life combatant. So under the Geneva Conventions, I'm an unarmed civilian, right? But in this war of ideas, I am a combatant. That's true. And you know, we all have to fight, because this is about the ultimate survival. So this is now the plan, okay? And I want you to understand that this is a real fight. This war is real. You're watching this live. If you're watching this video close to the upload date, then you are watching it pretty much unfold live in front of your eyes. There is already a real life collateral damage, because their side genuinely does fight with real weapons, and they do maim and murder people. They have murdered a lot of people. Dr. Ronnie Kilder, the ex-chief medical officer of Finland, is one of them, but there's a very, very long list of other people they have murdered. In her case, you can see just what a bunch of pathetic degenerates they are, because she was a woman in her 70s, and they brutally murdered her. They essentially executed her publicly, which was a very bad move. That was a very, very bad move, because essentially when you do that, you activate the normals. When normal people see that, because we all have empathy, we activate, and we're like, hang on, what the F just happened there? And there are many, many more people who have been brutally murdered. Many, many more. And essentially every single time one of us gets murdered, because we're normal, because we do have empathy, because there's this invisible link between us that psychopaths cannot understand, they don't realize that every time they do that, they activate people. And they activate people in the hundreds, if not the thousands. And the death of Dr. Ronnie Kilder essentially activated in the tens of thousands. So, and that you can check. There are many people who are doing what they're doing because Dr. Ronnie Kilder died, and I'm one of them. Right? That's essentially it. When she died, that's when I thought, right, it's official now. It can't get any closer to home. And there were many, many, many other deaths, you know. So this is real. This is real. I can give you a very long list of people who've been murdered by these degenerate clinical psychopaths, and you can find these people yourself. In fact, I encourage you that you find these people yourself, because we have to essentially have three lists. One list is our heroes, the hero list, and that will be the total list of everybody who has been harmed or who has been killed by these degenerates. And every single time, some of them, you know, kill somebody, we put them on the list and we activate even more people. So that is our activation list. Our heroes list is to honor the people who fought for us so that we can even get here, right? And know what we're dealing with. And we're gonna not just sit and just worship them and that's it. No, we're gonna amplify their effect by activating, by taking that list, going through and say, oh my God, it's getting closer to them. I need to get on the case. So that's why we have the hero list. And on my website, and I still not finished because I was so busy, but there are 3 categories. They're essentially, right? You have the hero list, the people who already died for us, right? Which is kind of connected with Rock the Boat. That's the list of the people who are still fighting. They're also on the hero list, right? So that's the hero list, the people currently fighting and the people already died in combat. Then we have an actual hit list. Those are the people who can help us, and we'll ask them for help. And if they don't help us, because of dereliction of duty, because they ignore court cases, because they kick court cases into the long grass, or police officers who don't help the victims, and people who have to help in an official capacity and don't, right? They are first on the hit list when we first think about who we want to target in this, in a good way, trying to solve the problem. And if they don't cooperate, or if they throw any nonsense, they go on the blacklist, and that's the 3rd list. And the blacklist essentially are the people who have committed dereliction of duty, who were corrupt, who have actively committed crimes, or who have aided and abetted them, or who basically remained silent when it was their duty to speak up. That includes a lot of people, also journalists who've refused to report about this, right? And they are on the blacklist. So 3 lists, the hero list, and that's essentially our guiding, our compass, and our activation list, right? The second is the hit list. Who are the people we're going to ask to help us to recapture the system eventually? And we have to find out who is black and who's green. Who helps us is green and can stay during the recapture. Who's black, kicks stuff into the long grass, doesn't reply to emails, just goes la 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 la, I don't want to hear, even though people are dying. Well, they go on the blacklist because they're essentially Nazi collaborators. That's what it is. We have now large-scale Nazi experiments where innocent people are being mutilated and maimed to death. And if these people don't help us, even though it's their job in the system to help, then they're Nazi collaborators. They go on the blacklist. And we'll make sure that their career in that system will come to an end. For good, forever. And now we're dealing with networked systems, free information flow. So once this is known, that information will never ever be lost from the system ever again. Should it drop off because people are using bots or AI to try to clear it off, it will be reposted by real humans. And it will be there forever and ever and ever. And once a human has loaded information into their brain, yes, they can go around and try to zap it out, but it's a bit difficult. And I don't think they've got enough of a time frame to actually do that. So this is what it is now. Okay. So that's it. So we are now in essentially the Nazi hunt, okay? And I keep emphasizing that what we're going to do in this war of a war against psychopaths and in this war of systems, because this is what it is ultimately, a war of systems. I, for one, am not going to use violence. I think it's counterproductive. But what we can do, and it's very effective, is use empathy and empathize with everybody who's in need around us. Then to communicate, open the floodgates and put everything out there for other people to pick up, because this is, on our side, amongst the normals, this is one big game of volleyball. I throw the information at you and you take it somewhere else and work with it and try to improve. And that's how we ratchet up, right? That's how we accumulate information. It's a ratcheting action, essentially going from below and, honing in on the key psychopaths in this Nazi hunt. And we're going to also use, for one, certainly, I'm going to use disrespect to essentially disable this entire facade of commanding respect from these degenerates. And I will try to use humor. Maybe it's not your sort of humor. Use your own and put as much humor out there, because we do need humor to just keep going. And also, it's a sort of recognition system or communication system, insider kind of authentication in this war, because weaponized morons don't understand humor. They're too freaking stupid. And then psychopaths, which is category C, right, out of the picture, psychopaths also don't really have that much humor. Some of them do, but it's a bit crap humor. It's all very like pulling people down, denigrating others. That's not really funny humor, it's just stupid. But normal people actually do respond immediately. So, you will recognize who's on your side based on the humor as well. So, and the goal is healing, mending, repair. So anything to do with healing, mending, repair, please post it below. This is what we're doing. We're recapturing. We are, identifying the weaponized morons, we're replacing them with genuine people, and then we keep going up, right? If we find a real psychopath, well, this person's going to go to jail or some sort of safe containment, or they will be watched until the end of their life, because they're the real dangerous people. So now we have a situation where innocent people are on these watch lists by the intelligence agencies, who are in turn run by clinical psychopaths, but actually it's the psychopaths who should be on these watch lists, right? And what we're doing in this game is not a game, it's a war, right? We're trying to identify who's a real psychopath and who's a weaponized moron, right? Which of these categories, who's normal and just a bit scared and intimidated, well, those people we're going to encourage. Those who are weaponized morons, they've got to go. And those who are real psychopaths, well, they will be taken care of one way or another. I think we do have plenty of mental institutions, and instead of clogging them up with the victims of the intelligence agencies, we should start putting real clinical psychopaths in there. That's the plan. So, I will stop it here, and the next video will be about fighting psychopathic systems with a lot more detailed examples, and I will also begin to attack the key architecture of these psychopathic systems, and I'll help you recognize how to spot them and how to actually attack it. But thank you very much for listening. I hope this was helpful. Comments are always welcome. Please do post them, because you can use my comment section to communicate with other victims and actually offer help, genuine help. We have to drown out the bots and the agent communications on my Twitter feed, and I don't censor anything, so I just basically put everything there. So should a comment of yours not appear, that's not my doing, it's their doing. Just keep reposting it until you can see it. Okay, so this is my advice to everybody. Thank you for listening, and bye for now. Hello, I'm Dr. Katherina Horton. This is now the third episode in the series of fighting psychopathic systems. In the very first episode, I explained what psychopathic systems are, what methods one can use. In the second episode, I also explained that essentially what we're doing is a big Nazi hunt. We are now we are now on the offensive. We essentially have large systems utterly out of control, destroying the lives of thousands, if not millions, utterly devastating countries, and it's all to do with deep capture by clinical psychopaths. Essentially, we also have the situation whereby people, especially the victims of the intelligence agencies like myself, are essentially systematically mutilated with nanotechnology, with electromagnetic weapons. They are systematically enslaved, systematically have their lives destroyed. And all this is essentially due to a group of highly networked, highly degenerate, severely mentally ill people at the top, who are essentially clinical psychopaths and utterly out of control. So what we're doing now is we are now cycling the systems, we are recapturing the systems, and we're fighting these clinical psychopaths. We're cycling the system overall, and we're cycling to more sustainable systems that are, for the first time in history, actually resilient. They will be resilient against deep capture by clinical psychopaths. So that's the plan. I am on the team that works on the system cycle. I'm also a victim myself, and what I'm essentially working on is trying to help other victims in my situation and fighting the utter degeneracy in our systems. So today I would like to talk about actual nuts and bolts of concrete examples of what we're dealing with and how to fight this and how to fight it more systematically. So the very first episode about fighting psychopathic systems was the general tools that we're going to use. That's the rough area. The second one was essentially the general appeal, making clear that this is a war against the clinical psychopaths who are trying to kill us. They are fighting with real weapons. I'm not using any violence whatsoever. I never shall. I'm fighting, in a sense, with ideas, with the power of mathematics, and with better systems. So this is it. This is now we're essentially in this episode we're down to the actual nuts and bolts now. How exactly are we going to do that? I already put out videos about how to help the victims. We are cycling the system back. We're going back to the rule of law. And this is going to happen across many systems, because essentially it's not that just the intelligence agencies that seem to be in deep capture. It is also many other systems alongside. I mean, finance is one obvious example, but there are many, many others like that. And in every system, one can cycle back to the rule of law. One can get rid of what I call the weaponized morons. One can hone in on the actual clinical psychopaths and essentially take care of them systematically. And this is what we're doing. Now I want to talk about actual concrete things, and in this video, like in the previous videos, I shall also use utter disrespect for these psychopathic systems. So I will use careless language to absolutely make clear my utter disdain for these sort of systems. And if you're sensitive to that, well, you shouldn't be watching these sort of videos anyway, because it's about the ultimate battle and death and mutilation. So, maybe there are some happy kitten videos out there for you on YouTube. So for all the others who are in this war, I want to jump in at the deep end today, and I want to talk about the actual mutilation that's being done to the victims of the intelligence agencies. And I want to essentially, first of all, make clear what we're dealing with there. I mean, I'm a victim myself. I've experienced part of what's being done. It is essentially a mix of using electromagnetic weapons, using also what's called neural weaponry. So this is essentially electromagnetic weapons particularly targeted at the brain, at trying to disrupt, destroy, denigrate the human brain using electromagnetic weapons. It's also to do with nanotechnology, as far as I can tell. It's to do with the entire palette, with probably also loaded viruses, miscellaneous things that can be done. And we essentially have a large group of victims numbering in the many, many thousands across the world, but also in all European countries and all the countries that I'm in. And on the other hand, we have the intelligence agencies essentially infecting people, breaking into their homes, poisoning their food, testing gases, miscellaneous poisons on them by just pumping them into their home, using their surveillance networks and the staggeringly large numbers of members in their surveillance networks to round on individuals who cannot defend themselves or don't have the means to defend themselves or are vulnerable, and essentially forcing death camp experiments onto these people in their own environment. What we essentially have is the death camp experiments that were done by the Nazis in the death camps now being conducted on individuals in our society using the force of the intelligence agencies to pull this off. On top of that, these are the actual key core experiments. Essentially, this is junk science, what's being done, but anyway, the fact that the science is utterly degenerate and totally worthless has never deterred anybody. So this is what's being done, but on top of that, the intelligence agencies are running terror campaigns against the victims to intimidate them, to isolate them, to prevent them from coming forward. Right, and this is done with COINTELPRO style psychological terrorism, with real life terrorism, with death, in my case, death threats, assassination attempts, and so on, with applying weapons on them to torture them, to mutilate them even harder, attacks against the family, health attacks, degrading people's health, and so on. All that is being done live, and everything I've said is also being done to me and my family. So this is what we're dealing with, and what we essentially have is where the hell does it come from? If you're new to this topic, you might think, what is all this about? Well, to get you up to speed, it's quite simple. If you think back throughout history, not that long ago, right, we had the Second World War, well, which might seem a long time ago, but in actual human terms, it really isn't. So what we had in the Second World War was essentially network clinical psychopaths running amok and killing millions of people. After that, we had essentially the communists doing the same thing, and the communist systems ran until 1989, so that's not really that long ago. Now, the communists were not out murdering millions all the way until 89, but they did always murder some, right? And it turns out that the intelligence agencies have never stopped murdering people. That's their job, essentially. That's why they're secret. It's because they're criminal. And essentially, what has happened now is with the explosion in size of the intelligence agencies, the murdering has exploded in size too. It's not just the murdering, it's also the maiming. And in all this maiming and murdering, there's obviously a large amount of sadism. And the sadism, and sometimes also unnecessary sadism, is also an ingredient. So what we're dealing with now is essentially large-scale maiming and murdering programs out of control being conducted mainly by the intelligence agencies. Yeah, so is that surprising? Not really, because if you look back throughout history, I don't think there was ever in the history of mankind an instance where people opened the archives of an intelligence agency by force or by leaks or by chance and thought, oh my God, these people have been doing really valuable work that literally we really needed in our society, and thank goodness we have these intelligence agencies. No, I don't think that has ever happened, ever before. When you actually looked at the files of the intelligence agencies in large numbers, most of the time it was essentially oh my God sort of moments, and most of the time it was essentially just a degenerate freak show that was uncovered by that. And that's the same in every country. In every single country. I don't even have to mention Germany, but there are the Stasi archives. There is what the Gestapo did, but the same also applies to MI6, to MI5. The same applies to any other Latin American or American intelligence agency or anywhere in Asia. And the reasons for that are pretty obvious. It's because you're dealing with secret services, so criminal services to start with, so whatever they will produce will be criminal. There we are. The problem is now that these agencies have become so vast that essentially their criminal activities are taking down entire governments, which, by the way, in my personal view, is the plan. In my view, we're dealing with controlled demolitions of our societies. Okay, right, so that's what we're dealing with. People in the West are being systematically maimed and murdered, as far as I can tell, by the intelligence agencies, and I'm one of them. Now, what a lot of the victims of the intelligence agencies are told, there are different ways that they are told. One method is what's called voice to skull. We're still figuring out, I personally am still figuring out how they're doing this. I think some people have implants, and the implants pick up essentially voice transmissions. Other people might have these sounds just beamed directly to their heads. We're still investigating, as civilians, how exactly this is being done. But one of the things that's pretty clear is being done, and has been done for decades on a very large number of people. And the entire idea was to take innocent people, hardworking people as far as I can tell, and essentially just destroy their life for the sake of a rather cockeyed experiment, if you can call it an experiment. But it's just systematic sadistic mutilation in my view. Okay, now, what I said was that people are being told, the victims of the intelligence agencies are being told, sometimes through voice to skull, sometimes by agents to their face, that they don't matter, that it's all about the data that's being collected on their bodies, on their brain functions, their brain prints, and so on and so on. Now, this is as psychopathic as you can possibly get, because essentially what these agents are doing to the victims is dehumanize them, like the Nazis did. But these guys are Nazis, so it's not really surprising. That's why we're hunting them down, because they're a bunch of fucking Nazis. But then, how the hell to fight it? When all these victims are being told it's not even about you, we don't care about you, you're essentially just a lump of meat. For us, it's all about the data. Well, I can tell you how you can fight it. They just said it themselves. It's all about the data. And the absolute beautiful thing is that, in a sense, it comes back to what possibly the most famous investigator in all history has said, and that's Sherlock Holmes. And at some point, I think he made the point that if you have, the mundane crimes are the hardest to solve, because they are just so, it could be anything, But the more bizarre the crime, the bizarreness encodes a lot of clues about what the hell's going on. When you look at the victims of the intelligence agencies, what's being done to them is bizarre in the extreme, in the sense that it is a total frickin' freak show, but it's also extremely unusual. That's why most people can't really handle it. It's using a novel technology, unusual things are being done to them, and the entire thing is essentially the very definition of bizarre, meaning highly, highly disconcerting and unusual, but most importantly unusual. Now, if you have that, it's a gold mine, because the sheer unusualness will encode a vast amount of information. In a sense, the hardest thing is when there's absolutely nothing specific about the person, and one day they're just shot dead, randomly, with a bullet that can't be traced to a gun. Go figure. There's probably no way to find out what happened, why it happened, who did it, and it's just... But when you're dealing with something like that, there are clues everywhere. And essentially, what these idiot, psychopathic degenerates don't understand is that by pulling off, the more freakish and weird the Muppet Show is that they're pulling off, the more clues are encoded in the entire Muppet Show itself. So they are absolutely right. It is about the data. It is very much about the data also for us, for those people who are investigating this and essentially trying to get at the psychopaths. To give you an example, absolutely everything these degenerates are doing is a two-way street. So if you're a victim and you're experiencing gang stalking, it's a two-way street. Because on one hand, they are trying to terrorize you, or maybe they're trying to breed out your brain signature and your brain response to certain things. But whilst you're in it, you're also essentially mapping the system. You can take photographs of their faces. With that, we can, soon enough, we'll be able to trace the people straight away, either by their mugshot or by their voice print. That will be available to you very soon. I'll predict that now. But on top of that, as soon as we have the people, there will be financial flows to them, right? Paying for their services. Not just that, these people are leaking data everywhere. They're using mobile phones, they're communicating via mobile phones, they're using an app, and. And yes, sure, maybe these things are currently handled by the intelligence agencies, but nevertheless, they are piggybacking on a big communication system that has an entire chain, a concatenation of modules or parts to it. The mobile phone traffic to the antenna, to the actual tower, from the tower to satellites, from satellite systems back to, central points, and so on and so on. At every single stage, the amount of data generated, secondary data, is stupendous. So what we essentially have is the perpetrators leaking data everywhere. Everywhere. And as soon as you have one victim, you can trace that back. If you know what you're looking for, you have the entire system mapped out. So, my dear perpetrators, what you're essentially doing is you're generating data about yourself, but no one told you that much. And also, should you be somebody who owns maybe in integrated, systems of the satellites, maybe because you own a private company, well, there's also cell towers, there's also local data, there's also data that can essentially be intercepted, and so on and so on. And it is being intercepted. And it is being intercepted, it is being warehoused, as we know, through the leaks now. And essentially there are double copies and leaks and data streams going absolutely everywhere, non-stop, 24/7. If you wanted to erase this torrent of data, you would have a very hard time erasing every last bit. And should you start to erase it, the erasing leaves traces as well, because there will essentially be blank spaces. There will be gaps in information. So you would have to, if you don't want it to show up, you'd have to generate garbage data to then cover the gaps, to fill the gaps. But as soon as you generate that, that will throw up inconsistencies and so on and so on. So in such a highly complex system, that's what I keep saying to people, in such a highly complex system, you cannot censor, you cannot erase and keep the erasing, the censoring secret for very long. It is mathematically impossible. There's a fundamental limitation on this, arising out of the complexity and the handles you have on this in an unpredictable way. So, the actual good news is that every single time, now that we know who the victims are and we've identified the victims, working backwards from them and finding out which bits are captured, who is doing this, is essentially surprisingly easy. It is very easy. And then on top of that, it's essentially, well, how to put it? It's now at the moment it seems hard because the major systems are in deep capture, but what this ignores is that deep capture is never complete. It never captures an organization entirely. This would be essentially the equivalent of turning everybody inside an organization into a psychopath just because the boss is a psychopath. This is impossible because the boss typically doesn't even interact with a lot of the other people. So there are always domains within an organization that are not captured, that cannot be controlled, again because of fundamental physical and mathematical limitations, because for few people to control the many is very, very hard. And to control them all the time is very hard. So what we actually have is perfectly functioning systems interlaced with the deep capture. Now those systems here, some of them are already working flat out to uncover the deep capture. That's the thing. So it's never perfect. It's never perfect. And as you know, you only need one, in a sense, a good person inside an organization like that is essentially a mole, right? If you want to capture something and you've got somebody who's normal, that's a mole, that's a leck, it's a hole in your system. So you have small holes and big fat holes in these captured systems. But the key point is, it is about the data. It is about the data. That is just what is so beautiful about this. And for example, to give you a concrete example why it's all about the data, and God, I'm absolutely loving it. Because if you're somebody like me and you go public, you come forward and you go public with I'm a victim, and you start talking about it, and you start, maybe even saying we should have court cases, we should really have these things shut down, what happens, because the entire intelligence agencies are still in the old paradigm where they're still in the whack the mole, or whack the, the rat sort of setup where anybody who goes up against them starts being whacked over the head by armies, and I really mean armies, of bloody little degenerate in their head agents and their minions. Okay, and this is priceless, because if you're like a victim like myself, you essentially attract these people. They will come to you. I don't even have to go out and look for them. I don't have to go and look for agents. They come to me. I am an agent magnet, and that's a gold mine. Because just look at my YouTube videos and now look down at the descriptions. Look at the comment section, not the descriptions, I mean the comment section. Look down there. Already you have a huge number of agents' accounts posting by their own volition. They came forward by their own volition, by their own doing. Isn't that beautiful? Do you see? Because it is about the data. It's exactly about the data. It's about the data that they generate about themselves. Because we're now on this phase where we're rolling it up. So any agent posting to my site or any other victim site walks straight into the trap. It's that simple. Beautiful. So, to put it into context, the reason why this really matters to us is because a lot of these agents' accounts are very, very obvious. For example, on my Twitter feed, I already called out several where I posted what I call spot the bot. And essentially the spot the bots are very obvious examples of computer bots posting, for example, the same thing over and over on 10 different videos of mine within a very short time, essentially at machine speed, not human speed. Now, those are bots. And as soon as we have the bot accounts, well, tracing back who owns the bots is not that difficult. Okay. Most of the time you'll end up with, somebody at an intelligence agency, fair enough, or somebody, the intelligence agencies are on our radar anyway. But sometimes it might also be a private company, and so on and so on. So you have all this data already there, and the beautiful thing is, it's already inscribed. It's already backed up. It has already been duplicated. From the actual pattern that the posts have been made, it's already clear which the bot accounts are. Then there are a lot of agent accounts which, try to emulate actual normal victims, and those you can pick up as well. They have got different features and so on. But the point is that in this case now, in this phase where we're onto the Nazi hunt, the victims don't have anything to fear because we're trying to get through to the victims to help them, right? So what we're doing now is reaching out to the victims for genuine help. It's like liberating the people from the concentration camps. The people putting out help messages, genuine victims, don't have anything to fear. We want to hear from them to know where to look, right? The hard bit is when you don't know where the victims are. You don't know where to look. This is why victims have to come forward. They have to start generating their data about themselves. They have to start putting out information about themselves of what offenses have been committed, who committed them. And it doesn't matter where you put out this information. That's the beauty of it. Because what do we have these days? We have, and the intelligence agencies have built it up themselves, these idiots. They essentially have this very large surveillance network. It is now much more extensive than the Stasi has ever been. When the Stasi was the Stasi, they seemed very powerful. But when it flipped, suddenly the Stasi panicked and they started shredding their files, because suddenly holding this information when someone else is going to use it against you was a really dangerous thing to do. And now we have exactly the same thing. We essentially had the Stasi warehousing, and it's still happening, it's still ongoing. Essentially these degenerate psychopaths warehousing data streams so fantastically large, it's unbelievable. Meanwhile, private companies doing their own backup for legal reasons and safety reasons and to maintain their systems. Now, the amount of data generated is so complex and so vast that to go through and try to do the same thing that the Stasi did with the Stasi archives is impossible. I'm sorry, it's just impossible. And there are all these backup copies being generated everywhere. So, the absolute beauty of it is that no matter what these guys are doing, it's already out there. Now, if you're a victim, what you can do is you can either tweet it, make it public, so you send information about yourself, you send your distress calls, either publicly through YouTube channels like I did, YouTube videos, or through Twitter publicly, or else, and that's the beauty of it, because we know the intelligence agencies also hoover up all the private communication, you can do the same thing through private messages on Facebook, private messages on Twitter, private messages through any other platform, and even emails. Because as soon as you send an email, there's an entire host of organizations hoovering it up and making backup copies. Sometimes for genuine backup purposes, to be able to, restore your email should the server fail. There are several backup copies for that. Then we've got the intelligence agencies hoovering off the data, and not just one intelligence agency, but many essentially doing the same thing, and then stealing through the backdoor data from other intelligence agencies. We've got these round robins going senselessly everywhere. But through that process, if you send an email, your data is going to be flicked like dirt everywhere. It just goes pfft. Now, erasing that is impossible. So, should anything happen to you as a victim, do not fear, because we're now rounding this up, right? We're now getting back, and it's going to accelerate. So at the moment you don't see, because all this stuff is happening behind the scenes. But this is where we're going now. We are liberating the people in the concentration camps. Essentially what has happened, we should have wondered, after the Stasi was shut down in '89, we should have wondered, okay, but where did all those fucked in the head degenerates go? And we didn't really ask ourselves this question. Well, the thing is, they're still alive, they're alive and kicking and doing what they've always done. The same degenerate Stasi bullshit. Exactly the same. And the same applies to any other intelligence agency in the world. They do same old, like a bunch of degenerate morons, which is what they are. Right? So it's not really surprising when this. But the other good news is that a lot of the people, the degenerates at the head, like in every organization, they are of a certain age, and they're not exactly the most technically versed people in all cases. In other words, I don't think they could reinstall the operating system on their phone to save their life, to be absolutely honest. The people who actually do the technical stuff are, those people who in their eyes are essentially the grunts, right? But those are the people who are actually on the cutting edge, looking at key databases, like with the data up close to their nose. Those people tend to be younger, technically versed, and quite characteristically, phenomenally screwed by these psychopaths, either because they've got enormous amounts of student debts through the financial terrorism that has been imposed on an entire generation, or for other reasons as well, to do with the financial crisis or whatnot, vaccines, you name it. There was so much psychopathic nonsense. But the young generation is essentially the generation that gets shit done, that is versed in this technology, and that's at the same time also the most screwed generation of them all. And that's a bad mix. And in this case, we're talking about data. So whoever handles the data has the power. Do you see? Do you see? Do you begin to see what I'm trying to tell you here? And the other very important ingredient is essentially that crimes against humanity do not have a limitation period. So when we start rolling stuff up, we can go back in time very far indeed. And that's what we're doing. So essentially, what every single victim actually is a trap for these agents. It's a trap they walk in gladly, because that's their job. It is their job to harass these people. It is their job to post bullshit to their accounts. It is their job to sabotage their digital communications. But by doing so, they are leaving traces. And essentially, the final word will be with the people who are rolling this up. And that's when the symmetry breaks. So in physics, we're dealing with broken symmetries quite a lot, because you get a lot of interesting effects when symmetries are breaking. Now here, the symmetry breaks when you're starting to roll this back. As soon as you start rolling stuff up publicly, you make stuff transparent, there's a symmetry breaking. Before, when everything is secret, nasty criminal stuff can be done exactly at the same cost as normal stuff. But the nasty criminal stuff pays more, and therefore it is more, essentially it pays more to do criminal stuff when everything is secret. Now when you're opening up this box, and the vast majority of people are not clinical psychopaths, and the vast majority of people are very screwed indeed by the psychopathic nonsense, the symmetry breaks. Suddenly there's a very high cost associated to criminal bullshit, because it immediately turns the herd onto yourself. You immediately become the target. You immediately become the most hated element. So, forever after, and remember, because of the lack of limitation period, we've got all the time in the world to roll this up. Because of that, as soon as we start getting back at the data, right, that's when the symmetry breaks. And when this is done in a public way, or, well, it could be done through hacks, because as I said, these systems are very, very complex indeed, right? They are, so many different companies and so many different platforms and so many, like programming languages and interfaces. And as we know, as soon as you interface, that's when the problems arise, and that's when you can really hack stuff. And, well, I think it's just leaking, everywhere, isn't it? So, this is it. It's a two-way street. It's a two-way street. And if you want to get on to have a bit of fun in the Nazi hunt, you can already start doing that with public information. You don't need to hack anything. Use exactly what I told you. I'm a victim. I'm a genuine victim, and that's why I'm attracting agents. I'm attracting these weaponized morons, right? And I'm also attracting the clinical psychopaths. So, what you can do is you just have to look. Already start with my comment section below the video. Look at what sort of accounts are posting, what's their symbolism, what are they trying to push, what are the things where they literally go mental. And this is beautiful, because essentially there's something that Katherina Fitz, who in my books is, I think, the cleverest woman on the internet, and I think people should really follow her, because in every single one of her interviews she says something very, very clever and insightful. Now, what she terms this rather well, I think, the shriekometer. And she said that every single time something is, spot on, the shriekometer, so the shrieks in the mainstream media are generally, the shrieks will just go through the roof. And that's essentially a wonderful telltale sign. And you can essentially I've got little shriekometers in my own comment section. When I say something in my videos to a certain effect, look at the shriekometer. Look at, first of all, identify all the bots. Try to identify the bots. Try to identify the agent accounts. And then look at what the agents accounts and the bots are shrieking. Because there are certain things that will come up over and over and over. And when I say, oh, we should really go for court cases, there will be shrieks about other things, like, oh no, you can't go to the courts because the courts are all captured, everybody's captured. Well, capturing everybody is physically impossible. So that's nonsense, right? Of course, a certain judge can be captured, but another one might not be, or an entire section might not be. So it's certainly not true that the courts can be captured entirely, but nevertheless, these accounts will be shrieking it. So if you really want to have fun, right, with the data, as these people say, it's all about the data. And as these people also say, is if you don't have anything to hide, you don't have anything to fear. Now, that's certainly true of the comment section below my videos. If you're a genuine victim, then there are ways to tell. There are ways to tell from the way you express yourself. There are ways to tell from the content that you say. And there's also ways to tell behind the bonnet about the times at which you post, at where you post, and at what speed you post. If you're posting at machine speed, you're not really a victim. But anyway, you don't even have to look under the bonnet. Just do your own data analysis, and I encourage you. Now look at the secondary. So the primary information is the videos I'm putting out. The secondary information in this Nazi hunt is the comments that every single one of my videos attract. Look at the messages, look at the profiles, look at the symbolism in the profiles, look at the content and the symbolism of the messages. Try to spot patterns and try to run your own deductive chains on that. It is priceless. Depending on who you are, if you're someone who's just approaching this YouTube channel randomly and the only thing that you can do is actually read it, but you have a human brain, then you can do quite a lot. If you're, say, a skilled hacker, you can do even more, and you can have even more fun trying to hunt down these Nazis. Depending on what sort of scripts or developer tools you might be running on, say, the YouTube platform, you can do many, many things, and you can have an awful lot of fun with this. Now, I encourage you to have fun. Please, not with my account. I don't need any more sabotage than I already experienced. But what you can certainly do is run data analysis, investigatory data analysis, and all the comments that are being posted. Remember, it is about the data. It is about the data in this war. It's about the data that these Nazi degenerates are leaking everywhere. So, that's point number one. This is concrete steps to take. Then, continuing with communication, and it's just getting better and better, essentially. We know that they are monitoring everybody's communication, and as Catherine Austin Fitz put it, they've got a one-way mirror. And that's, again, another one of these really beautiful images. It is a one-way mirror. Essentially, they are behind this one-way mirror. We can't see them, or so they think. We can't see them through that mirror, but they can know everything about us. They can anticipate what we're going to do next, and they can stay on board all of the time. In actual fact, it doesn't quite work like this. Yes, they do have like a one-way mirror, say at this level here, or maybe at this level here, but there's some people already on the inside who don't like what they're seeing, and they're also not entirely stupid. And then also, if you're at the top, you essentially can't control what four people are doing. So you can't really, and you know what? These guys are weaponized morons. So they're a bunch of idiots. Good luck trying to get idiots to work efficiently. I mean, I tried many times in my life, and not anymore, right? So you're not really on to winner there. And remember that the people below your level are clinical psychopaths, so they don't give a shit. They're not gonna, burst a gut to work for you, are they? They want, if you're here, the clinical psychopaths below you want to be there. They don't want you to succeed. You have to understand that. So if you're at the head of an organization like that, you've got a really tough time, because the next tier down are essentially clinical psychopaths, and the next tier down are maybe some useful people, and then a bunch of morons. That's not really a winning strategy, is it now? So, they do have a one-way mirror, but it's not that perfect. So you can do quite a lot of stuff, and then maybe this person is watching you and says, well done, right? Maybe this person watches you and says, ooh, that's really bad, but I'm really lazy and don't really care. Or he's just too freaking stupid to understand what you're doing. So all these things are, playing into it. So don't be discouraged just because they're watching. Remember that the people who are watching are idiots, and above them are a bunch of clinical psychopaths who don't really care about what you're doing below them. What they're caring about is how to topple the big boss, right? They are looking upwards, right? They are like clawing at his throne without him noticing. So it's not that bad, actually. But they are monitoring everyone's communication. And it was actually essentially the NSA whistleblower Bill Binney who made also a brilliant point. And essentially, sorry, I just knocked the table. What Bill Binney said is that, yes, they are reading everything that you're writing. They are monitoring everything you're writing in email and over the phone and in every single form of communication. And that's why you should always let them know what you think about them. And I have to dig out the actual interview and link it below, but I distinctly remember him saying that. Because it's true, they are monitoring what we're saying, they are monitoring what we're thinking, and they are also adopting a strategy based on what we think. So, if we really think that what they're doing is utter bullshit and it makes us angry, you better tell them. If you want them to change, you should tell them. You should just make it clear that, yeah, this is it's bloody obvious now, right? It's obvious, we're coming, And keep broadcasting it. And the more you broadcast, the more it actually registers in the system. And the more you let them know that really the game is over, the more they change their strategy to actual cooperation, away from an actual, illusion that there's anything to be won out of this. So it is true. Bill Binney is absolutely right. When they're monitoring all of your communications, you have to tell them what you think. You have to let them know. And by doing that, again, this comes down to it is a two-way street. By doing that, you get into their systems, because you see, they are hoovering off everything from you, and essentially they are absorbing everything from you. So what you feed them is what they are going to absorb. So if you keep feeding them that's it, game over, they will absorb that this is game over. Do you see? So that's why you have to. It is your duty to actually post this. And the other thing too, actually, I wanted to make another point. There's also a whistleblower called Carl Clark. And he went public in the German press in 2009, and he said, yes, it's true, the intelligence agencies are irradiating victims with microwave weapons and so on. And I can link that confession in the article in original German below this video. But what he said in that interview, which is something that I think he got the wrong way around, he says, well, The surveillance system is looking for certain keywords, for example, government and mind control and these sort of things, and therefore you should avoid those terms. I think it's the other way around. It's the other way around. If we know that these are the search terms that they are looking for, we have to swamp them with it. We absolutely have to. So next time your wife is grocery shopping, send her a text and ask her to buy another, I don't know, half a kilogram of Mossad, maybe, you know. Or say that you would like to, you know, she should remember to buy Semtex, or maybe just cornflakes. You know, just spam them with this stuff. Put mind control, and actually another whistleblower said, actually this should be in our email signatures. You know, we should just take the keywords and put it in all our emails in the signature, like tags basically. You know, put them everywhere, in every single email. You should have the words government, CIA, Mossad, MI6, Semtex, bomb, terrorism, Saudis, money, and many, many other keywords that you can think about that you think are really topical. I think they should go into email signature, and every email you send should have those keywords in them. So remember, it is a two-way street, right? And the beautiful thing is that they are hoovering up absolutely everything that we're saying and doing. Okay, now the other thing is also, and this goes back to the gang stalking, for example, because even the gang stalking is a two-way street. They are, and also with the brain interference, by the way, when they're trying to map your brain and so on. So what they're doing essentially is conditioning. I mean, there's more sophisticated stuff as far as I can tell, you know, but ultimately what they're doing is brain mapping and looking for your responses. The gang stalkers are looking for your responses, the brain mapping is looking for your responses, and they're all trying to condition you and then look for your responses. Bottom line. Okay. Now, when you notice that, what you have to realize is, again, it's a two-way street and all the eyes are on you. So when you know this game, you can decide what you let yourself be conditioned on. In a sense, you can decide what you respond to. And I encourage you to try it with your gang stalkers. If you want to bring them very, very close so that you can make better photographs of them, of their sweet little mugs for posterity, then why not begin to respond in a really negative way, as if you were really upset and disconcerted, if one of these guys bumps into you or comes close? Why not, if you really want to photograph their faces close up, you know, look like, you know, like really disturbed when they start to come close to you, look terrified, look utterly disconcerted, bothered. Come on, make an effort. Because they are watching you, you see. So if you become disconcerted and they're trying to make you disconcerted, then you can bring them close. Do you understand? You have to understand this is a two-way street and all eyes are on you. Do you see? So there are many, many ways. And yes, I have actually done that in practice. They do watch you. They do respond to what you respond to. And if you know the game, you can condition them to essentially do what you like. Do you see? So, if you say you want to bring them close because you're photographing their mug, or you want to bring them all close because maybe there's some other investigation going on, then you can condition them to come close. And I encourage you to actually, you know, think about this and think about how you can condition them by, you know, showing the response that they want to see from you in a tactical manner. And I assure you, it works. Okay? And remember, the ultimate name of the game is, it is about the data. But this time, it's about the data on them. Do you see? So, wonderful. This is really shaping up to be a lot of fun. Then, and yeah, by the way, I think they're also, I mean, you know, sometimes they do try to communicate with me. Several times I had the impression that they were trying to, like, tell me stuff, but I really struggle because I don't really speak Moron. But, you know, if they try to communicate with you, you can also have a filter and, you know, make them say things that, you know, maybe are incriminating. So, for example, if you really want to record, say with a hidden dictaphone, a certain threat, why not bit by bit condition them to become threatening towards you? I encourage you to do that. If you want to find out how to, I did have a book. I did have a book on like conditioning dogs. You know, how if you want to teach your dog how to behave, why not buy books on how to teach dogs? Okay, how to condition dogs to behave, and then think of something you want your gang stalkers or your surveillance team to do, and try to make them do that by exactly the same thing. It's essentially like a reward system. So if their reward is that you look really bothered, then you can give this reward, and, you know, based on what they do, and then try to, you know, bring them out. Have fun with it. Now, then comes an extra layer in this utterly messed up system when they are trying to monitor everybody's thoughts. And this is hilarious. I mean, this is where it gets really wacky, right? For example, I mean, if you're a victim of the intelligence agencies, you know, all their agents will say, ooh, yeah, they're reading your thoughts all the time, and ooh, yeah, okay, wonderful. I mean, yeah, okay. And then you also have literally pronouncements from people high up in the surveillance industry, and there was this quote, and I spent quite some time trying to track it down. I just couldn't find it by online search anymore, but I could have sworn it was essentially a woman who said that, if I remember it correctly. And it was either from, you know, someone from the CIA or someone high up in Facebook, or I don't know, one of these surveillance tools anyway. And what the article was saying is that this person said, oh, by now we can essentially, we know exactly what millions of people are thinking live. Okay. Now, when you have these pronouncements, one of the things that you have to remember is that essentially speaking is for free. Okay, so anybody can make these sort of pronouncements. But then also try to like take a step back and have a think, like if this is how it is, when these people go public and give these sort of speeches, imagine you could actually, you know, monitor everybody's thoughts live as these speeches are being, you know, held. What would it exactly look like? I mean, you know, I remember this was a woman. So I'm not sure if it was the new deputy director of the CIA, or as I said, somebody at Facebook or something, but you know, somebody like that. Okay, now let's assume someone like that goes public and gives a speech about how they monitor everybody's thoughts. And let's say you can monitor everybody's thoughts live. What would be the output? Right? I mean, I imagine that, you know, this person gives a speech and goes back to the mind hacking team and it's like, okay team, so what did you detect? And there would be like a guy going like, right, well, what we measured is essentially a peak. When we were doing the language processing and you know, essentially trying to read out subliminal speech, we found a peak that was essentially centered on 4 words. And it's like, okay, so which 4 words are they? And it's like, well, I mean, one of the words was fucking. And it's like, okay, well, you know, people swear quite a lot, and I guess they think about fucking quite a lot of the time, so not really surprising, no surprises there. So what was the next word? Well, the next word was degenerate. Okay, well, I guess a lot of things in the world are degenerate and people will probably say so, so, you know, okay. So what was the third word? Well, the third word was Stasi. Stasi, I mean, that's kind of unusual, right? I mean, maybe in the German-speaking, did you sample from just the German-speaking area, or, you know, or other areas? And it's like, and no, we sampled several language regions at the same time. I mean, we had millions of people in the sample, so there's several languages included. It's like, okay. And what was the 4th word? Well, the fourth word was bitch. And so, okay, well, I guess fair enough, right? Because, you know, people do swear quite a lot. And is that the only thing that you deduced from this data set after I gave my speech? And it's like, I mean, to be honest, what was really interesting about this data set, and we did try to cross-check it with another team, you know, where we had a closer handle on the actual brain patterns, so, but we're still checking, but it seems to be the case that these 4 words were kind of like, they were kind of like thought of in sequence. Right? I mean, this is essentially what you would get. Right? Great. So what do you do with it now? Huh? You have the empire of bullshit running surveillance and bullshit, and then you monitor everybody's thoughts. Well, I think most of the time you will realize that people think, this is bullshit. Right? Now, if you genuinely can read everybody's thoughts, then I've got one question to you guys. Why is everything so shit? Because surely, most of the time people think, oh, this is shit, why don't they do that? So if you can read out the this is shit and then the why don't they do that bit, why don't you just do that? The stuff that's better. Why not? You can read everybody's thoughts, you can read out all the brilliant minds. Why is everything so shit? Why is it that the vast majority of companies on planet Earth are just shit? The vast majority of companies are actually underperforming. I mean, yes, they're making oodles of money, but they're not making as much money, and most importantly, they're not actually generating as much wealth, which is, as you might agree if you're an insider in finance, is a different concept from money. You can generate a lot of money and not much wealth, as we've seen, right? But why are these companies not generating more wealth? Why are they not generating the amount of wealth that they easily could? Why is that? Why is it that the vast majority of employees in these captured organizations work highly inefficiently? Why is it that they're really frustrated because they actually want to work more efficiently but they can't? If you can read everybody's mind, why can't you figure it out? It's so obvious. Why can't you make shit work? Just a question. So, and also, why exactly are things not just not very good? They're actually getting worse. I mean, the more you can read people's minds, the better you should be able to improve your systems, right? But you somehow can't seem to be able to do even that. It's not getting better. I mean, we have more and more mind reading, apparently, but we have shitter and shitter companies, and the general world situation and the environment and absolutely everything going shitter and shitter. So what's the problem? What's the problem? Is there one? Okay. But anyway, these questions are very important to ask. And also, but especially when you're dealing with the intelligence agencies and so-called law enforcement. Right, well, when you're dealing with that lot, these questions are very important as well, because there's essentially you can also ask the same question. If you're that great and you've got access to that much surveillance tech and that much tech, why are things not improving? Do you see? I mean, why is crime, for example, not going down? Every single time you have more surveillance, we should see a definite step down in crime. And every single time, you know, all these companies, like, you know, read even more about their employees, there should be like a step up in wealth, not in money, in wealth. Why isn't there? Because wealth seems to be decreasing and crime seems to be increasing. So what the fuck's going on? I mean, how hard can it be with all this tech to actually fight crime? You should be able to fight it quite easily, should you want to. Now, if crime is not fought, it immediately implies they don't want to. And with they, I mean, as always, the intelligence agencies. Right? And this now brings us to the very, very core of this entire system. We essentially have, we have these incredibly extensive surveillance tools. We have a very large so-called law enforcement apparatus. We have the works. We just don't have the results. And now it's time to turn back to the intelligence agencies and look all these men straight in the eye. That's Mr. Andrew Parker, Mr. Alex Younger, Dr. Bruno Karl, and I forgot what the hell the name is of the guy who runs the Verfassungsschutz in Germany, and the head of the police, the Bundeskriminalamt. Sorry, these guys should be listed as well. And whoever the mystery person is who runs the head of the NDB, the Swiss intelligence agency. And we have to see them in the eye and say, why are women being mutilated? Why is it left to essentially civilians, right, with the odd, you know, scientists thrown in like myself, to figure out, to reverse engineer military technology and figure out how these degenerates have been mutilating women? Why is it left to us? What are you doing? I mean, how hard can it be? I guess I did, you know, just by using Google and Twitter, I found out quite a lot. I mean, you could solve so much more by next Wednesday. Why are you not? Why not? Isn't it your statutory duty? Because I don't remember to have, maybe it's one of these secret, actual secret contracts or secret, you know, statutes or something that says that actually the main task of MI5 and the BND and all the others is to mutilate women and to traffic children and to sacrifice women and children and to have the odd assassination that's utterly idiotic because it's just going to activate more people who ask questions about the intelligence agencies. Is that the statutory duty? Because if it were, it would make a lot of sense. So yeah. And once we're on this topic, and this will lead me straight onto the actual next video I'm going to make, another question to ask the intelligence agencies alongside of why are these women, mostly women, but also a lot of men, so please, I'm not ignoring the men at all, I'm just saying that the ratio of women implies sexual violence, which can also be directed against men, okay? I'm not ignoring the men, the male victims of the intelligence agencies. Why are these people being mutilated? Why do they have experiments run on them that are so freakingly obvious? The signature, and this brings me back to the actual beginning of the video I made, when you just shoot somebody in the head and there's no traces. This is the most commonplace crime. There's no way to trace them back. When it's something quite so bizarre as nanotech and implants ending up in people, it is pretty easy to find out who has manufactured the nanotech, who has actually put them into people, and who reads out the implants. So when this is not done, you're in deep trouble. If you're in the intelligence agencies, you're in very deep trouble. Because this essentially, there are so many tentacles on this, it leads us straight back. And not just that, this nanotech is only manufactured, it's not like you can go to Tesco and buy some, is it? So again, the more obscure, the more, you know, curious the crime, the more the clues point back to very, very few and specific places. And remember that crimes against humanity do not have a limitation period. And also remember that with the information flow in a networked society, information essentially ticks over at about 2 gigahertz, right? When you infiltrate people, when you essentially hook people on, say, pedophilia, to implant them in organizations, that might take years. And the information about that infiltration at the same time travels pretty close to the speed of light. So, on this note, I would like to finish with one question to the intelligence agencies, which is a question in addition to why women are being mutilated with advanced military technology. Because you realize that kind of like leads us straight back. If satellites are really involved, then it leads back to data streams on satellites, data streams through phone towers, should these phone towers indeed be involved, or should just mobile units be involved with gang stalkers. They are leaking data left, right and center as well. And this data will have a certain signature inscribed in the log files. So, in addition to that, my final question to the intelligence agencies is just one, and this leads me on to the next topic. Where are the missing children? Where are the missing children? Thank you for listening, and bye for now. Hello, I'm Dr. Katherina Horton. Now, this is another episode in the Fighting Psychopathic Systems series. This episode is now going right to the core of what we're actually dealing with. And already in the last episode, I raised a question about the missing children. And the missing children, as well as the mutilated women and enslaved women, are essentially at the heart of this entire matter. What I would like to preface this with is essentially the emphasis that what we're dealing with are essentially legacy systems. And this is also the title of this video. So what I'm going to discuss today is essentially an artifact. It's the core control system in our societies is essentially ancient. And for many, many centuries or millennia even, it was hidden. It was a hidden system, a hidden, if you like, a craft passed on from one generation to the next, how to control others. And in a sense, it's for the first time in human history that we're peeling back the curtain and we're now peering behind. And we're looking at the actual skeleton, the machinery, the clockwork, if you like, behind our societies. We, for the very first time, we're peering behind the facade. And it is because, essentially for the reasons of deep capture, that has happened a very, very long time ago. I mean, as I outlined, deep capture happens naturally in pyramid systems. I also said that all of our systems are essentially pyramid organizations, to do with the fact that we are group animals, so therefore we naturally organize ourselves in this way. And once we have little groups following a leader, it can be tessellated, it can be stacked up, and one can build big and big organizations by interlocking, individual pyramids into ever bigger pyramids, and so on. And by this process, it is pretty obvious that what will happen with time is that essentially one has incredibly large pyramid organizations. And the taller the pyramid, the more ancient the pyramid, the more it is in deep capture. And I also said that, well, in the first instance, the most common form is deep capture by stupidity, by idiots, because stupidity is just the most common form that deviates a system from its working function, the most common case. However, when you're dealing with very high pyramids and there's a lot of competition, idiots don't make it to the top, but psychopaths do. So essentially what we have, the more ancient the system, the taller the system, the deeper it is in deep capture. So in a sense, imagine a system where the first psychopath starts migrating and eventually rises to the top. But as the system grows and the psychopath stays on top, it accumulates more and more people below, and therefore, statistically speaking, more psychopaths, who then in turn will start rising to the highest point they can. So bit by bit, the layer of psychopaths gets deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper still. So what we're dealing with now, if we're now peeling back the actual core control system in our societies, is essentially what we're doing is we're migrating up. In a sense, we're peeling back the curtain on this system and then discover there's a system above, and then peel back the curtain on that, and so on and so on. So now we're peeling back all these curtains and we're looking behind. And because of the fact that the higher, the deeper we get, the higher up the pyramid the more psychopathic it gets. For that reason also it gets uglier and ever more degenerate. So in a sense, when you have already at this level, you have competing clinical psychopaths competing for the top job, you essentially have people who are trying to out-psychopath each other. So they're trying to do what psychopaths do naturally, which is try to command respect with their psychopathology, with their power. Okay, when you've got two people with equal power on one level, the only way they can outdo themselves is with their own psychopathology. So who is sicker than the other, in a sense? Who is more violent? Who is more aggressive? Who is more ruthless? And the higher up we get, the more it becomes a competition of psychopaths trying to out-psychopath each other, in a sense. So, and this has been going on not just for centuries, but for millennia. So when we're talking about the key control structures in our society and we're trying to analyze them, what we should brace ourselves for is essentially an awful lot of psychopaths, an awful lot of violence and gore and threats and murder and maiming and general sickness, general just utter degeneracy. Whew, so, and these are legacy systems, and they are, the legacy systems will be the sickest because they will be the oldest. And because they're the oldest, they had the most time to accumulate clinical psychopaths. And because they're the oldest, they're also the biggest, because they had the most time to grow. And again, with the biggest, you've got, you know, at the top, the most clinical psychopaths. So whichever way we turn it, if we're talking about legacy systems, we are talking about the ultimate psychopathic systems. Now, the question is, why would we even want to pull back the curtain? Well, if you're in my situation, I have to pull back the curtain because these degenerate psychopaths are essentially murdering me and my family. That's why. We have to find out what on earth is happening. It's not just them, not just murdering me, they've now progressed to again, trying to murder absolutely everybody in every country. So, God, yeah, you know. Yeah, we had that before, right? So it's again a copy and paste job of utter degenerate psychopathology. But there we are. So, if we're now talking about these legacy systems, what, on the other hand, we're also talking about is a system that's not even of the devising of the current incumbents. So, in a sense, when we're talking about legacy systems, we're talking about an architecture that is millennia old. Or maybe just centuries, but in any case, the actual overall structure is bound to have been, you know, if it was successful to become a legacy system, will have been carried down, literally, the centuries, all the way down the millennia. So, all the way down the millennia, sorry. And okay, so this is now the premise. This is just to prepare you for what we're trying to do. Okay. So we've braced ourselves for utter degeneracy, utter psychopathology, total violence, and total gore. So if you want to think, all right, how are we going to uncover the system? We have to walk down the path of exactly these sort of features. So where might we find this extreme violence? Well, we will find it certainly in organized crime. Okay, so the structure of organized crime will be related to these legacy systems because organized crime is most of the time run on violence, not so much on KPIs, right, but more on violence. And so the structure of organized crime will be a very close simulation to what we expect to get. And also, because organized crime is ancient, the systems of organized crime and the ancient legacy systems of control in our societies will be interlinked. And it's obvious that they will be interlinked simply because organized crime is the most profitable business you can get into. Now, when you are trying to control a society, you'll try to have a lot of power, so therefore you'll try to have a lot of money, so you'll try to control the businesses that make the most money. And organized crime is the business that makes the most money. And that's because, yes, it comes with certain risks, and you know, you live a dangerous life and you're surrounded by criminals, but on the other hand, essentially your profit isn't taxed because it's black, it's hidden. And therefore you will always have the extra edge not having to pay tax. And also, should anybody question you, you can just bump them off. So in a sense, it's a very profitable business. So what we've already deduced is that essentially what we're looking for in the ancient control system is one that is very akin to organized crime, and that most likely also controls organized crime. Okay, so we're already on to a, you know, disconcerting starter. Right, so now let's see, look at for tentacles. Where might the system have its tentacles into our society? Where do we come up against organized crime that might have weaseled its way into, you know, the control structures of civil society? Well, which are the control structures of civil society? It's the police, it's the courts, it's government. Okay, so it's the judiciary, the parliament, you know, legislature, and the executive. Okay, so if we now think about what sort of crime, or systematic, if you like, organized crime being, you know, systematic, what sort of organized crime or traces thereof have we come across in the past that might have reached into Parliament? The things that come to mind are reports about, in the mainstream press, by the way, I'm not making this up, you can find it by Googling. It's reports in the mainstream press about, first of all, drug use, for example, in the Houses of Parliament, but also in the Bundestag, I'm pretty sure. It's not just, again, it's not something specific to the British, if, you know, anybody gets upset here. No, I'm now, it's going to be the same in every parliament and everywhere in the world. There will be use of hard drugs. Okay, and in the case of England, I know for sure it has been reported, but I also can infer as a systems analyst that it will be the same everywhere around the world. Okay, what other sort of crime has ever been associated with politicians that was truly outrageous and required an organized supply chain? Well, if you think about it for a bit, it's going to be human trafficking, it's going to be prostitution in the first instance, So links to prostitution, well, we had several MPs and also several people in Germany being linked to the use of prostitutes, okay? But that's still quite tame. I mean, in a sense, by now it's rather quotidian, right? I mean, yet another MP having, sex with a prostitute. That's not gonna... It might make the front page, but it won't be there for an entire week. Okay, so what sort of other organized crime is there? And it's quite obvious. It's essentially pedophilia, child trafficking, sex with children, with underage children. Have we heard about that? And the answer is a resounding yes. MPs and parliamentarians in general have been linked to pedophilia. Certainly in Britain, as far as I'm aware, also in Germany, but I'm pretty sure, I mean also in the US, but I'm pretty sure you can go anywhere in the world and you will find politicians, essentially some politicians at some point having been accused of pedophilia, and active pedophilia at that. So not just the downloading of images, but actual intercourse with children. Okay, so that already is an indication of organized crime having weaseled its way into our control structures of government. And why are these instances relevant? Well, because when we're talking about legacy systems, control systems, it is always the element of control that we're looking for. So how could someone possibly control, say, parliamentarians or people in the police or people in the judiciary with organized crime? With these methods? Well, with the drugs, it's fairly obvious. You get people addicted, and then it becomes an embarrassment that they are addicted to, say, heroin or cocaine or any other drug. With prostitutes, okay, there's the embarrassment that they have used them. Traditionally, there was also homosexuality, which used to be, something that might have caused an outrage had it become public. That's less the case today, but pedophilia still remains. And if you look at all these things that people might have been controlled with, as in bribed or blackmailed with. Yes, of course you can have an MP, excuse me, an MP cheating on his wife. Sorry, I've talked so much today, I'm rather, running out of voice. You can always have MPs cheating on their partners in general, and that being used for blackmail, or MPs, running shady businesses or, defrauding the taxpayer and all that. And that can happen. But the most toxic are always these forbidden things. Drugs, sex with prostitutes, homosexuality partially still, and then the most toxic of them all, pedophilia, which has always been unacceptable. It has always been something rather reprehensible. So that is the most toxic of them all. Okay. So now if we think about what sort of control systems a psychopath or psychopaths might draw up, we immediately get to this, that the way to hook judges, the way to hook parliamentarians, the way to hook people in government is by these means. So already we can, if you look at the control structure, we will land on drugs and prostitution of all sorts, and especially pedophilia. And then of course we also know from recent scandals, and I think currently we are in the throes of, I think, the biggest pedophile investigation in human history, I think. There has been, I think I might have the newspaper article here somewhere, so hang on, actually let me just get that for you, because it's rather important. If I can find it. Yes. Forgive me for the interruption, I was rummaging for essentially this article. This is a copy of The Guardian, Huge Scale of Child Sex Abuse Shocks Police. And this is from, what's the date? Come on, give me the date. The date of this newspaper is the 20th of May 2016. This was the day after my first appearance at the High Court, where I received, where essentially after the first hearing I was shot in the back of the head. And the day before, as I was traveling to the court, I received my first death threat. So I, on the 19th of May, I was in London in front of the High Court, and I travelled back to Switzerland on the 20th of May, and that's when I picked up this copy of The Guardian at the airport. Now, I kept it because this copy of The Guardian is essentially a bombshell in many, many ways. But if you look at this article, the huge scale of child sex abuse, shocking police, it says the public inquiry is referring 100 new cases every month for investigation. But what's said is that Bailey, who is the chief constable of Norfolk, said that given the trajectory of the number of reports, the police would be investigating 200,000 cases of child sexual abuse by 2020, giving an insight into the extent of the abuse in Britain over many decades. 200,000 cases. Now, this was in May, and the last number I actually heard about these calculations, because it has literally exploded, and the last number I heard is that they were already looking at 500,000 cases. So this number has more than doubled, I think, if I'm informed correctly. So we're talking about 500,000 cases, or in this case still just documented just 200,000. But it shows that pedophilia is pretty much at the core of this. So, okay. Now, when you're talking about that many cases, on one hand you could say, okay, it just shows the depravity of mankind. Okay, fair enough. But then again, to sex abuse 200,000 children takes a sort of infrastructure, right? I mean, not everybody has got access to young children, right? Teachers might have it, or, priests might have it. But for this number to actually come up and to affect every part of society, it means that there's an infrastructure. There's an actual conveyor belt taking children to the offenders. And that infrastructure didn't just arise yesterday. And given that, committing pedophilia essentially generates a control file. Anybody who could prove that this has happened would have incredible power over a person. So what I'm trying to put to you is that given that pedophilia and, pedophile acts are so toxic and always have been, what you're looking at here is essentially a glimpse into the legacy systems we have in our society. This is a glimpse into the control architecture. Okay, so how would that actually work in practice? Well, the way it would work in practice, imagine you're a clinical psychopath, say, you're at the top of some organization, you want to become more powerful because that's what you do, being a psychopath. So at some point it occurs to you that you could become more powerful if, say you're an organized crime, well, you can become more powerful if you could capture the police, obviously. So try to go about capturing the police. How would you do that? You would try to bribe them. What's more powerful than bribery? It's blackmail. Because a bribe could be accepted or could be turned down. Blackmail is really hard to turn down. So you would settle on blackmail, and then you would try to get some police officer hooked on, sex with children, and then you would film it or you would record it. You would somehow incriminate this person, and then you would control them forevermore. So you could essentially capture a low police officer or young police officer, and then wait for him to rise. You could watch who the most talented young police officers are. If you're an organized crime, it's probably easy to do because you pick out those people who are giving you the biggest headache. And eventually, through the back, you could capture one or two. And then, of course, with bribery and so on and extra means, you could ensure that the person on whom you've got the control file rises to the top, right? So you can social engineer his rise, if you like. Okay, so should you do that, you would be pretty powerful as an organized criminal, and because you don't pay tax on your profits, you would become even more powerful, and yada, yada, yada. Eventually, you would be so powerful, you could be buying up genuine businesses. So by thinking it through, it's pretty obvious that sooner or later, pedophilia will be underlying the actual ultimate control structure of society, okay? And also as well as prostitution, as well as the drug trade. So if we're looking at the actual legacy systems underpinning our society, we immediately end up with these systems. In reverse, you can also say that given that drugs, prostitution and pedophilia are so useful for acquiring other sorts of power, unrelated to the children, the prostitutes and the drugs, as in real economic power, real political power, real power over an entire country, those sort of offences will eventually also become protected. They'll become protected not just by organised crime itself, they will become protected by the government. Because essentially the investigation of those crimes would lead straight back to government, or would lead straight back to the judiciary, or lead straight back to the police. So, then, if you want to test our hypothesis, we could go out and we could see if there's any sort of indication that somehow prostitution isn't really cleared out, or the use of drugs isn't cleared out, or pedophilia isn't really cleared out. The way to do that is, and as you can see, you can get quite far by just sitting down and spending just some time thinking about it. But of course, theorizing is just that, right? If you want to look for evidence, you have to go out and look for it. So, what sort of evidence would we expect to find, should this indeed be the case? Well, what we'd expect to find is that, say, people who are investigating serious organized crime, or drug running, or very, very nasty prostitution, child trafficking, would maybe meet an early death, or maybe whistleblowers in, in pedophilia would, say, be given a very, very hard time. And indeed, if you actually went out and looked for it, you would come across a couple of striking cases. There's, for example, Andrea Davison in the UK, who's blown the whistle on, I think, weapons to Iraq and also pedophilia. She's been given a very, very hard time. She had to flee the country, essentially. because she was harassed. I think she was also had her home broken into, things were stolen from her, confiscated and so on. It very much looked like the government came down on her. And ultimately, as I understand, what she did was blow the whistle on, rather nasty things. Okay, so that's already an indication. Then there's also, very topical right now, the case of Melanie Shaw, who blew the whistle on pedophilia, and then miraculously ended up in jail herself, and not just any old way, but in solitary confinement, where she was kept alone for 23.5 hours per day, I think, or something ridiculous. The UK column reported about her case and continues to report about her case because she's still in jail. And she's one of the key whistleblowers in these pedophile scandals. How on earth can this be? Well, we're looking at the control structure. What is attacking her is the key architecture, the ultimate control structure in the United Kingdom. Right, and I think it was also Theresa May who said that pedophilia has underpinned the British establishment. I can't remember the precise quotes, but you can find that. So politicians have said that already. It's out in the open. There's also quite spectacular cases of pedophilia with politicians in the US. I think Sibel Edmonds on Newsbud goes on about the Hested case and many others. In Belgium, I think it was Belgium, the Dutoit affair to do with pedophile rings and so on and so on. And when you look at the investigation, I mean, this is just all public. I'm not telling you anything that, would be a total bombshell. It's all public now. So you can find it out yourself. But one of the most striking things is that somehow the investigation of pedophilia seems to generate quite a lot of dead police officers and dead witnesses and generally jailed witnesses and so on and so on. So in a sense, the violence already points the way towards this architecture that we're dealing with. The architecture, the key control. I mean, remember that at the very core, you're dealing with, at the core, with clinical psychopaths who are mentally ill. They're not there because they're geniuses, right? Math prodigies. They're there because they're essentially sick in the head and more ruthless than anybody else. And then outside, they've got a layer of weaponized morons. They're enablers. So you're not essentially dealing with, the club of geniuses here. So essentially, by attacking the whistleblowers, by attacking the police officers, by essentially creating a trail of bodies, they are pointing straight back at themselves. So, in investigations, you can follow the money. That's a good one. If you can't follow the money, you can also follow the trail of dead bodies. That's usually even more obvious, right? And either way, you'll get there. So the children seem to be at the core of this. And funnily enough, actually, in the drug business, I mean, the drug business is brutal as well. I mean, it has to be said. And also, I mean, that creates a very large number of dead bodies as well. Anybody trying to investigate or even shut down the drug running will, hit a brick wall. And it's clear why. It's because even those who are not pedophiles or pedophiles, however you want to pronounce it, might be responding to drugs, and that's very addictive as well. So there we are. That's the structure mapped for you. So essentially, when we're looking at the legacy system that has been passed down to us, and by the way, pedophilia is ancient, and so are drugs. So when we're really mapping the legacy systems, we're looking at drugs, and we're looking at pedophilia. And prostitutes, frankly, yeah, but they have always been like, order of the day, really. I mean, occasionally you can knock out a politician with a sex scandal that happened recently, right, involving prostitutes, but really, I mean, these days you struggle more and more. I mean, you're struggling to find an actual MP that hasn't used prostitutes, really. So it's not really that toxic anymore, and it never really was. And that's because at the top of these control organizations, you have mostly men. Most of them use prostitutes, so it would be like a pot calling a kettle black, really. And it always has been thus. So you can pretty much forget about prostitution. Yes, it still features, but if you want to go after the real money, you go after drugs and you go after pedophilia. Pedophilia being the even more toxic. Okay, now why is it even more toxic? Well, that's because at the very, very top, as I keep saying, we're dealing with actual clinical psychopaths who are maybe also competing to out-psychopath each other. And remember that if you're talking about the actual legacy systems that are the biggest and tallest pyramids, it's not just for the 4 layers I've drawn here. It will be many layers, and psychopaths also organize their enablers into layers, so that you've got these enablers kind of competing with each other and always being really pleased about being promoted one up. I mean, essentially the Freemasons runs on that business. You've got 33 degrees, and officially it's 33. I mean, that's kind of like unusual. What's that for? Well, what that is for is essentially you've got your enablers, and you essentially try to group them, and you try to bind them by essentially a loyalty program. And instead of collecting points, you're collecting levels, and it's like, yay, and then you can have a little ceremony and some, you know, you can make somebody feel even great about themselves by having reached another level, and then you're like, oh, now we're going to tell you like even more secrets, you know, just you and I, only you will have secrets. And it's like, it's a winning formula. It's absolutely genius. And you have to remember that you're not trying to bind like actual geniuses to this who very quickly cotton on to what the hell's going on, like in the first millisecond. What you're actually trying to do is you're trying to bind weaponized morons, so you don't actually have to work that hard. And also you have to you're trying to bind men who are essentially gang animals, you know, so they will group into gangs as well. So it's very, very easy. So this is what the Freemasons essentially is. The Freemasons is an accumulation of, well, I would say worthless men, but maybe that's my biased opinion. Let's say insecure men who derive extra security or aggrandizement from the pomp and circumstance, or the sense of belonging, or the sense of control over others, or the sense of being initiated into a secret. And once you bind them with this extra sense into some sort of club, you keep them at it, and you keep them working for you by creating these levels and making them strive throughout their entire life to reach the next level up. Beautiful, isn't it? And all you have to do is essentially think up some sort of secrets, which you're then going to pass on to them, you know, in kind of like bit by bit, crumb by crumb. So that's the Freemasons, and it also should be a telltale sign that it's only for men. What does that tell you? Why would this club be only for men? In the olden days, it only had to be for men because men controlled all of government and the judiciary and the police and so on. So you never had to think about the women that much. Now the Freemasons are still just all for men, and I mean there are also clubs where they're trying to bind women as well. So before I claim that women are any smarter, I really don't. But this particular formula I think works particularly well on men. I think there are also other formulas that work on women, but this one works very, very well on men. And essentially, once you have men, you can have, you know, the Freemason clubs being, I mean, let me have a wild guess how you could, you know, somehow make yourself very popular. You could, for example, provide drugs, you could provide prostitutes, you could also start to farm people who are the pedophiles. You're grooming the groomers, right? You could groom the ones who are into pedophilia, right? You could keep a close eye on them, you let them be hooked on it, and you let them live out their predilections in your own controlled environment, being the clubhouse of, say, the Freemasons or any other sort of club that you might want. And then you groom them for government or any other position you want in society. So that's a pretty winning formula. What this entire thing actually relies on is you finding people actually thick enough to wanting to do that. And I mean, everybody knows that there are plenty of those in society. So as soon as you have that, you have your control system. There you are. And the only thing you need to do is, well, if you started off in organized crime, then you might also, you know, have the entrepreneurial, enterprising initiative to actually put into place child trafficking rings, drug trafficking rings. You can go global, traffic children from poor parts of the world to rich parts of the world where you really want to control people. And you can do the same with drugs. So that's the key legacy control system. Now, why is it relevant now? Well, it's relevant because when you have this sort of system, what you end up with is a very, very tall tower of clinical psychopaths steering other clinical psychopaths, who then in turn will try to steer their weaponized moron enablers. And the system you'll end up with is not, how shall we say, it's a working function for society. It's a working system, for sure, because it has worked for millennia, but it's not the best system. And the reason why it's not the best system is in my talk that's essentially entitled System Inversions and the Empire of Bullshit. What you're building with this control structure will be the empire of bullshit, because you essentially have the most ruthless people at the top, not the best people at the top. And even worse, I mean, the people at the very top don't do anything. They rule, right? They don't do things. But even worse, the people who manage the people who actually can get stuff done will be utter idiots. So you'll end up with exactly the sort of system behavior that I've explained in the systems analysis introductions for systems inversions and the empire of bullshit, the video called The Empire of Bullshit. You essentially have, when you do that, you will have the cartel holders at the top living in wealth and, you know, not being oblivious pretty much to what's going on, but the levels below essentially sink. So you have this stratification. Instead of the elite actually being driven up by the best people who are pushing from below, what they have below is the most ruthless people, most mentally degenerate people, and then below that, the layer of the biggest morons money can buy, because they had to buy into the Freemason thing and all the other bullshit. So you're going down quite a few steps in intellectual performance. Now, any sort of company boss should know by now that if you put the thickest people you have into your leadership, your company's not going to go up. It's going to go down. So people, of course, cottoned onto this fairly early on in human history. So why has it been kept? Well, it has been kept because when you realize that this is what's happening, and when you realize that the stratification essentially weakens what's these days called the elite, but they're the cartel holders, okay? So I call them the cartel holders. You essentially remove the people who can actually get stuff done from below the pyramid, right? You put them at the very bottom, and then you try to keep them down by having a layer of idiots, keeping them down, and then above that a layer of psychopaths. Well, that will lead to the stratification I explained in the video called the system inversion and the empire of bullshit, okay? And then what you've actually done is you have cut off the cartel holders, the top people, the elite in a society, from the people who can actually get stuff done, and you make them very easy to conquer. Do you understand? This system, the legacy systems that we have always been conquering systems, and they have relied on one set of elites who essentially have the floor crashing below them, trying to conquer another elite to essentially get one up on that lot before they conquer them. And this has been the pattern. So God, how can I explain this? So in a sense, let me try to draw a diagram. So please watch the videos about the system inversion and the empire of bullshit, and then what you end up with is essentially one system here where you've got the elite at the top, and they have, as I explained, they've got essentially Potemkin villages, a facade, created around them by the psychopaths the next step down. But those psychopaths are not particularly brilliant, so the rest of the system is somewhere down here, okay? So it goes like that. And then on and on and on and on, okay? And this gap is essentially the gap in ability. If they had, from the beginning, promoted the most able people to the top, it would be a full pyramid. If this is actually a diagram in terms of skill, right? Okay, I mean, I don't make any assumptions about the leadership because I don't need to, right? Just to create that the skill, the overall skill level has plummeted down. And the entire name of the game for the past millennia has been exactly with this system, because this system has underpinned all our societies for millennia. No, it truly has. Pedophilia, drugs, prostitution, getting people hooked, controlling them, and then controlling them in different positions. Yes, this is the control architecture. That's the legacy system. But how on earth could it have worked if you essentially just make everything really shit? Well, the way it works is that essentially you have one set doing this, another set doing that, here. That's another system, its own, rulers and so on. You know what I mean, right? So you've got these different systems. And essentially what this entire system relies on is that when this system conquers the other system, it has to be somehow lower down, okay? So actually I drew this completely wrong. But imagine this system here is slightly lower in skill, and then this system can take it over, okay? So essentially it's like when people walk on those really tall sticks, right? So the ground is really far below them, essentially. But what they're trying to do is walk along here and appear higher, appear taller than the other person who's also walking on these really tall sticks, okay? The real skill, the real performance of their systems is well below. And then they essentially have little wars here, okay? So the entire architecture so far has always been based on wars. You've got the cartel holders in one country or one region getting one up on the cartel holders in the other region, then taking their wealth and then trying to, move on and on and on with that, and using the wealth to pay off all the other psychos and, weaponized morons and so on. Now, essentially that is it. And of course, if you're at the very bottom where you can still see science and doctors and so on, you're so low down the actual control architecture that you don't notice that this is what's actually happening. And yes, there is progress in our society. So for example, medicine made progress and so on and so on. But if you map out the progress that we actually had over the past centuries and millennia, or even just the last couple of decades, what you don't notice is essentially what's missing. And that's the key. Because of this setup of not actually promoting the best people to the top, but promoting the most psychopathic and then the most, the weaponized morons, the most gullible idiots, the most gullible enablers, because of that, brilliant people have been kept really low down, even though they should have been at the top to make us all rise. So in a sense, when you're looking at any sort of thing, if you look at science, right, and this is time, And it can be centuries or decades or whatever you want to do, name it. And this is essentially the amount of inventions or cures, any sort of improvement. Actually, what we had is like something like this. Okay, so we had over time an increase, and then it's slightly accelerating recently in the last couple of decades. People talk about, oh, now there's all this technology coming out really fast and so on. And that's true, this is what we had. And we all think this is great, but what we don't understand, unless we really map systems, human systems very carefully, is that actually everybody, including the so-called elites or cartel holders, have actually been massively let down by these legacy systems, because even if we're now here, this is not where we're meant to be. In actual fact, when you map the system and you actually map the true potential, the true number of people in your population, the true number of mathematical or other geniuses and other prodigies that you expect to have, you can say, where the hell are the prodigies? Where the hell are the brilliant advances? We are missing some. They haven't increased in proportion, because you don't just expect it to go up linearly, there's also synergies. So expect an exponential. And in actual fact, what should have happened is that we should have been like here, somewhere like here. Sorry, I can't actually draw through my diagram, right? But you know what I mean. I'm trying to draw a curve, and actually we should have been over here, but we're just down there in the diagram. And the people at the top of our organization are saying, yay, we're at the top of the world. No, you're at the arse end of the world, my friend, because what you have now is shit compared to what you could have if you didn't have a bloody legacy system. Do you understand? And no, they don't understand yet. So let me make it clear. Let me actually spell it out for you. So sorry, I had to draw over different diagrams here. So let me spell it out. So again, this system that we have is essentially one for conquering. And it's a legacy system because throughout the entirety of human history, it has always been local rulers trying to conquer others, right? So on. So you had maybe cartel holders in Europe or in a country of Europe conquering other cartel holders in a country of Europe, and then Europe tried to conquer Asia or whatever, right? And Asia tried to conquer something and some other parts in Asia, and so on and so on and so on. And it worked. It was a winning formula as long as one set of cartel holders could find another set of cartel holders that was lower. Okay, fine. And this is also, for example, where, the Freemasons were ancient. I mean, their current incarnation doesn't seem that old, but actually the original founding idea of organizing men into levels and then make their ambition essentially run in this kind of hamster wheel is ancient. And one of the things that, for example, the Freemasons, their motto, I think it was the 33rd grade, I have no idea about these things because I do have a finite amount, of tolerance for bullshit. But one of the things I know is their motto is, I think, order out of chaos. Now, where does that come from? Well, where that comes from is exactly this, right? You try to create chaos somewhere else, and then you take them over, and then it's the order that you impose that's going to, actually make you bigger, or so it at least seems. But when you look at when you do it properly, you do proper systems analysis for human systems, you realize it's never really order out of chaos, is it? It's bullshit out of chaos. It always is bullshit out of chaos. So in actual fact, if one wanted to be mathematically precise, if the Freemasons really were that freaking brilliant at the 33rd grade, their motto would be bullshit out of chaos. That's what they're doing. They're creating bullshit out of chaos. Why? Well, because you essentially create havoc in another country. So let's take war, classical war, for example. You smash buildings to pieces, you murder a bunch of people, you murder animals, and then you maybe have the scorched earth policy where you just, flatten everything, and then you take over. Well, what you end up with is essentially overall less than there was before, right? I mean, you locally might have expanded a bit, but overall you actually conquered less than you could have, and you conquered this place not by your stupid policy of conquering. Do you see what I mean? Let me draw a diagram. So let's say you've got country A, right, that has this amount of stuff. Animals, this amount of animals and I don't know, agricultural produce and so on and so on. And then your country has got maybe, maybe less. So, sorry, maybe this is the conquering country. Sorry, I should make it more obvious. Slightly less, right? God, this bores me actually, but anyway, so let's start it out for the idiots. So, this has less. This is a weaker country, has less animals, soldiers, farm things, and so on. So you, being economically more powerful, will go and conquer this. By conquering, you essentially will kill some animals, burn some fields, murder some soldiers, kill off some essentially farm workers, and so on and so on. So essentially what you'll do in this process is you will, in the end, have after the war, not that much, but this much. So overall, what you have gained is this much, okay? So you will have gained this much then, okay? That being the extra amount of stuff that now belongs to you and that you conquered. But hang on a second, before there was this much, right? So if you hadn't smashed up that bit and you had somehow unified with that thing by other means, you would end up with this much stuff, right? The difference being what has been killed off, okay? So, okay? Now, people did cotton on to that, and then they preferred to merge kingdoms and so on by marriage and not so much by war, right? And they did figure that one out. However, even though, you know, they figured that out sometimes, they occasionally forgot and they had a war anyway. And then they smashed up, you know, a lot of things, and essentially what they did, because in a war, it's not just one side ending up with total damages. Essentially what you always end up with in these stupid wars is that both sides lose a little bit, at least. You know, maybe one side loses massively and the other one loses a little bit, but you always end up with less. So if you make an actual diagram of how much stuff and wealth and actual, you know, overall wealth there is in the world, you realize it's actually decreasing. So in a sense, if I took these two kingdoms I had before and I just made one diagram where I add them up together, then overall, before the war, there would be Kingdom 1 plus Kingdom 2, right? So Kingdom 1 plus Kingdom 2, and I would have this much of stuff. Okay, now after the war, okay, let's say this is now time, and this is wealth, W, so the total amount of wealth is this much. And then there's this war whereby this country loses that much, and that country also loses that much, right? So overall, what I will end up with is this much plus that much being like somewhere here, okay? And this is now after the war. And after the war, overall, the wealth in society went from here down to there. And then of course it's rising, right? So after the war, eventually you kind of like recover, maybe you get up to the same point, maybe you get slightly higher, and then there's another war and then it decreases again, and then you go up again, you know, and then maybe it's stable and then it's going down. But in a sense, with these sort of things, you, after the war, you don't have order, you've got bullshit. You just managed to create more bullshit in the world and you've got less stuff. If that makes any freaking sense. Okay. There are better ways to explain this, but this is the overall, you know, actual idea behind this. So with all these wars, you end up with less stuff. Now, this is pretty obvious, okay? So this should be pretty freaking obvious. But at the same time, it really somehow isn't. Because these days, we still are stuck with these legacy systems, and we're still stuck with order out of chaos, which is just bullshit out of chaos. So why are we still doing it? And that's because the system runs under its own steam by now. The system of pedophilia and drug running, controlling politicians for more powerful elements which invariably are connected to organized crime, is running under its own steam. It's not running under the steam of a highly informed math prodigy, for sure. It really doesn't. It runs on, but we've always done it that way. We've essentially copying and pasting a winning formula. Now, the winning formula was ostensibly a winning formula because essentially what people did always just make a local comparison. So you've got Kingdom A having a lot of power and Kingdom B having not so much power. And then when Kingdom A took over Kingdom B, they thought, ooh, this kingdom had slightly more power, not realizing that had they done something else, they would have really a lot of power. Okay, so overall, you know, the winner was always kind of like getting to a higher level and higher level and higher level, not realizing that actually overall, you know, the person could have gone really steeply by other means had they not done the stupid conquering policy. Okay. Now, why is that a problem these days? Why can't we continue? And that's because, essentially, this pyramid and the kind of organizing people into pyramids sort of thing has pretty much taken over the world now. We have global companies, the biggest companies are global. We have global money flows, global banks, and global absolutely everything. And, you know, there are plans for global government and global, you know, everything. Okay. Now, when you're dealing with global any this or that, this sort of order out of chaos, what you're essentially doing is you are chipping away at your own property. That's the key. You have already conquered the world, and now by doing that, you are essentially decreasing your own wealth, and that's just a start. There's a second problem with this, and that comes from the fact that you can't just continue ad infinitum. There are secondary externalities essentially to this, associated with this. In the past, our ecosystems took wars economic wars not really in their stride, but they took it because they were local wars. Now, what you essentially have is human industry being a war on nature already that's going full intensity. So when you have this war on nature, nature is already under siege. It now cannot take any more wars. Our ecosystems are already collapsing. And I think it was Dane Wigington who made excellent points about that. I mean, he has the data, and he's saying how essentially around the world the ecosystems are collapsing. The number of species is just dying out, is accelerating. It's not constant, it's accelerating, and it essentially has a hockey stick turn-on curve. So the number of species dying is again one of these hockey stick exponentials. So that's really, really bad. If you have another war, the ecosystems can't recover anymore. That's essentially it. So meanwhile, we also need to come up with a lot of brilliant ideas very, very quickly to, for example, prevent the collapse of the ecosystems. But there are many other things that have this hockey stick right now. I mean, many, many other things in social systems and in human systems as well. And in a sense, we need absolutely everybody to stop these hockey sticks. A hockey stick is sorry, I should explain. When you have an exponential, then an exponential curve, can you see this, will go kind of slowly, and looks like could be anything, could be quadratic or whatever, and eventually it shoots off. And at this point, it almost looks like it's going up vertically. Right, that's an exponential. It literally just goes, it's like this, it goes up like that. And every exponential has this. So in the beginning, if you only see this much from the curve, you think, oh, that could be linear, it could be like going along like this, but it isn't. It's actually an exponential. And as soon as you're past this turning point, that's the point of no return. This thing just shoots off, and there's no way to control it in most cases. So, and when you're talking about this could be the number of species dying out and whatnot. So, exponentials are really, really bad, and they're very hard to control. And we seem to have a lot of them right now, everywhere, left, right, and center in our society. So we do need pretty much every single prodigy that nature has given us to figure out what the hell to do. And meanwhile, we have these legacy systems where people are essentially, organized into levels, and they all seem to be doing drugs in the leadership, and they all seem to be hooked on pedophilia. And we have to kind of stop the legacy systems, because what it essentially means is that through the use of these legacy systems, we are being held back. We essentially are being held back. And the last couple of wars were these typical wars, these so-called order out of chaos wars, and as you can, confirm, every country that has undergone a war recently, like Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, you name them, all of them, what they have now is most certainly not order, and what they will have for decades is not order by any means. What it actually has is a total utter destruction of net wealth in the region. But the point is that it's not just the wealth belonging to the people there who you might want to conquer. It's also the wealth that you could conquer, should you want to. And there are many, many forms of wealth. And unfortunately, these days, these legacy systems that we have only seem to recognize actual monetary wealth, resource wealth, and they don't actually capitalize on the biggest wealth. That will be the wealth of the 21st century, which is essentially the power of the human brain, but not in the way the Brain Initiative tries to do that. In a sense, that's what they're trying to do with me, map my brain in the most idiotic, cack-handed, and most destructive way possible. No, it's about the actual ingenuity, the actual naturally occurring, quantum mechanically driven ingenuity that cannot be generated. If it could be generated, then people would have already, but they somehow didn't seem to have managed so far. So, essentially, we have this total destruction of wealth by this ancient system that seems to be running on child abuse, on pedophilia, on drugs, and we have to stop it very, very quickly. This is it. Now, in the next episode, I will talk a lot more about this. This was essentially the overall introduction, and in the next episode, I will actually go into greater detail about how we can spot this system, and also how we might actually cycle out of it. Anyway, thank you for listening. I'm sorry I'm talking about this. I'm absolutely not enthusiastic, so I'm not my most enthusiastic when I'm discussing this. But thank you for listening anyway, if you lasted this long through the talk. And in the next episode, we'll talk more about the actual key legacy systems that we have and how to replace them. Thank you very much, and bye for now.